We recently just finished chapter 3, and to my surprise, it appears Otori's dead. So, your large-chested government waifu is gone, or at least that's what the game suggested. It didn't exactly show me a scene with them all being like, oh my god, she's dead. It kind of just told me she was dead. Maybe it was a dream? Who the fuck knows? She's fucking crossed off in the affection meter, though, so presumably dead? I guess the goal of the game is effectively to, like, since she was the highest person in affection, I assume the goal, if you want to, like, actually go with someone's route, is to basically, like, hate them as much as you can without driving them away so that you can get him to kill, like, the random NPCs. That's what it seems to be. So the last one went up to 3 bars, which means anyone above 3 would have been dead, so we probably should have balanced them out. I think there was a choice earlier we made, where we could have picked between 2 kinds of onigiri, which were clearly might have been representative of these 2. And if we'd swapped those around, we might have gotten... or we could have rejected Utori's. Thoughts of Utori. And with 1 less point in her pool, and 1 more point in Miss Blue Hair, who's Nick Kujiro, I don't remember. We'd be able to balance everyone out, and presumably the furthest most left would die instead. I assume that's what the engine says, so basically just, like, hate on her all the time. That's the current strat, I guess, to keep her alive. Otherwise, the only characters in the story will... The only characters in the story will be the revolving characters, right? Anyway, interesting idea. The inverse of the affection meter, the likelihood to die meter. Dearest Cecily. Or Cecily? Cecily. Dearest Cecily. Once more, the season of snow and silence is upon us. Are you remembering to take good care of your health? Thoughts of you have been my only comfort since setting foot upon this dark and distant shore, but in these cold months, even that joy is tinged with worry. I want so badly to hear your voice and to know that you're alright. If you're feeling even the slightest bit unwell, please cast this letter aside and go see Dr. Daxon at once. Money is no object. I arranged things with him before departing for Yamato. Or is there something else troubling you, perhaps? If so, then my mother in Florida is your strongest ally. If there is one thing in this world she hates more than infidels, it is to see her family suffer. Whether a thief stealing your purse, a queen's knight getting a little too greedy with his tithe purse, or a baker determined to scalp you for the last piece of bread, she will charge forth with such righteous fury as to put King Richard and his crusaders to shame. She loves you no less than she does me. You may approach her with any problem, no matter how small. Oh, how it vexes me to leave you to another's care. But though I wish that I could vault this wretched ocean and sweep you up in my arms, that I could shield you with my body from all the ills of this world, I cannot. Do you blame me for this? Do you doubt the sincerity of my love? It pains me to think so. Cecily, my dear Cecily, please understand the heart of your most faithful companion amongst all human beings whom God saw fit to put on this earth. There is none whom I love more than you. At the same time, however, I cannot but love our homeland too. Our America, the land that gave us life, that brought us together. I could never choose one over the other. You're inseparable. And this is why I undertook the task of taming these heathen barbarians, even though it meant that we would be apart. Oh, how bleak my days have been. There's no culture here to sate my palate, no men of character with whom to share tea, no Cecily to warm my heart, just endless throngs of yellow apes filling every corner of this tiny island. I haven't felt like a human being in years. But if love for my homeland and for you demands perseverance of me, so be it. I will endure for 100 years and be glad all the more if my struggle has any chance of making that 100 years but one. I have faith that you understand. We need Yamato, for it's the key to securing our peace and freedom. Please give my love to little Danny and tell him his father did not leave him for the distant land to shirk his parental duty, but to ensure a bright, shining future for him and all who live beneath the spacious skies of...
Shosa.
Yeah, it didn't continue. I thought for a second I'd missed the last word. Like, I was expecting it to continue when I clicked, and it just ended. Alright. Well, I guess that's how it goes. Okay. Major?
なんだ
What is it?
D8 号が出頭しました。
Agent D8 has arrived.
通せ
Send him in.
は
Sir.
どうもご無沙汰しております。
Alright. Sorry, I haven't kept in touch.
顔を合わせるのは
Thank you for the drink,
久
my
しぶり
friend.
にせよ必要な連絡は随時取り交わしていたはずだ
Alright, I'll catch you later.
無沙汰というのは適切ではないなそれとも今のはあの鬱陶しい謙遜の美徳とやらか
While we have not, thankfully, had any physical contact, we have exchanged such communications as are necessary. Your greeting, therefore, is not appropriate, or is this another manifestation of that damn little Yamato and humility?
相変わらず大和語にご堪能なことで。
Your Yamatoans as good as ever?
現地語の習熟など任務のうち当然のことだ貴様らはよほど自分の国の言語が難解だと信じているらしいな
Does that surprise you? Mastery of the local language is simply another of my duties. You Yamatoans seem to think your language particularly difficult to decipher.
違いましたかね。
I reckon you're about to tell me it ain't.
バカバカしいヤマト語は単に原始的なだけだコツさえ飲み込めば理解は造作もない
Oh, don't be
ネイ
absurd.
ティブの用いる絵文字と変わらん
Your language is merely primitive, no different from the wall paintings of the natives in my homeland. Once you've grasped how to understand it, understanding it is nothing.
こいつは恐れ入ります。
Well, I'm impressed.
貴様の敬意を買いたくて時間を割いたのではない私は暇を持て余してはいないのだ説明を聞くために貴様を呼んだ
I didn't call you here to court your respect. My time doesn't come so cheaply. You're here to give me an explanation.
説明ですか
An explanation?
釈明と言い換えても構わないそちらの方が好みならな
Call an apology if you'd prefer. It makes no difference to me.
じゃあ釈明をいたしましょう。
Well, I guess I'll apologize.
と言っても困りましたね。
It's just, I don't know what to
やら
say.
れちまいました。
It
と
happens.
しか言いようがないんで。
それで私に納得を求めるつもりか
Do you expect that to satisfy me?
そうできたら楽でしょうね。
I wouldn't mind if it did.
貴様に供与したクルス2両深海に合算だったなその2つが大した成果も上げぬうちに失われた事実を私は笑い捨てなくてはならないわけか
You lost the two cruxes we gave you, Shinkai and Gasan, I believe, without producing any meaningful results, and you want me to laugh it off?
コストパフォーマンスという原則くらいは知っているのだろうな
I assume you understand the concept of cost performance.
割に合わねえって言い
Oh,
ます
sure,
よ。
sure.
こっちの言葉じゃね。
So in my line of work, we call it making the action count. Sure, though in my line of work, we call it making the action count.
剣は貴重な物資だ一機がタンク数台歩兵1個中隊の編成費用にも勝る
Then I shouldn't have to spell it out for you. Cruxes are valuable. Each is worth more than a company of tanks.
ねえ。ヤマトから没収した貴重な物資ですね。
Yeah, sure. Wouldn't want the Tsurugi you took from us to go to waste.
それが失われた結果得られたものは何だ少々の殺人事件と一村の壊滅
And what did we gain in exchange for the two of those cruxes? A few murder cases and the destruction of a village.
足りませんかね。あとの方は。
That last one ain't enough for you?
コストを投ずる意義がなかったという点が問題だあの
The
村
problem
を
is-
滅ぼしたのはコードシルバーであり貴様の手配りとは何の関わりもない
You failed to provide a return on our investment. The village was destroyed by Code Silver, not one of your little puppets.
結果的にはそういうことになっちまいました。
Oh, that's just how the guards fell in the end.
その結果を論じている意義があるか
And that end is exactly what we're discussing. Do you object?
めっそうもない。
Of course not, sir.
しかも銀星号は今もって正体不明の存在そんなものがいくら強行を成したところで我々の目的には寄与しない私はヤマトの武者の強行を望んでいるのだ
Code Silver has no identity, no affiliation. It can massacre 100 villages and it won't bring us a step closer to our goal. We need atrocities committed by Yamato and Musha, not some unknown third party. Man, if only you spent 5 minutes investigating, you'd find out that this guy that our protagonist is like randomly running around murdering people. That would be pretty spicy. Oh, there's a Yamato and Musha just like killing people. It's pretty random too. He's letting people he went to go kill live, and then someone is axing. I mean, I'm assuming he's axing Otori, because he consistently end of chapter murders someone, so he randomly murders Otori, which probably is, like, of all the murders, the most reasonable one, because people could probably get behind him stabbing a GHQ official. From our perspective, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but from other people's perspective, it might be like, oh, we killed a GHQ spy. What a guy. Great guy. Hero of Yamato.
つまり貴様の上げた成果はゼロに等しい。
In other words, you've accomplished precisely nothing. Am I wrong?
いいえ。
Can't say you are. So you were given valuables worth like 2 companies of tanks. So like easily a few hundred million, and you wasted it all?
よろしい。
Then I only have one more
ならば
question.
私は貴様にあと一つ尋ねれば済む。反町一蔵。貴様は無能か？
Are you incompetent, Sorimachi Ichizo?
はいって答えちまえばそりゃ楽でしょうね。
It'd be a lot simpler if I reckoned yes here. If I answered yes here, I reckon.
そうだな。貴様がそうしたいなら好きにするといい。私は別に止めん。
Nothing and no one stopping you, least of all myself.
ま、お時間をいただいて少しばかり説明ってやつをさせてもらいましょう。
Well, as long as I'm imposing, I guess I might as well try an explanation instead of an apology.
構いませんかね。ガーゲット少佐。
Is that alright with you, Major Garget?
選択の自由はすでに与えた。
I have given you that option?
なに？別に銀星号なんかが来なくたってあの村での工作は失敗していたって話でしてね。
Ain't nothing to it, you see. Things went south with that plan long before Ginseigo showed up.
大鳥かなえの件か。確かに彼女の行動は私としても予期しないものだった。
Are you speaking about Tori
しかし
Kanai?
彼女を適切に排除できなかったのは
Well, it's
や
true,
は
not
り貴
even
様
I
の
could
能
have...
力不足だ。
Oh, he's still going. Well, it's true that even I could not have predicted her interference. It doesn't change the fact that you were unable to deal with her effectively.
それで銀星号と大鳥大尉さえ現れないなら
Are you saying your
もう
failure
二度
here
と失
stems
敗する
solely...
ことはないと。
He's
So
slow
tight.
talking right now. Are you saying your failure here stems solely from Code Silver and Captain Otori's interference? And you have the utmost confidence in future endeavors?
いやいや、まあ、
Oh no.
そう話を急がんでください。
Hold your horses, sir. I'm just getting to the good part.
うん
Well,
銀星号はどうしようもないとして大鳥城は少佐殿の方でどうにかしていただけるけど他にもう一つ片付けなきゃならないもんがありましてね。
Ginseigo's out of anyone's hands. As for Miss Otori, I'm sure you can handle her, but that leaves one teeny problem.
失敗の原因がまだあったというのか。
There is another factor in your plan's failure.
ガッサンを実際に潰したのはそいつです。見たわけじゃありませんがまあ間違いはないでしょう。多分深海もこっちはまだ調査中ですが。
I'm talking about the guy who whacked old Gassan. Didn't see it myself, but it had to be him. He's probably the one who got Shinkai too, though I'm still looking into that.
何者だ。
Who is he?
警察官です。もっとも表向きはいないことになってる様子ですが。
A cop, although you won't find his name on any roster.
ガッサンを潰したと言ったな。
You say he destroyed Gassan?
ねえ、武者ですよ。
Yes, he's a
赤い
Musha.
剣を使います。
Uses a red Tsurugi.
名は村正だそうで。
The name's Muramasa, or so I hear.
村正。
Muramasa?
不吉な名前ですよ。とびきりね。
The name's cursed, sir, and I do mean cursed.
警察局が秘密裏に武者を擁しているというのか。
That would mean the police are secretly harboring a Musha.
ね
How about that?
事の最初から話せ。
Start from the beginning.
え、こいつは失礼を。あの村に大鳥注意。いや、大尉が現れた時、銃を向けられた例のお代官は切れちまいまして。
Well, you see, right at the beginning. So, It started when the lieutenant, or captain now, stuck her gun in that nutjob prefect's face. It really got his panties in a bunch.
隊を叩き切ろうとしたんですがね。そこで止めに入って代官を追い散らしたのが問題の村正。
So we tried to cut the captain in two, but someone stopped him. That was Muramasa.
それからなのか最初からそうだったのかは知りませんが、ご両親は手を組んで代官殿の一党に対抗してきましてね。
Now, I don't know whether it was just dumb luck or if they were in cahoots the whole time, but afterwards they joined forces to take down the prefect.
最後はお代官と合算を誘い出して撃墜したんでしょうね。まあ私はその前にやられちまったんで見届けじゃおりませんが。
In the end, they managed to lure him and Gassan out and finish them. At least that's how I figure things must have gone down. I was out of commission at the time, so I didn't see it myself.
それにしては言い切るな。銀星号ではなく、その村正が代官どもを撃ったと。
How can you be certain it was
何か
Muramasa
判断する材料があるのか。
and not Code Silver that slew them?
お代官や村正はお山の周辺にいたはずなんですがね。銀星号はそっちに来なかったんで。こいつは確かです。
The prefect
に
in
いた私が
Muramasa
生き
would
延び
have
たんだか
fought
ら間違いありません。
near the mountain, but Ginseigo didn't come that way. I was on the mountain too, so my being alive is proof of that.
Hello there.
だが可能性としては、代官もろとも銀星号に片付けられたとも考えられるわけか。
It's possible that both the prefect and Miss Muramasa engaged Code Silver and were slain.
いえ、そいつはないんで。
Afraid that's not the case, sir.
なぜだ。
How can you be so sure?
つい先日姿を見ましたから、鎌倉の近くで。
I saw Muramasa's pilot in Kamakura just a few days ago.
何をしていた。
What was he doing?
さて、悪人退治のようなことをしていたらしいですが。
Good question. Well, from what I hear, he was after some new bad guys to whack.
それが村正とやらの行動原理か。
Mr. Muramasa fancies himself an agent of justice then? He's laughing because he was at the scene in the second chapter, right?
貴様の笑いは常に私を不快にするが、今日はまた格別だな。
I always harbored distaste for that laugh of yours, but today I find it particularly trying. Sorry to hear
失礼
that.
しました。
Is he gonna tell him is he gonna give him the spicy info?
村正とやらを狩るクルセイダーの名前は
And what is the name of the knight who pilots Muramasa? I'm pretty sure he called him a crusader there, not a knight, but alright.
港影明。こいつとは村の一件以前に会ったことがありましてね。その時に警察だと名乗るのを聞いてたんで。
Minato Kageaki. I met him once before the village thing. Actually, that's when he ID'd himself as a cop.
ほう。
Oh?
鎌倉の街中で何かの捜査をしていたらしい港とすれ違ったってだけの話なんですが、その少し後に新海がやられたんですよ。
Yeah, we crossed paths in Kamakura, only briefly, mind you. Looked like he was running some kind of investigation, and a couple days later, Shinkai bites the dust. You like Sorimachi? Yeah, he's interesting.
面白いのは、その時やろうと一緒にいた3人の学生が、新海、鈴川両部の教え子で、しかも獲物に選ばれちまってるんで
Now
す。
here's the juicy part. The three kids who were with him at the time turned out to be Shinkai's, Suzukawa Ryobu's, students, and his last targets.
なぜか命は取り留めましたがね。いや、一人別件で死んじまいましたが。
But, for some reason, they made it out alive. Well, one ended up dead under unrelated circumstances.
つまり新海はその3人をなぶっているところを何者かに殲滅されたわけだな。
So someone rescued them from Shinkai.
残
Did
り
you
の2
question
人
the
から
remaining
事情
two?
聴取はしたか。
それがダメでして。一人、まだしもマシな方は、新海に目をつぶされちまってましてね。
Couldn't, I'm afraid.
肝心なとこは何も見てません。
One of them, the lucky one, if you can believe it, had his eyes put out by Shinkai and didn't see what happened.
もう一人娘さんの方は、体も心もスクラップでして。
The other one,
ど
well,
うにも。
let's just say she's broken. Mind and body.
だが事件に村正が関与した可能性は
But you
濃厚
believe
だと
Muramasa
いう
the
の
most likely suspect?
ね。新海もガッサンも、おそらく始末したのは野郎です。警察の仕事としてやってんだとすると、 今後も食いついてくるかもしれませんね。
He's gotta be the guy who did Shinkai and Gasan in. And if he's working for the cops, we can expect to see him
こ
again?
っちの仕掛けに。
Considering what we're doing and all.
ふん。貴様の言いたいことは理解した。警察だと。バカな。あのふぬけどもに六原を相手取る気概があるか。
A police officer? Absurd. They don't have the spine to resist Rokuhara.
だが、だからこその秘密裏か。何にしろ邪魔だな。
Or is that why they're keeping off the record? Well, whatever the case, this man is a nuisance.
警察であろうとなかろうと、まるで正義の味方のように振る舞うそやつの存在が噂にでもなれば、我々の目論見に重大な支障をきたす。
Doesn't matter whether he's truly an officer or not. The problem is that he's behaving like a hero, and if rumors of his activities spread, it could jeopardize the whole plan.
すでになりかけてますよ。やろう。結構いろんなところでご活躍だったようで。
Oh, we're already getting there. Looks like he's been busy these last 2 years.
猶予は許されんということか。その村正が英雄になってからでは遅い。
There's no time to waste. It'll be too late once people start treating Muramasa like a hero.
一度誕生した英雄はもはや不死だ。当の本人が死んでも、人々の間の英雄像は滅びない。
A
大
hero
和
once
の
born
民
is
衆の
immortal.
心に村正は生き続ける。
Even death won't destroy his legend. Muramasa will live on in the hearts of the people.
困りますね。
But we can't have that.
ああ、英雄は我々進駐軍だけでいい。
Indeed, we're the only hero Yamato shall have.
対処についての意見を聞こう。
I assume you have a plan?
まっとうな警察官なら適当な理由つけて警察局に身柄を差し出させてどっかの檻へ入れちまえば済む話でしょうがね。警察局の名簿に奴の名はないんで。
If he was a real cop, you could draw up an excuse to make them hand him over. Then you could stick him in a cell and be done, but since he's not on the books...
そんな奴はいねえって白切られたらそれまでです。
Yeah, they'll just claim they've never heard of the guy. Makes sense, right? That's why he's not on the books.
と言って力ずくでやっちまおうにも野郎は鎌倉署長の役宅に囲われてるみたいなんでね。押し込みをかけるにはちょっと問題がありすぎます。
You can't just go and whack him either. He's holed up in the commissioner's house. A little too high profile, you ask me.
当然だな。強引な真似をして市民の反感を買っては元も子もない。
Yeah, that goes without saying. The last thing we want is to appear tyrannical.
ね。その点を考えると奴が出歩いてるところを狙うってのもうまくないですね。
Which also means no
街中
gunning
じゃ
him
目
down
立ちす
when
ぎ
he's
ます。
out in the city.
街中じゃね。
So many witnesses in Kamakura.
だから郊外へ誘い出して処理する。
Do you think we should
そうい
lure
う
him
こと
away?
か。手立ては
How?
奴はどうも銀星号に大層ご執心らしく。正義の味方ならさもありなんてとこですが。
He seems to have a real beef with Ginseigo. What better target for a hero, right?
ほう。
Oh?
例の村のお代官ね、村正に尋ねられたそうで、銀星号を知っているかと。そしてあの村がたどった末路を考えると、野郎は代官を狙って現れたんじゃなく。
See, the prefect said our officer Minato asked him about Ginseigo, and if you look at what happened to the village afterwards, maybe Muramasa wasn't there for old Nagasaka at all.
銀星号と追いつ追われつしているうちにたまたま立ち寄っただけなのかもしれませんね。だとするとなんで代官をやってやら。
Maybe he's been dancing with the Silver Demon and that was just their latest number. It doesn't explain why he killed the prefect, but...
ふん。だがともかく、銀星号は奴に対する餌として使える見込みがあるわけだな。
Whatever the case, you believe Code Silver can be used as bait? So does this guy not know that they're like juicing up the juicing up the Tsurugi with Ginseigo pieces? Or is that like a separate plot line, like Ginseigo's doing their thing? The GHQ plot here with the Mafia is completely unrelated and just purely coincidental? Or like they're both or like one of them is taking advantage of the other, like Ginseigo's taking advantage of this Tsurugi distribution to try and make try and get these eggs to hatch? That might be what it is, right?
ねえ。
ではもう一つの
Code
問
Silver
題
can be
だ。
used as bait.
誘い込むのに成功したとしてどうやって始末
That
する
leaves one final problem. How do you intend to eliminate him once he's alone?
まあ難儀でしょうな。
That's gonna be difficult for sure.
井上深海は中身はど素人だったにしても名物中の名物。長坂大官もガッサンのじい様も一筋縄じゃいかねえ方々でした。
Inoue Shinkai was a first-class Tsurugi, even if the pilot was a total rookie, and the prefect and Gassan's pilot were both hardened veterans.
それがやられちまったんですからね。完全編成のドラコスコード。
We're dealing with the guy who took them all out. Any chance I could borrow a full battalion of dragoons?
バカなことを言うな。
Don't be ridiculous.
ってなると、よその手を借りて片付けるしかありま
In
せん
that
ね
case,。we'll just have to find some outside help.
六原に頼めというのか。あの意地汚い犬どもにそんな話を持ちかけてみろ。
You mean ask Rokuhara? Not
傘
a
に
chance.
かかって何を要求してくるやら知
Who
れた
knows
もの
what
で
those
はない。
jackals will demand in exchange?
一個大隊より高くつきかねん。
Could end up costing us more than a battalion.
勝手に噛み合ってもらうのが最高ですね。誘い出す場所を選んで。
Best if they went at it all on their own, yeah? If we choose the right place.
どこだ？
Where?
こないだ拾った妙なネタを活用するってのはどうです
Oh, you guys remember that scoop we picked up a while back? Oh, he's got a plan. Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening, my dude. What's your plan? You're gonna try and pitch Muramasa directly against the Rokuhara?
なるほど。
Seems feasible.
ことが理想的に運べば一挙両得か。目障りなものが二つまとめて片付く。
If everything works out, we'll have eliminated 2 pests in one fell swoop.
サイで。
Yep.
いいだろう。その方針で進める。 明
Very
日まで
well.
に計画の詳細を煮詰めておけ。
Proceed in that vein. Work out the details by tomorrow.
了解しました。
Aye, sir.
反町、
And Sorimachi.
はい。
Sir.
失敗は二度で十分だと思わんか。人の失敗に耐えるのもだ。
I think 2 failures are enough, don't you? I doubt either of us could tolerate a third.
私は3度でも4度でも平気ですがね。ま、少佐殿にはそこまで忍耐を期待しておりませんよ。
Well, sir. I can't say I'd be all that bothered by a few more myself, but don't fret, I'm not expecting you to be so patient. Alright, he's got a plan to directly deal with us. Sorimachi Ichizo hates no one, not even Major Garget, so sure of his own righteousness. You might think the Major foolish, even mad, but Sorimachi doesn't hate him. Sorimachi loves people. The farmers struggling to make it day to day, the shogunate officers growing fat off their blood, the corporate big shots with the government in their pockets, and the brave rebels who defy them all. Sorimachi loves each one. And because he loves them, he knows no greater joy than to live in their midst, exchanging banter, crossing blades, using and being used in turn. It doesn't matter to him who ends up face down in the mud or neck deep in a river. He loves every second. Good or evil, friend or foe, anyone who gives life their all and lives true to themselves and his goals is all right in his book. Interesting philosophy, Sorimachi. So therefore, if Sorimachi Ichizo were to ever hate a man, to hate that man from the bottom of his heart, that man would have to be all right. They didn't end that sentence either. You can end it yourself, which I think is the implication. All right. Let's see how this chapter 4 start goes. Above all else, her father instilled in her a hatred of evil. Okay. He taught her from an early age what evil was: theft, fraud, betrayal, murder. He laid it out for her clearly and concisely in words simple enough for a child to understand, and she absorbed these teachings readily, but there was something fundamental which she could not grasp. Why must we hate evil, she asked. Why mustn't we steal, lie, cheat, or kill? In answer, her father shook his head and said, "Ask not why. I cannot offer you a logical explanation, because the hatred of evil transcends, or must transcend, logic. The Edo period philosopher Hosoe Heishu wrote that true love is that of a mother for her child. There's no reason, it simply is. Hatred of evil is the same. We hate evil because it's inherently loathsome. Search for any other reasons to distance yourself from this truth. So knowledge of good and evil is inherent? Actions are inherently good or evil? Or people can be? Is there shades of gray? Is there room for shades of gray in this philosophy? Any attempts to explain why an evil must be condemned necessarily invites an argument to the contrary, an argument justifying said evil, of course. It was self-defense. They started it, everyone does it. Appealing to logic in order to denounce evil only gives rise to logic validating it. That makes sense. I can see that. But then I would ask, does everyone see everything as evil? Everyone see the same thing as evil? I can't countenance such a world where some deep-seated sense of resignation drives us to accept evil through our very rejection of it. That is a world where evil will never die, where man will never achieve true everlasting good. Even if that's our reality, we have a duty to overcome it. That is true. That is true. Okay. If resignation drives us to accept the reality of evil, then it's not a great world. Yeah, okay. She's like, I can't stand a world where people are just obligated to accept the existence of evil, because, the shitty world. Yeah, okay. And we have a duty to overcome it. I like that idea. I like that idea. It's hard to judge it's hard to acknowledge a universal standard of evil, as existing, but if you were to assume one exists, for whatever reason, then yeah, you could probably, like, make this argument where, like, you should never accept it, and you should always, try to overcome it to make a better world. Okay. I'm on board with this. I even like the idea. Okay. We must fight to eradicate evil wholly and utterly without exception. Yes, at times there may be no choice but to resort to evil. I've known many people in my life, and among them are some who committed evil deeds only because they were left without recourse. Even so, evil is evil, and their crimes too must be punished, not overlooked, because they were necessary. To commit evil is to break the laws that are the very foundation of our humanity. So do not ask why, simply know, with the most basic part of your being, that evil is to be hated. Even now it cannot be said that she fully understands the philosophy bequeathed to her, but then one could argue it was not meant to be understood. Regardless, one thing is certain, her faith in her father and his words remain unwavering to this day. Ayane Ichijo, too, will hate evil with all she is. Welcome back to school, Ichijo. Ichijo sighs, though not because she's exhausted by the hate always burning inside her. It's a feeling of impotence that sapped her spirit, the knowledge she has no strength to fight. She possesses unwavering resolve, yes, and the martial skills passed down to her by her father and great-aunt, but these alone are not enough to contend with the evil he faces. Not nearly. Even so, she wants to fight, if only he'd let her. He won't, of course. Nor would Ichijo were she in his position. On the battlefield, the powerless are just casualties waiting to happen. They might be satisfied dying for their beliefs, but their sacrifice helps no one. It only endangers the people tasked with protecting them. Oh, rip your internet. Hope it recovers soon. Ichijo knows this, which is why she's kept her selfish desire to fight under control all this time. But still, the hunger grows. Yeah, where are you gonna find a Tsurugi, though, my friend? Give me power. Give me the strength to fight by his side. I mean, she does have the fragment of a Tsurugi, right? Presumably, she took it from the old man. He just doesn't know that it's the case. Give me the strength to fight by his side.
Ayane!
Ayane?
Ayane!
Ayane! Not paying attention.
Hi.
Yes.
はいじゃない。ぼさっとしてんな。
Kind of answer is that.
質
Hurry up.
問を解いてみろ。
Solve the problem.
どこですか？
Which problem? She's like, where is it?
なんだ、聞いてなかったのか。127ページの3問目だ。
Page 127, problem 3.
ボケーっとしやがって。お前はボケの花か。
How dare you doze off in class? You think I'm doing this for my own amusement?
どうせ夜遊びでもしてて寝不足なんだろう。まったくお前のようなやつは将来が心配だな。絶対ろくな大人にならんぞ。どっかの汚い工場で女工でもやるのが関の山。
You've got no future, I tell you, no future. You'll end your days working in a factory, that's all you'll amount to.
経エネルギー第一法則によれば P イコール WHS。
According to the first law of kinetic energy, P equals WHS.
問題文にそれは吸力式戦車10台と金属バット8本、5リットルの油に7リットルの牛乳、米3合、塩コショウ、あと砂糖を小さじ3杯加えたらできたとあるので W は550トン。
The problem states that the object in question is made from 10 Type 98 tanks, 8 metal bats, 5 liters of oil, 7 liters of milk, and 3 bushels of rice, 5 measures of salt, and 3 teaspoons of sugar. Therefore, W equals 550 tons. She knew those off the top of her head. I assume it tells her how much the question, since it's high school math, I assume the question tells you how much a fucking tank weighs. Or theoretically weighs.
H は重ねたトランプの一部だけちぎることが可能とあることから設問2の回を代入して215キロ。テクニカルゴールドモーターにピニオンが 13T なら S は48キロ。
It also states that it's able to tear through a part of a large stack of cards. So we use the answer to problem 2 and get H equals 215 kilograms. If the technical gold motor's pinions are set at 13T, then S equals 48 kilograms. I don't know what I'm reading.
代入して 550×215×48 567万6000。
550 times 215 times 48 is 5,676,000.
答え、破壊ロボのパンチ力は567万6000空手になります。
Answer. A destroyer robot has a punching force of 5,676,000 karates. What's a karate? We'll just assume it's like joules or something. Alright.
正解。
Correct. He doesn't sound very happy at all. Her duty performed, Ichijo sits down and resumes staring listlessly out the window. Beneath her desk, her fingers toy with a short metal object, the final gift of the old man who gave his life for hers. It's roundish and sharp, like the fang or horn of some great beast, and its cold touch focuses her mind to a razor's edge.
会いに行こう。
Go see him. Her mind is made up. She'll visit his home after school, just as she has done nearly every day for the past few weeks. He might be out, as he often is, but she'll make the trip all the same. Ichijo may not be a model student, but she's never been one to neglect her studies, in the words of her father. Only he who possesses all knowledge may decide what is worth learning and what is not. As Officer Minato stated more succinctly, school is important. So Ichijo does her duty, and well, she's already reviewed the material on this year's syllabus, obtained clarification on the parts that confuse her, and committed the necessary formulas and data to memory. Further devotion, such as paying attention in class, seems unnecessary. After all, there are more important things to learn right now.
今頃何してるのかな。一人で捜査に行っちゃってるんでなければいいけど。
I wonder what he's doing. I hope he hasn't gone off without me. She wants to see him, to talk to him, to learn what he has to teach. All in the hope of one day fighting by his side. As the teacher drones on, Ichijo squeezes the cold metal in her lap and thinks of justice. Justice.
未決集0485出ろ。
Prisoner 048, get ready.
はい。
Sir.
で、今日は何をやってる？棚に足かけてぶら下がって。
What is it this time? Never seen a guy hang from the window bars by his feet before.
腹筋運動です。
Setups. 1 month ago, we began investigating reports that Rokuhara was conducting highly dangerous research at the fish hatchery on Enoshima Island. Last week, we received a transmission from the agent assigned to the case. The message was short, and we've been unable to contact the agent since. The message only said, "I saw a silver monster." In addition, there have been numerous unexplained disappearances in the region. The locals are beginning to blame the island for these incidents. The situation might be more dire than first believed. Our intelligence suggests that Rokuhara is conducting experiments of an inhumane nature on Enoshima. It's also possible the mass murderer known as Code Silver is involved. We believe this matter warrants immediate attention. Wait, whose perspective is this? Is this the perspective of the Rokuhara or of the, no, this is the prince, right? This is the this is the shrine temple thing in Kamakura. We, however, are currently short on personnel who would be able to conduct such an investigation upon Yamatoan soil, and therefore, for the sake of mutual peace and prosperity, GHQ requests the Kamakura Police Department assist us in this matter. After a brief, business-like explanation, the new GHQ liaison, Captain Otori's replacement, so she is dead, hands the document to the commissioner and takes his leave. Silence reigns for several seconds. A secret Rokuhara research facility? The existence of such a thing is perhaps plausible given the political climate. However,
いささか突拍子もない話だとの考えを禁じ得ません。
I find these claims somewhat outrageous to accept at face value.
まったくだな。
Couldn't agree more.
あっからさまにうさんくさい話やね。幕府の危険な兵器実験、人手不足、現地の警察に協力要請。
It's awfully hard to swallow, the shogunate conducting dangerous research, a shortage of personnel, requesting help from the local police.
一個一個ならなんてこともない話やけど、三つ揃うと
Yeah, the
素
parts
直
sound
に受け
reasonable
止め
enough
ろ
on
って
their
方が
own.
無理やわ。
When you stick them together, though, who's gonna believe it? Just so I can't shake the feeling I'm reading a screenplay.
宮殿下、
Highness?
うん。
Yeah?
おそらく GHQ は私と八幡宮のつながり、そしてそこに影明、固有の戦力が存在することに気づいたのだと思われます。
I believe GHQ has learned of Kageaki's connection to Hachiman Shrine. And in other words, they know you have at least one Musha under your command.
大鳥大尉が失踪前に報告をしていたのかもしれません。
Perhaps Captain Otore told them before her disappearance.
GHQ が宮殿下をどう扱うつもりにしろ、実戦力を保有していては不都合なのでしょう。そこで排除にかかったのではないかと。
Whatever their intentions towards your highness is in their best interest for you to be powerless. They may have decided to eliminate Kageaki in order to deny you as an asset. Have we learned anything? Our protagonist hasn't learned shit because this is the first scene we've seen with him in it since the chapter ended. Have we, the reader, learned anything? Sort of. I mean, we got direct clarification who Sorimachi was working with. And that's about it. And we know like what their plot is for this arc. They're trying to get Kageaki killed. This is their first time they're acting with the intention of taking him out as part of the chapter plot, rather than him encountering an issue. Rather than him seeking out trouble, they're sending him into a trap. Or trying to get him to get destroyed by the Rokuhara so they don't have to waste assets.
あるいは GHQ はより直接的に影明を厭う理由を持つのかもしれませんが。
Another possibility is that Kageaki presents a more immediate threat to their plans. I recall the theory the commissioner presented to us during the brief interval before the new liaison's arrival. If his reading is correct, then yes, my connection to His Highness is not the most pressing reason for GHQ to want me neutralized. Why kill him? You're using him and Muramasa to kill Ginseigo. Who else could do it? It would appear that GHQ, and since GHQ from those guys' perspective, and Rokuhara from the top, does not care about Ginseigo. At least, like, they claim they don't. Right? This data bureau doesn't give a shit about Ginseigo. The prince does. This prince might care, but nobody else cares. Nobody else cares about Ginseigo, and people who are aware of Muramasa's existence merely care that Muramasa exists and that he needs to be destroyed before he gets famous. the prince cares, presumably because I guess he's trying to keep bad things from happening in his kingdom if at all possible. And he can't really directly oppose Rokuhara. But he can oppose a lone Musha going around killing villages for no reason. Either that or they're just asking Kage... Oh, either that or we only see that they're sending Kageaki on Ginseigo missions because that's the main plot. And he actually does more than just go hunt Ginseigo.
で、罠を仕掛けてきた。
So you think it's a trap?
はい。江ノ島に何が待つにしろ、その目的とするところは影明の捕殺と見てまず間違いないでしょう。そういうことであれば。
Yes, whatever's waiting on Enoshima. Its purpose is almost certainly to kill Kageaki, in which case...
言葉を選んで断るか、あるいは表面上を受け入れておいて実質は何もしない。要はサボタージュを決め込むか。いずれかでよろしかろうと存じます。
I see two viable courses of action. Either we come up with a satisfactory reason or to decline the request, or failing that we accept it and simply shelve the investigation.
そうやね。影明君、それでいいね。
No, the prince is not trying to trap and kill Kageaki. Where Kageaki is working with the prince. It is presently the trap is designed by GHQ, and they're not actually trapping you so much as pitting you against Rokuhara to try and get you guys to kill each other. And they're luring you with the idea of Ginseigo, but it's not clear if it's actually in the area or not. I mean, the best bait would be they just tell you where it is, that it happens to be a good place they want you to go in the first place, right? They're like, oh yeah, Ginseigo's based in Enoshima, go fuck them up, and then they just hope you guys kill each other, right? That would be like the best case for them. It's like, okay, well, 2 threats gone.
いいえ。
Play it safe? You okay with that, kid? No, Highness.
What?
What?
影明。
Kageaki?
自分は江ノ島へ向かいます。宮殿下、お釈の密事をお下しあれ。
I will go to Enoshima. Your Highness, please order my release.
いやいや、そらあかんやろ。
Crazy kid.
どういうつもりだ。お前はこれが罠ではないと思うのか。
What are you thinking? Do you disagree this is a trap?
すべてが額面通りという可能性も否定はしません。
There's a chance that everything is exactly as it appears.
本気か。
Are you serious? He sounds like he really wants to ask if I'm nuts.
自分にはその点はどちらでも構わないのです。ただ、銀星号の介在を示唆されていることが気にかかります。
To me, the question of whether or not it might be a trap is unimportant. What I can't overlook is the possibility Ginseigo's involved.
それがただの虚言なのか、それとも何らかの事実を下敷きにしているのか。
Whatever
これは罠
GHQ's
か否
motive
かと
in
いう
sending
観
us
点から
this,
は判断不可能です。
the account of a silver
どちら
monster
に
may
しても
still be based in
双
fact.
方の可能性があり得ます。
Good reason to pursue, given how obsessed this guy is with hunting down Ginseigo. Makes perfect sense for him to eat the bait, right?
現地へ踏み込んで確認する以外に道がありません。
And the only way to know for sure is to go to Enoshima.
無謀やと思うえ。
You could be getting yourself killed.
一切承知。
I am aware of the risk.
町長。
Dave,
影明。宮殿下はお前の身を案じておられる。
Kageaki, His Highness is concerned for your safety.
もったいなき限り。
I am humbled by his kindness.
必要としてもおられる。宣告。GHQ は八幡宮が戦力を有することを嫌うと言ったろう。
And he
その
needs
裏を
your
読め。
support more than ever. As I said, GHQ wants His Highness to be vulnerable. Surely you see what this means.
理解しております。宮殿下よりの数々のご厚情も忘れてはおりません。
I can, and I haven't forgotten the great debt I owe your highness. I bow to the screen.
さりながら、この身は銀星号討滅のために尽きるもの。どうかお許しありたい。
However, my sole purpose is to destroy Ginseigo. I beg your indulgence.
いや殿下。
Highness. You're going to indulge some headstrong guy who just wants to run right into a trap?
仕方ないか。
Seems like it. No convincing him, is there?
はあ、この者にはまだ今は。
Afraid not. It's still too soon.
用心するんよ、影明君。くれぐれもな。
Don't do anything
お
crazy.
心遣い痛み入ります。
Thank you for your concern.
死んだらあかんえ。
Don't go dying on me now, you hear?
はっ。
Understood. Was he working for the prince for the last 2 years, or is it just recent?
して何事か、
Hey,
シ
what's
シ
this?
ク。
So, what's this matter you wish to discuss, Shishiku?
は、昨日進駐軍ともつながりを持つお雇い組の者から報告があり、
Your Grace, last night I received word from one of our informants in GHQ.
何でも近々奴らが江ノ島へ本格的な調査団を送り込むとのこと。
It appears they'll soon begin probing Enoshima in earnest.
ほうほう。
Oh.
その情報の精度は
How trustworthy is this informant?
横浜に潜伏している馬屋衆へ連絡して至急調べさせた。確かにそのような動きがあるそうだ。
I immediately had our Umaya Shu operatives in Yokohama investigate. There have indeed been movements which support his claims. No Otori route, I guess. We'll have to save it for next time. My apologies. I don't know how to trigger the routes. In fact, I'm not looking at any of the route guides because you guys actually told me not to do that, so I don't know how to trigger the route. If I did, I might have probably picked Otori. Now I know, but I didn't know how the mechanic worked. That now that I do, is what it is. Correct, I said I guess we're doing the Otori route. And yeah, that was only a few days ago. But I don't know how to trigger the route, so I just guessed we're going this route because hey, I've done the thing where I pick the more nice things, where in the choice events that are like Otori or Ichijo, I picked Otori, which usually leads there. The fact that it doesn't, oh well. The fact that it leads to their death if you pick the routes that choose it, like whatever. I'm not reading ahead, so it is purely up to fate. Either I screwed up one specific, super important part. I needed to go deeper into Otori instead of like being a little on the fence, or I needed to like tell them both to fuck off and always pick the latest character options. It is what it is. I don't know how to actually get into the route. I picked the wrong onigiri from the Amishi girl. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking I should have picked the large onigiri, and that would have resulted in both of Otori and Ichijo living, while what's her face dying. I was actually thinking that because we got points for. I thought we got points for Otori for that one. Anyway, not super important. Resurrect Yuhi and do the Yuhi route? Of course, of course. The route where it turns out Yuhi is Jesus and after 3 days he's prophesized to rise again.
へえ、ようやく食いついてきたってわけだ。
Yeah, so they finally took the bait.
存外腰の重い奴らだの。教えてやってから一月近く経っておるではないか。
One has to wonder what took them so long. It's been almost a month since we leaked the information.
さて、単に動きが鈍いだけか。
Perhaps
そ
they
れ
were
とも
simply
餌
tied
が
up
う
in
ま
red
すぎて
tape.
警戒させたか。
Or perhaps they thought the bait was rather too enticing.
いずれにせよ、乗ってきたならこちらの対処は決まっている。
Whatever the case, now that they've played into our hands, we'll proceed according to plan.
はい、お父様。何もしないということでよろしゅうございますのね。
Am I correct? We're going to do, or we're to do nothing?
飢えた獣には餌が必要だ。
Indeed, let the starved wolf have his meal.
腹が膨れれば鼻も鈍る。奴らには たんまりと食ってもらいたいものでござるな、殿。
A sated beast is a lazy beast, and this should fill his stomach nicely.
でなきゃ用意した甲斐がないしね。あれはあれで金かかってんだしさ。
Better, a whole lot of money went into that thing.
予算を好き放題に使わせたやつの言うセリフか。
You're the one who drained the budget like a newborn at her mother's teeth.
物々しい研究所で作ってるもんが単なるハリボテだったらさすがにバレるだろう。本物志向ですよ、本物志向。おかげで最高なギャグになっちまったけど。
We don't want him to bust into our big secret lab just to find a bunch of toys now, do we? It's gotta look real, man. Real! It is pretty damn silly, though, I admit.
あれは少しやりすぎじゃないかって気がしなくもないわね。
You definitely went overboard this time.
そのぐらいでよかろう。奴らの興味関心を満たしてやるにはな。万一にも現段階で本命の方へ目を向けられては困る。
All the better to hold their interest.
シシク、そちらはどうか。
We wouldn't want them to realize there's an even more succulent meal right under their noses. Speaking of which, Shishiku?
お待ちを。
Oh, my lord. Go on.
は、
Here.
お前に。
At your service.
おお、これは柳生の多忙であろうに呼び立ててすまんな。
Why, if it isn't the good Yagyu, forgive us for calling you from your
お
duties.
心遣い、痛み入ります。
Your Excellency
古
is
賀
most,
中将様。
most considerate. It's everyone's least favorite hero from League of Legends.
して上安祭。
Bam
笹川
Windwall,
の状
please.
況はいかに。
Joansai, how fair are things in Sasagawa?
構わぬ。直答を許す。
は、現時点ではご懸念に及びませぬ。我が機下の馬屋衆による膨張は十分に機能しております。
Yes, Your Grace. At present, there's no cause for concern. We of the Umaya Shu can maintain total information
かの
control.
計画は幕府の大事、国家の大事。そなたを信頼して構わぬであろうな。
The fate of the shogunate, indeed of Yamato itself, rests with this project. Can we trust you to keep it safe?
六原あってのこの上案、難情をもってご期待に背きましょうや。
I am nothing without Rokuhara. How could I betray your expectations, my lord?
よろしい。
Very
下
well.
がれ。
Leave us.
は、
Your Grace.
して計画の進捗状況はいかがであろう。
How's the project progressing?
岡部の欄で収集した実践データをもとに最終調整を行っている。それが完了次第、第一期量産の予定だ。
We're using data we collected during Okabe's rebellion to make the final adjustments. Once those are complete, we'll begin the first wave of production.
急げよ。
Make haste. My lord.
偉人どももバカではないからの。いつこちらのまたぐらへ手を伸ばしてくるか。はてさて。
The foreigners may be barbarians, but they aren't fools. There's no telling when they might come sniffing around our unmentionables.
だからこそ用意した江ノ島、うまく聞いてくれることを期待しましょう。
That's what Enoshima's for. Let's hope it goes as planned. Alright, let's see how it goes. We're off to Enoshima Island. The island of Enoshima, located southwest of Kamakura, is a major tourist attraction and the center of Benten worship in the Kanto region. A destination for pilgrims since the days of the Kamakura shogunate, the Edo period saw it equal Ise Shrine as an attraction for the pious. The island's unique scenery and atmosphere remained much appreciated in the modern era as advances in transportation have enabled tourists to visit from all over Yamato and even the world. But how? Doesn't a single train ride one way cost 3 months' wages? That's a lot of fucking money. Because remember, what a plane flight's like $1,000, and for a decent number of people, that is less than a month's wages. Considerably less. Mind you, there's other expenses, but I'm just saying, you know, rent's pretty expensive, but yeah, most people are making over 12 grand a year. Probably triple that is, I believe the average is more than triple that. So trains are fucking expensive in this setting. That's all I'm trying to say. Getting anywhere is ludicrously expensive. If it's 3 months' wages, that would be easily like what would that be? Like 6? If I said 36 was like average, I don't know what the average wages are right now. I could probably check that. Let's see. Average wages, US annual. The national average. Wow, that's fucking high. I didn't realize that. But actually, the national average US income at 97,000. Holy hell, that's huge. Okay, that's more than I thought it was. The median is 69. Median might be more accurate than average because there's a lot of high-end inflation. Median's 69, even at that rate. That'd be like 169. 69 divided by 12 is what? 5 point something? Yeah, so you're making like 6 per month. So that'd be like, it'd be like 15, 16 grand for a train. That's how expensive transport is in this setting. There's no way there's that many tourists. Maybe across the world, but holy crap. That's a lot of, that's very expensive. But Yamato might just be a poor country, so across the world is reasonable. All over Yamato is very questionable. Among these tourists have been such venerable personages as Prince Ferdinand of Habsburg, General Nogi Marasuke. It's also notorious as the location where Dansai Osamu attempted suicide with his lover 10 years ago, though this incident actually took place on Koyurugi Cape on the opposite shore. By the way, the audio is still dead for this. There's like no background audio for this scene. Yeah, I'm not screwing anything up here. In recent years, visitors have come for more than just religious observance or sightseeing. It's a popular fishing spot, for example, and has a variety of rare plants and animals to study. Its most recent attraction, however, bears special mention. And there the music kicks in. The weather is exceptionally clear, and I'm taken by the not unpleasant sensation of falling forever into the infinite blue of sea and sky. A salty breeze whips my skin. So hot that I find even the sweat rolling down my body refreshing. And someone hates this OST. They're probably wishing that it wasn't this one and we were just listening to the silence. Sweltering, a word made for this occasion. It's summer.
違いますよ。
It's really not. Hey!
何がどうしていきなりこうして海水浴なんですか?
What are we doing at the beach? Why are you wearing a one-piece bathing suit? You're looking hella embarrassed for someone who's in a bathing suit. Does this mean I'm missing the opportunity to have Utori in a bathing suit? Truly, I've sacrificed a lot. Damn. I didn't realize what I was giving up so soon. Not that I actually made that choice consciously. Oh well. For you Ichijo fans, here it is. Ayane Ichijo. Summer edition.
状況に溶け込むのは情報収集の基本だ。
The first step in an investigation is to blend in with the local population. When we arrived, we found ourselves at a crowded seaside resort, hence our current attire.
そういうことではなくて。
That's not the issue.
いえ、それもあるんですけど。
I mean, that's part of it, but
どうして水着に？
why swimsuits?
この暑さの中、平服で歩くつもりか。
You want to wear your usual clothing in this heat?
それは無謀だ。
That would be a poor idea.
そうですけど。
I guess so.
水着が嫌なのか。
Would you rather not wear a swimsuit?
嫌っていうか、その。
主観的意見としては。
Personally, I like how you look in it. Oh my goodness, he's flirting with Ichijo.
え？
実に魅力的だ。
It's most becoming. Saw that coming.
からかわないでください。
Don't tease me like that.
本心だ。
I'm being sincere. Yeah, when is Kageaki not sincere? Well, that's embarrassing. We went back up to 3 stars? Uh-oh. I didn't pick anything. I didn't pick anything, and it's boosting her star rating to what was the cap for getting her killed. Ah, shit. Well, I guess that's how it goes. Anyway,
話を元に戻しますけど
back to business. If she goes above 3, she dies, so we can't say anything nice to her. Yep.
目的地は江ノ島なんでしょ
We're here to investigate the island,
早く
right?
行きましょう
Ooh, let's get a move on already. Indeed, this is not Enoshima. This is Katase on the mainland. There's nothing for us here. Good plan. Don't immediately go to Enoshima. Be in the area, make it look like a common tourist trip. I mean, your opponents are kind of already ready for you, but hey, it is what it is. Take the most sensible course of action, because you don't know that they're waiting for you. Or even if they are, you don't know, like, when their trap will be sprung. That said, there are several good reasons why we have not yet crossed over, and I begin with the most obvious.
渡れない。
We can't cross.
どうしてですか
Why not?
ここへ来るまでに調べておいた。今江ノ島全域は立ち入り禁止区画に指定されている。
I learned on the way here that Enoshima and the surrounding ocean have been declared off limits. Wait, what? It's a popular tourist destination and it's declared off limits? That's not very subtle.
無論、発令したのは幕府だ。理由は不明。
Per the Shogun's orders, of course, though they've given no reason.
兵器研究とやらをしてるからですか
Because of that research facility you mentioned?
可能性はある。
Possibly.
どうします
What's the plan?
公然と渡るのが不可能であるなら、非公然に渡る。それだけのことだ。その方策を探るのが、ここに留まっている理由の第二。
Makes sense. The music is mixed weirdly here, by the way. I had trouble hearing his voice, but the music is really loud in my ears. I think this is probably the first place we've had it where that's actually a problem. I mean, we had a similar problem in Umineko, where it happened a couple times, where it was like the music was really loud and it couldn't hear voices. But I'm getting a bit of that here, but it's also possible that Kageaki is just, since he's not really a very loud talker, it's just harder to hear him, and it would be better if someone else was talking. So if we can't cross the island overtly, we'll simply have to do so covertly. The need to secure a means of doing so is the second reason we remain in Katase.
第三は情報収集。本来なら目的地の手前で聞き込みなどと無穏なやり方は好まないのだが。
The third is to gather intelligence. Ordinarily, I would not waste time asking questions when the target's right in front of us.
今回ばかりは別だ。
But this situation is far from ordinary.
そうですね島へ行く前にせめてこの状況がどういうことなのか多少でも知っておかないと
We need some answers before we head to the island. Good evening, my friend. How's it going?
ああ、なかなか持って足を踏み入れる気にはなれない。
Yes, I don't want to walk in blind.
夏ですもんね
I mean, it is summer.
夏だ。
Yes, it is. The season is summer. The month? November. Something is very wrong here.
異常気象にも程がある。
I've heard of Indian summers, but this is absurd.
しかも江ノ島周辺だけどうしてこんな露骨におかしい事件が全然ニュースにもなってないんでしょう
It's just the area around
新聞で読んだ
Enoshima.
覚えがないんですけど
Something this crazy should be in all the papers, but I haven't seen anything. Where is Enoshima Island? They're probably referring to a real place. They said it was near Kamakura. Okay, for reference, you guys, yeah, Enoshima Island is like Yeah, it's literally attached by a highway in real life to the mainland, or to the island with Tokyo on it. It's like further north than Nagoya, Osaka, Kyoto. It's like just south of Tokyo. It's in like this. It's like just south of Tokyo. It is further north than the Shinomiya Island, which I just forgot the name of. I can't believe I forgot that. What is that, Rockinjima? It's way north of Rockinjima. It's like right by Tokyo. There should be snow, especially... There should be snow or cold, especially in November. Yeah, at least it's not Rockinjima, it's Enoshima. It's like really close to the mainland. Close enough that there is an actual highway to it. Stretching south from Kamakura. Kamakura and Yokohama, I think? Anyway, this is like really weird. If it's November and it's like bathing suit weather, that'd be pretty weird. Like if I was just hanging outside and I was wearing like shorts in November, that'd be really weird. At least where I live.
六原が絡んでいるとして、だが報道機関に観光令を敷く程度のことは
If
どうせもないの
Rokuhara
だ。
is indeed involved, silencing the press would be no trouble at all.
怪しいってことですね。
So that's looking more likely then?
ああ
Yep. Even while explaining the situation to Ichijo before we left, I was skeptical about the report on Rokuhara activity. Now, however, my feelings are exactly the opposite. There's no question the shogunate is up to something.
では行動を開始する。手分けして情報収集。主眼は島内への潜入方法。
Alright, gang, let's split up and look for
この
clues.
異
Oh,
常
wait,
な
there's only
熱
two
気
of
に
us.
ついて。
Alright, let's split up and start gathering intel. Our priorities are to find a means of crossing to the island and learn the source of this unnatural heat wave. Imagine if it's literally just them doing like using like the air as a massive heat sink.
何か質問、提案など。
Any questions or suggestions?
ありません。
Oh, sir. Ichijo is at work. Before her answer is finished, she scans the area once and then sets her sights not on the tourists crowding the beachside shops, but on a group of grim-faced fishermen lounging by their boats. A quick and prudent decision, also likely to fail. She takes off in their direction, but before she gets more than a few steps, she turns around and says,
そういえば、港さん、
By the way, sir.
何か。
Yep.
あの大尉とばあさんはどうしたんです？
What happened to the captain and the old lady?
あ、すいません。やっぱりいいです。
Sorry, never
そ
mind.
りゃ、いろいろありますよね。あんなんでも
GHQ
軍人だったんだし。
Probably busy.
じゃ、行ってきます。
I'll see you later.
ああ
Take care. I couldn't answer. Over an hour later, my investigation has yet to turn up any useful information. There have been, by and large, two kinds of responses from people I've questioned regarding the abnormal weather. First are the locals with their tight-lipped stares. To a man, they've been extremely reluctant to speak on the topic, and I can hardly blame them. Even the most gossip-loving individual would fall silent beneath Rokuhara's shadow. Then there's the tourists who heard about the unreasonable warmth by word of mouth and came to partake in the novelty of a November day at the beach. They are happy to talk, of course, but have nothing to offer save baseless speculation. The locals are more likely to know something of value, judging by their reactions. The shogunate has not placed them under a gag order as it has the press, otherwise their first reaction would be fear. Instead, I keep getting the sort of grimace one makes when prodding a boil. They clearly want to stay as far away from anything related to Rokuhara as possible, and at the moment that means ignoring the island looming on the horizon. This is an attitude shared by nearly all of Yamato's people, and Rokuhara knows it, which is likely the very reason they haven't bothered to clamp down on the locals. Not only would it be an unneeded effort, it might conceivably have the opposite effect, as any psychologist will tell you. People are more inclined to show interest in something that's been expressly denied them. I have to admit I'm impressed. Rokuhara has oppression down to a science. It'll take a tongue of silver to pick the locks of these people's mouths, but as experience has taught me, it's not something I possess. I need to find a local whose lips have already been greased.
とりあえず、この辺りに銀星号の気配はないようよ、ミド。
In any case, there's no trace of Ginseigo in the area.
島の中についてはわかるか？
You can scan the interior of the island.
そこまでは無理ね。島全体の匂いを探るなら、中に踏み込むか、せめて周囲をぐるりと一周しないと。
If you want me to check the whole island, not from here, we'll have to at least set foot on it ourselves or circle the perimeter.
だろうな。
I expected as much. Enoshima was once entirely separate from the mainland with a narrow land bridge that only appeared at low tide, but the Great Kanto earthquake 20 years ago altered the geography of this region considerably. Now, all the land bridge is available at all times, making it easy to cross if I so desired. Unfortunately, it solves nothing.
飛んでみる？
Should we fly over?
リスクの大きい選択だ。現段階では避けたい。
The risks are too great. Let's make that our last resort. Yeah, we don't have invisibility. Or radar or otherwise. I regard the island rising up out of the sea. No lookout towers or gun emplacements mar the majestic ridgeline. But that's no excuse for complacency. If the island is indeed of value to Rokuhara, it's unthinkable that it would not be defended by Musha. Walking or sailing across is out of the question, and approaching by air will inevitably lead to detection and interception. While forcing my way through is certainly an option if Ginseigo is truly involved, it would be reckless in the extreme to choose that path while my enemy's presence remains uncertain. What I need is a way to sneak onto the island, and for that I'll need the assistance of someone who knows the terrain. But where will I find... Mido. Muramasa's voice calls my attention back to my surroundings. While I was ruminating, my feet have carried me some distance along the beach. The area is rocky. There's no one in sight. There is no information to be gained here, and I turn to leave. But as I take my first step, something catches my ear. I thought this section of beach empty, but now I hear voices from behind a stand of rocks at the water's edge. They're whispering to each other, though they don't sound fearful of discovery. Curious, I peek around the rock and see 6 children dressed in the garb of local townsfolk. There are 4 boys and 2 girls of varying ages, though none is older than perhaps 10. From the similarities in their features, I suspect they may all be siblings. Something appears to have distressed them. The 2 youngest are crying while the oldest is focused intently on something in his hands.
模型か。
A model, perhaps? The object is a toy ship, likely modeled after one of the battleships that participated in the climactic engagement of the Russia-Yamato War. A fraction of the size, of course, and no detail. It's the sort of toy you can buy for about 100 yen. Or no, perhaps it's of higher quality than that. Looking closer, I see the boy has opened the hull and is peering at some mechanism inside. The toy isn't just a model ship, but one that has a working propeller. Such toys appeared on the scene a few years ago after a craftsman by the name of Yabuchi Kenkichi invented a miniature electric motor. Early models were very expensive, but now there are bargain bin versions that even less fortunate children can hope to own. This toy ship is probably carrying a relatively low price tag, but even so I can tell from the concern on the children's faces, it's no less precious to them for it. All eyes are focused on the young man at work on the ship's innards. No one is aware of my presence.
電池が切れたのかな?
Is the battery dead?
昨日竹兄が買ってきてくれたばっかだよ。
I guess you just bought a new one yesterday.
モーターかな?
Maybe it's the
モ
motor.
ーターが壊れてても直せる?
Can you fix it?
カズ兄、
Kazu?
よし、これで大丈夫。
Alright, that should do it.
多分。
As his brothers and sisters look on apprehensively, the boy places the ship in a rock pool and flips the switch. With a low hum, the toy begins to glide across the surface of the water, leaving a gentle froth in its wake. The sound is feeble, however, and its advance slow, a far cry surely from both the maker's design and these children's expectations. The boat gradually loses speed until it finally comes to a stop, right at my feet. I hear the children gasp and feel the frightened stares dig into my flesh. It's nothing new. I've grown used to such reactions from children. I pick up the toy ship, careful not to make any threatening moves. The youngest boy starts towards me, only for his sister to pull him back. Judging by the terror on their faces, they might flee at any moment. Best hurry.
一応進んでいたのだから、駆動系の破損ではないはずだな。
It did move. It's not a problem with the drivetrain. I open the battery compartment and look inside. As one of the boys said, the batteries look brand new. The waterproofing seals also appear intact. There's no damage to the propeller.
オーターか。
The motor then? Yabuchi motors are often praised for their lifespan, but nothing is perfect. Use one long enough and the rotor, brushes, and magnets will decay.
ローターやブラシではなさそうだ。おそらく磁石の熱だれ。
It's not the rotor or brush, it must be a dead magnet. A motor in operation generates heat, and enough heat can cause a magnet to lose potency. With prolonged use, the magnet may eventually cease to function entirely.
なら。
In which case, as the boy did earlier, I opened the cylindrical hull to reveal the gears, drive shaft, and a surprisingly large motor. I peer into its exhaust port, not that I'm expecting to see anything, and touch my right finger to its lip.
村正、
Muramasa?
何？
コイルを回せ。力を使う。
Spin up your coils, I'm gonna use your power. Okay.
了解。
I charge a small shinogi inside my body, drawing on Muramasa's power to command magnetic fields and send it into the motor. It's only a single inhalation's worth of energy, but more than enough to revive the dead magnet. That done, I replace the battery and close the hull, setting the toy back in the pool. I flip the switch. Wow! Children cry out in amazement as the 1 to 350 scale battleship Mikasa steams through the water at full combat speed, all trace of its previous lethargy gone now.
すごい元に戻った
Back to normal.
早い早い
Let it go, it's so fast! Beaming with joy, the siblings race behind as the toy proceeds boldly up the channel between two crags. I'm once again the furthest thing from their
転
mind.
んで怪我をしないといいが。
I hope no one trips. I watch them for a few moments and then turn to leave.
なあちょっと待ってくれよ
Hey, wait a minute, a voice calls before I get very far. Will we actually kill this kid? He has a face. He might be the subject.
ん
I turn back to see a seventh child, a boy older than the other six, jogging towards me across the sand. His features, too, show similarities to the others.
あんたあの船直してくれたんだなありがとう俺はああいうの全然ダメで困ってたんだ
You fixed that toy, didn't you? Thanks a lot. I don't know the first thing about machines.
あなたは彼らのお兄さんですか？
あああいつらの一番上だよさっきの少し離れてずっと見てたんだけどさ
Yep, I'm the oldest. I was watching
あいつらはバカでしょうがね
I was watching from a
お
little
礼
ways
も言わず
off,
に行っ
those
ちまいやが
guys.
った
What were they thinking, running off without saying
模
thanks?
型が治ったのが嬉しかったのでしょう。ならば頂上。自分も差し出た振る舞いをした甲斐があったというもの。
I'm sure they were happy to have the toy working
それで十分です。
again. Their smiles are reward enough for actions taken without permission.
そうはいかねえよ人に親切にしてもらって礼も言わないようなバカのままでっかくなったら社会に出た時大恥かいちまう
If they grow up without learning to thank people, how are they going to make it in the world? Probably, depending on who they are, very well. I mean, Rokuhara have it pretty well. GHQ has it pretty well. Just depends on who you're with, right?
あいつらには後でよく言っとかなくちゃとりあえずすんませんでした
I'll give them a good
俺があ
talking
いつ
to
らの保
later.
護者なんであいつらの失礼は俺の責任です
For now, please accept my apologies. I'm their guardian, so it's my responsibility.
了解いたしました。ですがどうか本当にお気になさらぬよう願います。そもそもは何の説明もせずにあのような行為を始めた当方の落ち度。
However, I request you not render too harsh a judgment. It was my fault for failing to offer any explanation before engaging in the conduct in question.
彼らが自分に声をかけられなかったのは至極当然のことであろうと存じます。ご家庭内の問題とあれば
This guy's
差し出口は
short
控えますが
essay. Under the circumstances, it's only natural. They'd be reluctant to address me. It's of course not my place to interfere in familiar matters, but I hope you'll take that into consideration.
あんたすごい喋り方するな
I've never met anyone who talks like you.
そうでしょうか。
My speech that unusual?
俺ガキだぜ
You know I'm just a kid, right?
お若く見受けられます。
You do appear young, yes.
そんなのにそんな丁寧な口聞いてどうすんのさ。人に聞かれたら軽く見られちまうよ。
If someone hears you being so polite to a kid, they'll think you got no spine or something.
他人に敬意を払うことが自己の価値を低落せしめるという認識を自分は持ちません。
38
むしろ
degrees
他者へ
in
の
May.
敬意を知らぬ者こそ己をも貶めているのだと。
I do not subscribe to the
これ
notion
は
that
母の
respect...
言ですが
Are we still going? I do not subscribe to the notion that respecting others in any way diminishes my own worth. In fact, it is by not respecting others we do ourselves the greatest disservice, my mother often
そ
said.
れにあなたがあの子供たちの兄として自分に対して示された態度は十分に敬意を払い一個の大人として尊重するに足るものです。
Moreover, the maturity you've shown in taking responsibility for your younger siblings is, in my opinion, more than sufficient reason to treat you as a peer.
自分はそれにお答えしたに過ぎません。
I've merely done just that. I'm also secretly looking for information and want to make you feel good. Before I start asking hard questions.
なあ、
はい。
Yes?
迷惑でないならっていいんだけど、名前聞かせてほしいな。
If it's okay with you, could I get your name? $230 for a new rig with water cooling? Do you mean $230 for a water cooling kit and installation? Or like a completely new case with water cooling? One of those is because 230 is a lot for water cooling setups. Like the setup, the water cooler itself is way cheaper than that usually. New case, PSU, and water cooling. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Cases are highly variable in terms of price. Power supplies aren't usually super expensive, but that makes sense. And then the water cooling solution probably costs a decent bit. Especially if they're installing it for you. That makes sense. Installation fee, I have no clue how it would be to partially install a product and test it for computer parts. So, what's our name?
俺、早武史。
Haya Takeshi. Okay.
港影明と申します。
Minato
お
Kageaki.
見知りを聞いただければ
An
光
honor
栄
to
の
make your
神。
acquaintance.
牡蠣食わない？
Want an oyster?
柿ですか。
牡蠣。
Here. The boy Haya shows me the sack hanging over his shoulder, and inside the arm-length webbing are many shells of an uneven ovoid shape.
こいつ。
Picked fresh.
柿ですか。この辺りで取れるとは知りませんでした。
See, I didn't know you could find them here.
あの辺の岩場に1時間ばかし潜ってるだけでこのくらいは取れるよ。手間がかかんねえからいい副業になる。
An hour of diving around these rocks will get you a sack full. It's pretty easy, so it makes for a good side job. You don't want to touch a water cooling kit, you don't have experience, and the stuff is expensive. I mean, if there's no leaks in it, the water cooling kit's pretty simple since a lot of them you don't actually have to like fill the water yourself. Like the low, mid-end Corsair stuff, it's pretty easy to work with. Pretty easy to install. It's just like a slightly more awkward fan. And then the water cooler goes on like any the pump goes on like any other cooler on your CPU. But it's all good. I can totally see not wanting to do any installation. So an hour to get a sack of oysters? That's not too bad. If that's a big sack. Probably big for him, but not big for Kageaki, but it'd still be enough for a meal, right?
売り物であれば自分がいただくわけには。
Oh, I couldn't eat anything you plan to sell.
売り物じゃないよ。こんな小さいのは売れねえもの。市場に卸すなら瀬戸内とか三陸とかで取れるようなでっかいのじゃなきゃ。そんなのここらじゃめったにねえけど。
Oh, I don't sell them. Too small. You'd have to go to Satochi or Sanriku to find ones big enough to take to market. Here, they're 1 in 1,000.
でもまあ、こんなのでも食えるからさ。まめに集めてると結構食いぶちが減る。だから副業。
But hey, you can still eat the small ones. With a little effort, you can save a lot on food. That's why I call it my side job. While speaking, the boy selects an oyster and with practiced dexterity uses a small knife to pry it open. A crisp pop and the thick shell comes apart with surprising ease, revealing the cream-colored flesh within. My nose tingles at the scent of brine.
どうぞ。ここらのは生で食っても平気だから安心して。
Here you go, don't worry. Oysters around here are safe to eat raw.
いただきます。
I've never had raw oyster. Usually they're cooked, or at least flavored. I take the shucked oyster and suck the creamy flesh into my mouth. First is the taste of salt, followed by a pleasant firmness against my teeth. Last comes the flavor, an explosion of pure delight for my tongue.
これは良いですね。
物は小さいけど、今がちょうど旬だから。この味はこの時期じゃないと食えないね。
Oh, they're small, but it's the right season. You can't get this taste any other time of year. The boy pops an oyster into his mouth and grins, an appropriately childish expression that belies his mature comportment. Don't see that word every day. It strikes me as an expression he doesn't get to use often, and I think back to what he said earlier about being guardian to his siblings.
副業と言われましたが。
Called this your side job?
Huh?
Yeah.
何か職についておられるのですか？
Are you currently employed in some capacity?
どっかに勤めてるのかってこと？
You mean have I got a real job?
はい。
Yeah.
雇ってくれるとこさえあればね。それでもよかったんだけどね。なかなかね。働けるから使ってくれって言っても取り合ってくれないやつが多いし。
Man, I wish some
まあ、
place would hire
法
me.
律とかもあるし。
Most won't give me the time of day no matter how I beg. I guess there's labor laws or whatever, but still.
俺みたいな子供でもお構いなしってとこは、安いかやばいかどっちかだからな。難しいよ。
The only
それでも
places
ガ
that
キど
don't
も
ask,
は食わせてやらなきゃならねえ。
the only places that don't ask questions either pay like dirt or come with some kind of risk. It's tough, but I've got to keep the kids fed somehow, right?
それはご苦労されていることでしょう。
Impressive.
一
I can
家
hardly
の
imagine
長たるの責任の重さは
how difficult it
察
must
するに
be.
なおあまりあります。
He's still going. To bear the burden of an entire household. Without thinking, I voice sympathetic platitudes that do nothing to solve his problems. Children like young Haya require actions, not words. Contrary to my expectations, however, he smiles and laughs bashfully, even happily in
だ
response.
から漁をやって暮らしてる。まあ、これが本業かな。
So I make a living fishing. I guess you could call it my real job.
乗せてくれる船があるのですか？
You found a crew that would let you join?
ないよ。けど、親父の使ってた船があるんでさ。ろくでもねえやつだったけど、蒸発するときに船を金に変えていかなかったのは上出来だったな。
Nope.
おかげで干上がらずに済んだ。
We've still got Dad's old boat. That bastard never did a damn thing for us, but at least he didn't sell the boat when he vanished. It's the only thing that's kept us afloat, so to speak.
そいつを使って近場を回って、取れるもんを取って市場に運んで金にする。値は叩かれちまうけど、アコギってほどでもないから、どうにか食うだけは稼げてるよ。
So we sail around picking up whatever fish we can take to market. We get shafted on the price, but it's not outright robbery. We make just enough to get by.
そうですか。しかし船を扱い漁までするとなると人手がいるように思えます。
I see. If I'm not mistaken,
それを
fishing
全てお一人でなさっているのですか？
boats need a sizable crew to operate. Do you handle everything yourself?
まさか。さっきのあいつらがその辺は手伝ってくれてる。
I said we, didn't I? Those guys help me out.
彼らが
Your siblings?
力仕事は無理だけど、あいつらみん
How
な
old
ち
is
びっこ
this
か
kid
ら賢い
supposed
か
to
らな。
be? They can't do any heavy
うち
lifting,
み
but
た
they're
く小
small
さい
and quick.
船だと、そいつが結構重要だ。
It's pretty important on a little boat like ours.
俺が船を動かしてる間に海の様子を見たり、漁をやるときには道具を揃えといてくれたりとか。
They watch
あ
to
ん
see
なん
while
で
I'm
も
driving
随
the
分
boat.
役に立つんだぜ。
When they get my tools ready when it's time to fish, they're pretty helpful, you know. So are we gonna ask him to take us on a boat ride?
想像ができます。
I can imagine. 6 children scurrying busily about their small boat, this young captain at the helm. The image comes easily to mind. It's an image of people bound by a simple yet enduring trust, a trust that needs no words or cannons to shape. It's an image of family.
しかし、早さん、
I am curious about one thing, Mr. Haya.
ああ、ごめん。そんな風に呼ばれたことってなかったからびっくりしまった。大概の大人はガキとか小僧とか竹棒とかそんなんだし。
No one's called me that before. Most grown-ups call me kid or hey or just take it.
ご不快でしたなら改めますが。
If you'd prefer a different form of address?
そんなことない。それでいいよ。
No,
港
no,
さ
it's
ん。
cool. I'm fine with that. Mr. Minato? The boy clears his throat.
で、何？
What is it?
昨今この近海では不良続きと推察します。
I venture that fishing's been difficult in this area recently. It's not something I heard from anyone in particular, but when I consider the highly unnatural heat wave in conjunction with the grim expressions on the fishermen I've seen today, it's an obvious conclusion.
ご一家のお暮らしもなかなか楽には行かないのではありませんか。
Are you not having more trouble than usual?
ああ、
Oh, that. He looks unsure of how to answer. The reason I've asked whether times are rough for his family is because I do not believe it to be true. If I did, the question would merely be a self-serving show of pity. Aya, while hardly plump, does not appear at all malnourished. His siblings, too, seemed in good health. It doesn't
不
fit.
都合とあれば重ねてお尋ねはしませんが。
I'll retract the question if you don't wish to answer.
まあ。
Well, I guess it's okay. He looks around furtively and continues with a conspiratorial smile.
今からの話は内緒ってことで。
You keep this between us?
受けたまわりました。
Certainly. As long as it doesn't involve immoral or criminal acts, but I keep that part to myself. There's a fine line between maintaining diligence to one's duty and badgering the populace.
確かにここんとこ景気は悪いね。江ノ島から来る時期外れの暖流が魚をみんな散らしちまうらしい。
It's been rough out there recently. The warm current from Enoshima is chasing all the fish away.
暖流。
Warm current?
言い方が穏やかすぎるけどな。島の中で何やって何を流してんだか知らないけど。
Yeah, I guess that's putting it
周りの
lightly.
海が煮え立ってることもある。
I don't know what's coming off that island, but whatever it is, I've seen the ocean boiling a few times. We're dealing with a quantity of thermal energy so massive as to affect local climate change. Young Haya's anecdote can't be dismissed as mere fancy. What could be the source of such great heat? I recall the report from GHQ. I saw a silver monster. Could she truly be behind this?
魚がいなけりゃ漁師の懐は寒くなる道理だな。船を出すだけ損だってんで、近頃じゃ海にも行かないで寝暮らしてるやつも多い。
Can't make a living without fish.
船
A
を
lot
処
of
分し
guys.
て出て行っちまったのもいるな。
They don't even head out anymore. It'd be a waste of time. A few of them even sold their boats and left. So what do they got there? Some kind of reactor? A cooling system for some giant computer?
最近この辺りで人が急にいなくなるって事件がやたら起きてる
You've
の
heard
知っ
about
てる？
people disappearing, right?
耳にしたことはあります。
I have. In addition, there have been numerous unexplained disappearances in the region. Another line from the report comes to
あれ
mind.
もいろいろ言われてるけどさ。要は夜逃げしちまっただけなんだと思うよ。食えないんで仕方ねえ。食えるところに行くしかねえからな。
I mean, there's a lot of weird rumors
も
about
っと
that.
も
But I think it's just people packing up and leaving. What else are you gonna do? If you can't feed your family here, you gotta go somewhere you can.
中にはこの夏を見物に来る客を当て込んで浜茶屋を建てちまったやつなんかもいるけど、特に小長井のおっさんはうまくやってんな。漁に出るよりも稼いでるってもっぱらの噂だ。
Of course, some guys have set up shops to serve all the people enjoying this damn summer of ours. I hear Konagai's making more than he ever did fishing. I read that name wrong.
それも知恵です。
Hmm.
たくましい限り。
Very
では、
clever. I wish him success.
あなたもそのように。
Is that how you've gotten by?
ってわけじゃない。
Not
Nah.
exactly. Here's
こ
the
っからが内緒話になるんだが、
here's the secret part.
は、
All right.
今は魚が取れない。もちろん魚の値は上がってる。
There aren't any fish out there, so of course prices have gone up.
だからもし一人だけ魚を取れるなら今こそ稼ぎ時って寸法だよ。
So, what if you were the only one who could catch fish? You'd make a killing, wouldn't you?
それも道理ですが、
That's logical.
取れるのですか？
Are you speaking of yourself?
一月くらい前だ。少ない魚を追い回してるうちに日が暮れて辺りが見えなくなっちまってさ。
Now, as you see, about a month ago, I was chasing some of the few fish left out there. I lost track of time, and when I looked up, it was pitch black.
気がついたら江ノ島の裏の 入り江の一つに踏み込んでた。長いそのあたりだ。普通ならそんな近づく前におっかねえ武者が飛んできて
We'd
追い
somehow
払われ
ended
ちま
up
うんだけどな。
in a little inlet on the other side of Enoshima, near Nagaizo. Normally, some of those big bad Musha would have chased us off before we got anywhere
ど
close.
うもあの時間にあの辺を警備してるやつは相当の間抜けらしいや。でなきゃ暇に飽き飽きして寝ちまってんのか。
But I guess whoever's
犬も
patrolling
来
that
ねえ
area at
ルアー
night,
の警備じゃ無理
they're
もねえ
pretty
けど。
lazy. Maybe they died of boredom or something. Who knows? Can't blame them. I mean, who's gonna show up back there, right? Nagaizo. I commit the name to memory.
それにそいつの間抜けのおかげで稼げるんだから文句なんか言えた筋合いじゃねえ。
Don't think I'm complaining. It's thanks to whoever's slacking off that we've managed to scrape by.
とは
What do you
い
mean?
たんだよそこに魚が。それもめったに見ないような大物ばっかがさ。
There were fish there. Loads of them, like I'd never seen before.
思わず踊り上がっちまったね。でもあの時ガキどもはビビってた。
I mean, I started dancing right there in the boat. The kids were freaked out, though.
怖くなった。
So was I when I thought about it later.
異様なくらいうじゃうじゃと集まってて。
There were too many of them.
犬の死体にたかるウジみてえだったな。
Like a swarm of maggots on a dead dog. I'm no seafaring man, so it's difficult for me to imagine too many fish. The tone of young Haya's voice, however, conveys that it's no laughing matter.
なぜにそれ
Why,
ほどまで
why were there so many?
わかんねえ。多分あの島が垂れ流してるのは熱だけじゃないんだろう。あそこ幕府の漁業研究所があるんだろ
Don't know, if I
う。
had
そ
to
の
guess,
研究ってやつの成果なのかもな。
I'd say there's more coming off that island than just heat. Rokuhara's got a hatchery there, right? Maybe it's some kind of research? Aya shakes his head, unconvinced by his own words, and I share in his skepticism. A hatchery, that would explain the fish, but why the secrecy? What is this heat wave? It just doesn't add up.
ま、とにかくそんなわけでさ、俺は穴場を見つけちまったってこと。
Point is, I found myself the perfect
なる
spot.
ほどその情報
I
他の
see
漁
in
師の方
other
々は
fishermen, they don't...
もっと勘違いしないでくれよ港さん。
Whoa, I'm
俺
not
は
that
そんな
greedy.
せこいやつじゃねえ。教えたさ、何か口の硬そうなやつには。でもそいつらは行こうとしねえんだ。幕府が
I
怖く
told
て仕
them the
方
ones
ねえ
you
ら
can
しい。
trust.
平
But they
気だ
don't
って
wanna
言って
go.
も聞きゃしね
I keep telling them it's safe, but they're too afraid of the shogunate.
え。それで結果的にうちの一家の独り占めになっちまってるってだけさ。
We're not trying to hog it or anything, it's just the way it worked out. The boy is slightly red in the face. He must truly not want me to think him avaricious. That, however, was not my concern.
正直なところを申し上げます手出しを控える方々の考えに
I'll
自
be
分も
frank.
同意です
I agree with the men who refuse to go.
六原を侮ってはなりませんこれまでは運があなたに味方したのでしょうしかし運とはいつまでも続かないものです尽きるものです
You mustn't underestimate the
前触れなど
Rokuhara.
何
You've
もな
been
く
lucky thus far, but luck doesn't last forever. It abandons you suddenly without warning.
次がその時かもしれませんその時が来てから後悔しても遅いのです
Your next trip may well be when your luck runs out, and when it does, it'll be too late for regrets.
やっぱり
You think so?
そう思う？
はい
Yes.
だよな。本当のとこ俺も調子に乗りすぎじゃねえかとは思ってた。
To tell the truth, I've been thinking we might be in over our heads. The boy scratches his head, and he seems somehow relieved.
俺一人ならまあそれも面白えかとか
I
思っ
couldn't
ちま
let
うけ
that
どさ
bother。me if I was alone. But with
ガキども
kids?
はいあなたがその点に思い至らないはずはないと
I
思
knew
っ
you
て
would
おり
put
まし
them
た
first.
あいつらを危ない目には合わせたくない。それでも食いぶちは稼がなくちゃならねえから考えないようにしてたけど。
I don't want to put them
ぼち
in
ぼち
danger.
潮時か
But we
な。
gotta eat, so I've been doing my best not to think about it, but you're probably right. It might be time to pull out.
食うために死ぬがごときは愚行と言わねばなりません
It's a fool who courts death to live.
ああ、そうだ
Right.
な。そろそろやめるよ。
I'll call it quits soon. Soon, TM. Yeah, of course. I'll call it quits soon. 3 months later.
そろそろ
Soon.
もう少しで正月を楽に越せるくらいの金が貯まるから。そしたら当分はおとなしくしとくよ。
A few more trips and we'll have enough money to last through New Year's. I'll stop going after that. It is November, according to the timeline. So this is... He wants a month and a half? Wait, he's trying to get a month and a half savings. Okay. I know I should press the issue, convince him to stop this very day. Luck may be finite, but Rokuhara's ruthlessness is not. This family's poaching could easily get them killed. At the same time, however, I know all the warnings in the world will not put food in 7 mouths. If only this reckless venture of theirs can accomplish that, it's not my place to speak further. In which case, there's only one thing left I can do.
Haya-san,
Please take this.
よろしければこれをお受け取りください。
I pull a single bill from my wallet and present it to him. It's of middling value, neither high nor low enough to be insulting. And as expected, the young man hesitates. But why?
これはどういう
Yes, with a frown.
実は自分は警察局の者で、江ノ島の異常について調査をしています。
I am in fact a police officer here to investigate the strange weather and disappearances. Well, not a lie, I don't expect him to believe me. Like most citizens, he probably sees the police as a subordinate of the Rokuhara, and not a very important one at that.
あなたのお話は実に有益でした。そのお礼と口止め料、そして身分を黙っていたことについてのお詫び。これらすべてとお考えください。
Nice, nice. Okay. So he's like, don't tell anyone I was here. I'll bribe him, even though the kid probably doesn't want to tell anyway. He might get in trouble. Please consider this thanks to your cooperation, encouragement to remain tight-lipped about what we discussed here, and my apology for keeping my identity a secret until now. He stares at me silently for several seconds. It's clear he's doubting something, though whether it's my sanity, intelligence, or intent, I cannot say. At length, however, a wry smile spreads across his features.
あんたもおかしな人だな。
You're one weird
た
guy.
まに。いえ。最近はしばしば言われるような気がしま
With
す。
increasing frequency lately. But you do act strangely, Kageaki. It's just not a problem because you're the protagonist of this story, so I don't really care about you acting strangely.
ありがとう。
His thin but strong fingers take the bill from my hand.
受け取っときます。あいつらにいいもん食わせてやれそうだ。
I'll use this to treat the guys to something good.
どうぞそのように。お使い。
Please do.
もう行くのかい？
Are you done here?
はい。同行の者を待たせておりますので。
Yes, my companion's waiting.
また会えるかな？
Will I see you again?
機会があれば。
If we are fortunate. Or unfortunate.
そっか。
Cool. Cute. He picks up his oyster sack and slings it over his shoulder, then faces me one last time.
港さん。
Mr. Minato?
はい。
Yep.
島に行くつもりなんだ。
You're going to the island, aren't you? I offer no reply but silence. However, my intentions were perhaps more apparent than I realized.
行かない方がいい。今度は俺が忠告するけど。
You shouldn't. Now it's my turn to warn you.
実はさ、もともともうやめるつもりだったんだ。あそこへ行くのは。
Tell you the truth, I've been
あそこには
planning to stop for a while now.
何かいるから。
There's something there.
何か。
Something.
銀色の何かだよ。海鳴りみたいな声でうなる何かがいる。
Something that roars like the sea in a storm of something silver.
この間の夜にそいつの影を見ちまった。六原は漁業研究なんかしてねえ。きっと全部あれのせいなんだ。
I caught a glimpse of it one night.
魚の群れも。
I know Rokuhara isn't just running a hatchery. The heat, the fish, it's all because of that thing.
化け物があの島で何かをやってる。
There's a monster
そ
on
の
that
せいなん
island.
だ。
It's behind all of this. Of course. Is this kid... I wonder if this kid's, like, information and his ability to get fishing there is, like, intended by Rokuhara to bait GHQ into investigating. It seems so suspicious that he's the only one that goes there, doesn't get caught, and also sees the silver thing and spreads the idea of this silver thing to people that he talks to.
化け物。
A monster. A silver
や
monster.
めなよ港さん。お願いだからさ。
Don't go. Seriously.
あの島には行か
Just
ないで。
don't go.
ええ、はい。 一通りは様子を見てみたんですがね。
Yeah, I went and had a look around.
動きがありません。慌てて引き上げにかかるなんて気配もない代わり、警備体制を強化する気配もないって塩梅でして。
Nothing's changed. It doesn't look like they're about to leave or anything, but they haven't buffed up their defenses either.
はい。ちょいとばかし当てが外れちまった
Yeah,
格
that's
好
not
で
what I
す。
expected.
これじゃあ、村正の始末は期待できませんね。
I don't,
ああ、はい。そりゃも
I think they can handle Muramasa. Yes,
う、
sir, I
私の
know.
責任です。
It's my responsibility.
どうにかしますよ。なに、高みの見物を決め込もうなんて欲をかかなきゃ、
I'll take care
ま
of
だ
it.
手はありますんで。
I was hoping I could sit back and watch, but I still have a few cards to play. Don't worry.
まあ、そこ心配なく。
I've still got it covered.
そうそううまく
Never
はいか
easy,
ねえ
is
か
it?。Time for fun?
ま、それならそれで腹をくくるだけのことだな。
Guess I'll just have to bite the bullet. Be seeing you soon.
村正。
Muramasa.
D8 号からの連絡ですか？
Was that Agent D8, sir?
ああ、どうもことは奴の思い通りに進んでいないようだな。
Seems the mission isn't going smoothly.
所詮は黄色い猿です。口で言うことの半分も何かができるわけではありません。
He's just another yellow ape, sir. I'd be surprised if he could do half of what he claims.
中佐殿も何をお考えなのか。あのような奴らに頼らずとも。
The colonel thinking, trusting these savages.
私は機関の意見を求めたか。
Ask for your opinion?
失礼いたしました。
No, sir.
反町が失敗するならそれはそれで構わない。
We lose
それで
nothing
別
even
に
if he
何を
fails.
失うわけでもない。
However,
六原の兵器、赤い武者、
the Rokahara weapon, the red Musha,
邪魔者は早めに始末するに限る。アワーアメリカのために。
must eliminate all potential obstacles. Our America is too important to do any less.
反町に
I can't leave it to Sorimachi.
任せておくべきでは。
Oh, you gonna participate too? What's his plan?
キャノン中佐に連絡。至急お会いしたいと伝えろ。
Inform the colonel I wish to see him immediately.
は、
Sir,
もう一つ。資料情報整理班に発令。
and contact the data disposal
セ
squad.
ットアップ。
Tell them to make ready. Sir. Looks like we got someone else putting a plan into motion. So we got two people putting 3 plans into motion, plus our protagonist's plan to reach the island. Looks like this could get spicy real quick. It's already past midnight by the time we set foot on Enoshima's shore. Too much time was spent procuring a boat and learning to operate it. Now only a few hours remain until dawn, leaving no time to investigate the research facility, much less scan the whole island. We'll have to restrict ourselves to preliminary observations for tonight.
今回は無理をせぬことにする。これより1時間ほど情報収集を行い、しかる後に撤収。次の機会に備える。
An hour to gather what information we can, then we withdraw to await our next chance.
片付けてしまわないんですか？
We're not finishing it this tonight?
何を片付けるべきなのかも分かっていない。夜明け前までに状況を把握して必
You
要
don't
行
know
動を
what
決
we're
定
here
し
to finish.
完遂するのはまず不可能。
It'll be impossible to fully assess the situation and develop a course of action before dawn.
夜明け以降も島に踏みとどまって調査を続行すれば、幕府側の人間との敵対的接触は必然となる。
We're still in the island
こ
after
ちらが
sunrise.
地の利を欠く以上、
We'll
それを
inevitably
避
be
けられると見
discovered
る
by
のは
Rokuhara
あまりに無
patrols
双的だ。
as we lack the knowledge of the terrain. Also, you're on a lake. You're on the ocean? It's not like there's any actual terrain other than waves.
必要とあれば幕府との交戦もやむを得ないが、まだ状況もわからぬうちから鉄火場に踏み込む景況は
While
慎まね
engaging
ばならぬ。
shogunate forces may eventually become necessary, it would be
了解した。
foolish to leap into that fire before we know what we're facing. Do you understand? Yeah, don't want to bite off more than you can chew, or at least know that you're going to do that before you do it, right?
はい、
Yes,
わかりました。
I understand.
では行動する。
Then let's get moving.
はい。あ、手分けしなくていいんですか？時間が少ないならそうした方が効率的だと思うんですけど。
Shouldn't we split up? That would be more efficient, right? Especially since we don't have much time.
確かにそうだ。
True. I consider it briefly, then shake my head. Yeah, but if you don't make it back precisely on time, it's bad. If someone falls on this unexplored island when you're like you're climbing, it could be really bad. Then they wouldn't make it to the boat on time. Like, it's probably better that you're both there together.
ケイラの武者存在不確定ながら怪物などの危険と遭遇した場合俺がいなくては対処ができない最低限状況が明らかになるまでは不
He
許可
says, I'm the only one who can respond to an encounter with enemy Musha, or this yet unidentified monster. We'll consider that option only once the situations become more clear. Ah, she can't deal with patrols, but he can. That makes sense.
すみません。私が戦えれば、こういうところで足を引っ張らなくて済むのに。
Sorry, if I could fight too, I wouldn't be such a burden.
心得違いをするな戦闘はもとより俺の役割だお前に期待するのは捜査における協力であって
Don't
それ以外
misunderstand.
の何かではない
I'm counting on you, but only to assist in the investigation. Should combat be necessary, it's my role.
その期待には十分に応えられているお前が気に病むことは何もない
You've done very well in your capacity, and you have nothing to be ashamed of. Good luck then.
はい。
I know.
で
Still, I
も
wanted to more.
私はもっと役に立ちたいです。
What more is there to do?
もっと
More. I pretend not to hear her whisper. Something tells me it wasn't meant to be heard.
行く
Let's get going.
はい。
Right. She seems a little bit deflated. In all honesty, I expected little to come of this first excursion, perhaps a general idea of Enoshima's condition, but that's all. And yet it doesn't take but a few minutes for us to hit upon one of the island's anomalies.
港さん、
Sir?
どうした
Yeah?
何か変じゃありませんか？
Don't you think something's off?
と
Such as?
どう言えばいいんでしょう。
How do I put it?
ビニールハウスの中を歩いてるみたい。
It's like we're walking through a greenhouse.
適切な表だと思う
An apt description?
どういうことですか？
But why?
動物がいない
There are no animals.
あ、そうか。
Of course.
もともと野生動物が人間のような鈍い相手の前にそう姿を見せ
So
る
there'd
もの
be
ではない
like,
が
it's night and there's like no
気配
crickets,
さえ全くない
there's
となれば
no
これは
animals
異常
making noise whatsoever, there's no flies, there's no nothing. That'd be weird. Yeah, wild animals don't normally show themselves to humans, but for there to be no trace at all, it's unnatural. This is a stark contrast to the inlet where we came ashore. There I heard a number of animals scurry off at our approach, and the water was teeming with fish, as young Haya said. We've only come a few kilometers inland, and yet
植物は普通なのに。なんで？
trees are fine though. Why?
わからんあるいは植物にも夜闇では見えがたい異常が現れているのかも
I
し
don't
れな
know.
い
Perhaps they're affected in some way. It's hard to tell in this light. An area where life is unnaturally abundant, and right next door, one of widespread decay. What's causing this imbalance? She is right to wonder about the trees. Wow, suddenly it's all dead. After several more minutes of walking, we reach the epicenter of the anomaly.
なんたる
A barren field spreads before us, a blasted wasteland devoid of life. Even the hardy weeds are yellow and crumbling, and not a single ant can be seen, to say nothing of larger animals. The soil, too, has lost its vitality. The small quantity I scoop up in my hands turns instantly to dry, choking dust.
港さん、
This is...
あ
Yes.
六原が何をやっているのかはわかんないですけど。でも、何かやってます。
I don't know what
間違いな
Rokuhara is
く。
doing. They're definitely doing something.
ろくでもない何かをやってるんです。
Something wrong. As Ichijo mutters darkly behind me, my thoughts run down a slightly different path. A shogunate research project. If that's all this is, we'd be lucky. Well, not lucky in any case. The question is,
どう思う
what do you think? I direct the silent question at Muramasa, who's hidden nearby.
そうね。はっきりしたことはまだ何も言えないけれど、
Well, it's just speculation.
あ
Fine.
重力異常がこれを引き起こしたのだとしても不思議ではないかしら。
I suppose the
タ
right
カ様の能
gravity
力の
field
幅は私にも計り知れないところがあるから。
might be able to cause this. There's a lot I don't understand about Mother's power.
気配の方はどうだ
And Any sign of them?
少なくとも今のところは。
Not here, at least.
なしか。
Nothing?
ええ。
Nothing. So far, we've scanned only a small section of the island. As Muramasa said, it's too early to do more than speculate. Still, my gut tells me to remain
Ichijo.
wary. Ichijo?
はい。
あそこに何があるか見えるか。あの開けているあたりだ。
Can you see what that is out in the open field?
地面に何かないか。
Isn't there something in the ground?
なんでしょう。ちょっと見てきます。
I'll go take a look.
待て。あそこは遮蔽物が何もない。
There's no
警
cover.
備
A
兵が
patrol,
通りがかりでもしたらことだ。
a patrol might spot you.
ここからでは見えないか。
Can you see it from here?
ちょっとなんか地面がえぐれているのはわかるんですけど。
It's like there's a ditch or something.
俺もそこまでしかわからない。どう
All I can make out too.
気になる。
Strange.
俺には何か重く巨大なものが落ちた後に見える。
It looks almost like something crashed there, something huge and heavy.
怪物。
A monster?
あ
Yes. I saw a silver monster. I recalled the line that brought me to this place. The line from that read like something from a science fiction novel. What initially felt like a baseless rumor now has an ominous ring of truth. I have no clue as to what we're facing. Is Ginseigo here? Is it one of her infected? What is Rokuhara doing? Does this secret weapon of theirs exist? No answers. However, there is something here. That at least is beyond doubt. So we're doing some investigating here. A lot more than last time.
んで、何があったって？
Damn, alright, that's a researcher. He's got a lab coat and he's absolutely ripped. Only in anime, the researcher is fucking jacked and doesn't even wear a shirt. He just wears pants and a lab coat. And sunglasses, of course. Indoors at night. Well, what's going on?
はい。廃棄係からの報告なのですが、
The disposal team's reporting they've
ネクロかカニバに目覚めたか？わかった、許可する。
started fucking corpses, eating them? Tell them it's cool.
いえ、
No,
そういったことは特に。
nothing like that.
リサイクル精神の足りねえ連中だ。少しは俺を見習えっつうの。
Kids these days need to learn to recycle. I could teach them a thing or two. Well,
侵入者を発見、
What?
捕獲したとのことです。
they've captured some intruders.
なんだ、生の方か。そいつらの身元はどっかのスパイか？ああ。
Oh, warm meat. Who are they? Spies?
いや、めんどくせえ。燃料庫に放り込んどけ。
Ah, forget it. I don't give a shit. Toss them in with the rest of the fuel.
取り調べはしなくてよろしいのですか？
Couldn't we question them?
どっちにしろやることは一緒じゃん。スパイだろうが、ただのアホだろうが。
Why? Same thing's gonna happen, even if it's just a case of wrong place, wrong time.
それはそうですが、
Prove it.
超無駄なことすんな。こっちだって報告書読むのはかったりんだよ。つうか俺、3行以上の活字を見ると火つけたくなる人だしさ。
Do I make more work? I don't want to have to read the reports. More than 3 lines, and I start getting the urge to set the damn thing on fire. You feel me? 3 lines, man. 3 pages? Understandable. 3 lines, though. Goddamn, dude.
わかりました。ではそのように処理しておきます。
Alright, Chief. I'll tell him to take care of it.
よろしく。
Cool.
じゃ
No,
あ
wait.
ねえよ、ちょっと待ておい。
Wait just a damn minute.
はい。
Chief?
なんで廃棄係が侵入者見つけんだよ。警備隊は何やってた？
Why is the trash crew finding intruders? What happened to the patrols?
それが以前から廃棄用区域の警備は甘く、
Well, the dumping area has always had low security.
どうして？
And why is that?
警備の者は皆あの辺りの巡回を嫌がるのです。亡霊が出るとかで。
The guards are afraid to go near it. They say they've seen ghosts and such.
それはなんだ？とてつもなく奥深いギャグか？
Is that supposed to be some kind of super high level joke?
深すぎて笑いどころがわかんねえぞ。
It's way too deep for me.
残念ながら本気です。というより思い込みでしょうがね。
I'm afraid
あ
it's
そこ
true,
で
or at
何が
least
廃棄されているのかは彼
they've
らも知っ
convinced
ていますか
themselves
ら。
it is. I mean, they know what we're dumping there.
アホか、死ね。警備隊に言っとけ。こんなことがもう一度あったら、おめえらも燃料庫行きだったな。
Oh, stupid fucks. You tell them the next time something like this happens, they're all going in with the fuel.
伝えます。
Yes, Chief.
今日はまあいいや、隊長だけで
Time we'll just do the captain.
処理しとけ。
Take care of him.
Hi.
Understood.
ああ、かったり。イラつく。殺す。犯す。うるせえ。死ぬ。
What a pain in the ass. Damn, fuck shit, son of a bitch.
なんかやる気出てきた。仕事すっか。ハニーの様子見るからバッテリー出しといて。今
Guess
日
I'll do
は
some
ワン
work.
ブロックでいい。
Hey, get the batteries ready. One block should do it. Let's see how many my old lady's feeling tonight.
Hi.
Or how my old lady's feeling tonight, sorry. Chief? Yes. Yes, Chief, of course. So they caught us? Or did they not? No. They might have spotted us, I guess. Or, you know what? I don't fucking know. Today, the beach is cool, positively frigid after yesterday's heat. It's far warmer than it should be at this time of year, but at least we found some use for our regular clothes. Resigned sighs have been the locals' reaction to this abrupt fluctuation in temperature. I was able to glean from some of them that such occurrences have been frequent ever since Enoshima's abnormalities began to manifest.
夜までは町ですか?
We're on standby until nightfall?
そうなるな。
Right. Ichijo and I are alone on the beach. We won't return to the island looming before us until tonight. Normally that would leave the day to gather intelligence. But with the tourists fled from the sudden cold and the shops built to serve them dark and empty, there's little prospect for new information. I mean, honestly, this happens in, like, beachside tourist places the same, right? If it's, like, super rainy, tourism just drop like a rock, yeah? Like, if you go to the Maldives, nobody's there for rainy season. No one's there when it's pouring. People are there for sunny days, relaxing on the beach or in your own, like, private beach house. Right? So, on cold days, I can imagine not too many people are out. Yeah, there's little prospect for new information since, the tourists fled from the sudden cold. Yeah. I hate to waste time, but we're left with no choice. All we can do is wait patiently for night to come.
寂しいですね.
Sad.
あ
Yep. I look around knowing that Ichijo does not mean the fact we have to wait. He's talking about the state of Katase. By all rights, a small flotilla of fishing boats should be out there on the water, racing to haul in the catch of the day before the hot sun reaches its peak. Instead, they're laid up on the sand, the crews stand idle, and their faces are grim. This is the truth of Katase. The lively atmosphere of yesterday was temporary, brought from the outside by those who knew nothing of this place or its plight. Enoshima's beauty is no more, and now even Katase is slowly following it into ruin. There's no need to ask who's to blame.
許さねえ.
Although she says... What? She says something else in Japanese. Ichijo's soft growl reaches my ears. Is that the normal... I'll never forgive you? It prompts me to react. This isn't the first time I've heard in her voice the harsh tones of malice straining at its leash.
一条
Ichijo?
はい。
Yes?
六原が憎いか
Do you hate Rokuhara? She seems to hesitate, though likely only because my question surprised her. I have little doubt the answer comes to her readily.
憎いです。だって、間違ってるじゃないですか。
Yes, I hate them. I mean, they're wrong. There's no refuting her guileless statement. Indeed, Rokuhara's tyranny is wrong. I could make the case that no government in the history of the world has been without its share of skeletons in the closet, or that dictatorship is better than anarchy, or even that it's necessary with the Western powers looming over Yamato. Rokuhara isn't without arguments in its favor. But what defense would clever apologies offer against her accusations as sharp as a needle and unbending as an oak? Try as one may, there's no denying they have done and are still doing wrong. One need only look at the ruins of Osaka to know that beyond a doubt. And so any attempt to justify their wrongdoing is merely a balm against one's shame, the shame of being helpless to challenge those wrongs in the open. We still not have affection for anyone else? Okay. Ichijo refuses to seek solace in excuses, choosing instead to acknowledge not only her enemy's evil, but also the undeniable truth of her own impotence. Her will is strong, unnaturally so.
お前の力では六原を倒せない
You're no match for Rokuhara, Ichijo.
はい。
I know.
それでも憎むのか
Will you hate them all the same?
はい。それは関係のないことですから。
Doesn't matter. It doesn't
無
matter.
力は悔しいです。
she say?
だから私も戦える力が欲しいです。でもたとえこの先ずっと無力なままでも私は六原を憎みます。
She's decided. She's already committed. She's like, I know I'm weak. I hate it. That's why I want the strength to fight. But even if I never find the strength, I'll keep hating the Rokuhara.
あいつらが間違っていることに変わりはないんですから。私は絶対六原を認めません。否定します。
I may be
力
weak,
のあるなしには関わりなく。
but they are wrong. I'll condemn them for that no matter what, even if I can't lift a finger against them. I must fight, therefore I shall. To reach this conclusion does not require one to consider the probability of success. I've heard these words before. Proud, arrogant words spoken by a man who has no right to speak them.
そうか、
I
一
see.
条。お前は六原と戦うか。力がどれほど及ばなかろうと。
You'll fight the Rokuhara even though you lack the power?
はい。
Yes.
俺もそうだ。
And I'm the same.
敵の力は確実に俺を凌駕する。比べることがバカバカしいほど圧倒的な開きがある。
My enemy's strength far surpasses mine to a degree that makes comparison absurd.
だが、
And yet,
戦わねばな
I
らない。
must fight?
銀星号ですか。
Ginseigo?
そうだ。
Yeah.
正直信じられません。港さんよりも、しかもそんな比べ物にならないほど強いなんて。
I can't believe it, honestly. It doesn't seem possible someone could be so much stronger than you.
事実だ。つまらぬ謙遜は言わん。過去に幾度か。
It's the truth.
あれと太刀を交える機
I've
会が
no
あっ
use
た
for
が、
false modesty, and all the times I've managed to engage Ginseigo in the past,
かすり傷一つ。負わせた試しはない。
never once have I so much as scratched her armor.
それでも俺はあれを制する。力の不足は必然たる戦いから逃げる言い訳にはならない。
And yet
戦
still,
いが必然であるなら、
I'll fight.
元より逃げ場などはない。
The absence of power is not an excuse to flee unnecessary battle. Indeed, no such excuse exists, not if the battle is truly necessary.
敵を打ち砕く力を得るのみだ。
You must acquire the strength to defeat your enemy or die trying. Well, there we go. Two people, both with very strong convictions about who they need to beat. One of them at least has a bit of power, though. Ichijo, she's not doing much. Yet.
はい。
一条。
Ichijo? I look into her eyes. As ever, her gaze is sharp as glass and just as fragile.
お前と俺は似ているのかもしれない。こんなところだけが。
Perhaps you and I are similar in this, if nothing else. An urge takes me and I speak a sort of prophecy.
お前はいずれ力を手に入れるだろう。
One day you will gain the power you seek.
その力がお前にふさわしい正しきものであることを祈る。
When that power comes, I hope it's worthy of one as true and righteous as you. We shall see. We shall see. Is Ichijo gonna overthrow the Rokuhara? Are we even gonna get that far in the story to see that? On the way back to our lodgings, I overhear some of the locals talking. Another family's gone missing. This time it's the Haya kids. Looks like they got caught.
お待ちください。ここは幕府直轄の施設です。進駐軍の方であっても無許可での立ち入りは認められておりません。
Stop. This is a shogunate facility. Even GHQ can't enter without permission. Wait, I said
だ
stop.
から待て。
触れるな、劣等。
Keep your filthy hands off me, you savage.
所長、
なんだこの騒ぎは。どいつもこいつもお店が腐って手当たり次第にファックし始めたのか。
What the fuck's going on here? Did everyone go nuts and start an orgy or something?
俺も入れろ。
Let me in on the action.
違います。GHQ の将校が押し込んできました。研究を開示せよと。
No, Chief, a GHQ officer's here demanding to see our research.
なーに
The fuck? This guy's losing it already.
こいつはいい。
This
話がい
simplifies
きなり
things.
簡単になっちまった。お気の短い少佐殿がこう動いてくださるんなら、 私はやりたいことだけやってりゃいいってことだね。
If the Major's too impatient to let me handle it, I guess I'm free to do as I please. Well, at least he's having a ball, right? Sorimachi's having a
入
good
道
time.
様、江ノ島より連絡です。
Master, there's a call from Enoshima.
おお、来たか来たか。
Oh, I was starting to worry.
もしもしもし、遊佐中
Hey, anyone there, General?
いやいや、これは所長殿。いつもながら元気が良いの。
Chief, it's been some time. I'm glad to hear you in such high spirits.
どうだな、研究の方は。
How goes the research?
それどころじゃねえっすよ。 GHQ のファッキンタコどもがなんか群れなしでこっち来てんですけど。
Fuck that, sir. Those GHQ fuck nuggets are all up in my shit. Well, that's a line of dialogue I may not forget for a while.
これ一体どういうこと？
What the fuck's going on?
ほうほう。
I see.
俺の研究よこせって酒のボケ殺すぞクソや。俺の大事なハニーにてめえらのフジャチン突っ込む気かよ。白人はでけえだけでパワーが足りねえよ。でしょ？
Okay, hand over my research? No fucking way, you fucking fucks. Like I'm gonna let you stick your limp dicks in my old lady. You white boys may have the size, but you got no power. You know what I'm saying?
そんなんでハニーがオルガするわけねえだろうが。いかねえよ。身の程知れよ忍ぶとやろう。せめて黒人連れてこいっつの。だからかっか。そこんとこ一つ言いますか。
What? No way my girl's gonna come like that. No white pig fucker's gonna satisfy her. Bring a black cock if you want to pay tribute. Right? You getting me, General?
うん。
Afraid not.
軍隊連れてこっち来て。あいつら俺の言うこと全然聞かねえの。脳天どつかねえとダメだわこれ。しばらくは警備隊で持ちこたえとくから。その間にヘルプ。超ヘルプはめえ。
Let's send the cavalry. These fucks aren't listening to me. They need more holes so I can ram this rod of... They need more holes so I can ram this rod of mine into. I'll hold this with my men as long as I can. Help! Help, motherfucker!
まあ、そういうわけにもいくまいな。
Unfortunately, that's not an option. Excuse me?
進駐軍と揉め事を起こすわけにはいかぬよ、所長。お主の苦境は察するが、ことには傾聴というものがあるでの。
I can't risk an incident with the Westerners, Chief. I sympathize with your distress, but I have to consider the big picture.
ちょっと待てよハゲ。
Wait, just wait a goddamn minute, Baldy.
ここは耐え難きを耐え、忍び難きを忍び、GHQ の要望に従うほかあるまいて。臥薪嘗胆、石の上にも3年の息ぞ。所長、
Well,
ここは我慢の一手で参ろうよ。
I'm afraid you'll have to bite the bullet, as it were, and acquiesce to their demands. Remember the patience of Bodhidharma, who spent 9 years gazing at a wall in order to gain admittance to a temple. Now is the time to follow his example. Okay then. Good luck with that one.
ざけんなおいこら腐れ坊主。てめえ向けすぎた人みたいな頭してやがるくせにそんなありか。俺の研究取られちまってもいいのかよ。
Are you out of your fucking mind? Is that giant cock you call a skull completely empty? You need my research.
惜しいの。だが仕方あるまいの。
A terrible price indeed, but one that must be paid.
あるのかね
Not the one fucking paying it.
入道様、お茶でもお入れいたしましょうか。
Master, shall I prepare tea?
もらおうかの。しかし、よしきよ。
A splendid suggestion. By the way, Yoshikyo.
はい。
Master?
今日は良い日和だの。
Today's a fine day, is it not?
あ、気持ちよく晴れておりまする。
Yes, Master. The clean air is most refreshing. Chief?
所長、切りやがった。あのハゲクボ、俺を切り捨てやがった。
Hung up on me. That bald fuck hung up on me.
貴様がここの責任者か。
Are you the one in charge of this cesspit?
豚野郎。
Motherfucker. Well, I guess we'll see how that goes. Later, though, because they're clearly fading to black to not reveal what's going on there. At nightfall, we set out for Enoshima. This time, there are no difficulties, and we begin our search just after midnight. We proceed through the gloom, the deep shadows seeming somehow more sinister than before, and I find myself naturally assuming a slow, careful pace.
ひとまず昨夜の場所へ向かう。
First, let's head to the field from last night.
変な跡があったところですね。
You mean when we saw those weird tracks?
おうその後研究所だ。
Yeah, after that we'll scout the facility.
まっすぐそっちへ行った方が早くないですか？
Would it be faster to go there first? Our line of thinking is clear. The research facility is likely at the center of whatever is happening. But then the two courses are not mutually
ど
exclusive.
うせ通り道だ。大した手間ではないし、何か重要な情報がないとも限
The
らない。
field's on the way. It shouldn't take long, and we may learn something of use.
あ、そっか。
Right.
そうですね。わかりました。
The so-called fish hatchery is situated slightly west of the center of the island, at least according to the Rokuhara map we procured. If the map turns out to be false, we'll have to find it ourselves. It therefore makes sense to begin with the anomaly of whose location we are certain. It may provide useful intel if there's anything changed. Yeah, that makes sense. That said, time is our primary obstacle still. We need to reach our target as quickly as prudence allows, so I feed some spirit into my flagging legs and pick up the pace. Before long, we come to the blasted fields with the strange furrows at its center. As before, no living thing is in sight.
どうします？
What's the plan?
今日は踏み込む。
We go for it. Well, I considered it prudent yesterday to avoid the risk. There's nothing more to gain by observing the field from cover. We'll have to chance it tonight, although only after taking every precaution, of course.
村正、
Muramasa?
ええ、
Here.
熱源探査を実行。周囲の生命反応を探せ。
Do an infrared scan of the area. Check for life signs.
了解。
Scanning.
反応なし。
There's nothing out there.
本当に何も。
I mean,
犬
really,
猫の一匹すら
nothing. Not even a mouse.
そうか。
I see. The disturbing sense of emptiness we've been feeling was right on the mark. Nothing lives in this area. Desolation of this degree can't be explained by unnatural heat and rapid climate shift alone. There must be something else at work here.
港さん。
Sir?
周囲に人はいないようだ。
There's no one
調
in the
査を
vicinity.
行う。
Let's comb
可及的
the
迅速に。
area, but be as quick as you...
ミド
Mito. Muramasa's Kinshoujo cuts me off, as clear a warning as I've ever heard, and I throw up a hand to hold Ichijo back.
村正、どうし。
Muramasa, what's the...
高熱源反応。何なのこれ。
High temperature contact. What in the
村
world?
正、
Muramasa? High temperature Amusha?
高高度熱源反応あり。何か
Extremely high temperature contact? Something coming?
どこだ。
Where?
したよ。
From below. Underground. The ground at the center of the blasted field seems to fall away into nothing, and a moment later, it appears, rising from the bowels of the earth like a fiend from the pits of hell. What's that?
怪物？
A monster? A monster indeed, for how else to describe it? Its skin is dark silver, its shape barely humanoid. And the size of it! It reminds me of a beached whale. I can't even begin to guess at the sheer tonnage on its frame. Yet despite its enormity, the thing is floating. Floating! Surely this can't be real. My thoughts are an indecipherable jumble. I'm not loading this.
えっと。
What the? Those are some wonky hands, damn. Let's just look at this CG real quick. Okay, it looks like a giant, tsurugi to me. With really weird, really long, unnaturally extended limbs. Okay. Kinda cool though, right? I mean, I'm not complaining. It's some crazy giant-ass tsurugi, but is there an egg in it? Well, I'm guessing not. I struggle to restart my stalled brain. There's something I have to do. Danger. This isn't a circus show. It's a prize is a luxury I can't afford. Something I have to do, but what?
村正、
Muramasa?
ミド
Mita?
あれは何か
Can you tell what
わ
that
かるか。
thing is?
剣よ。ちょっと風変わりだけど。
It's a tsurugi, just not their usual kind.
剣か。
A tsurugi. So I was right, it is a tsurugi. In which case,
卵の有無は
any sign of an egg?
なし。
None.
あれは違う。
It's
寄
clean.
生体ではないか。無論、銀星号でもない。
So it's not an infected tsurugi, nor needless to say, Ginseigo.
ええ。
Right.
ではここは引くべきだ。
Then the best choice is to withdraw. Correct?
そうね。戦う気はありませんって言ってみる
Yeah, think it'll let us go if we ask politely? The behemoth is looking. Where are its eyes? At us? I feel the weight of its gaze. Something's happening here. Something inconvenient. Trouble? My mind is a fog. I wait for it to clear, though all the while a voice seems to be saying there's no time.
暑い
It's getting
じ
hot.
ゃない
No.
寒い
Cold? A warm breeze blows past, freezing the core of my body solid. Something is wrong. The wind is taking something from me. This is a weapon.
Muramasa!
Muramasa. Spider's threads streak through the night, stabbing at the silver giant like javelins. Whether they inflict damage, I can't say, but the strange wind dies in an instant and my freedom returns to my body. I turn to Ichijo and shout,
撤退しろ
Run!
入江いや片瀬まで戻れ
Go back to the inland. No,
港
Karase.
さんは
What about you?
行け
Go. Go! I roar. There's no time for discussion. I shove Ichijo back in the direction we came, and for an instant our eyes meet, and in hers I see a longing. I quash the silent plea with a glare. Ichijo bites her quivering lip, and then turns and takes off running. With the fading footsteps at my back, the only sign of her retreat, I face once more the silver giant, and it appears unfazed by Muramasa's attack.
ミド
Mido?
鬼に会うては鬼を切る剣の
You
ことは
fast forward through that
こ
fast.
こにあり
Where there are saints, I slay them. Where there are demons, I slay them. Mine is the way of the sword.
さて
Let's begin.
始めるぞ
Ready? There's no choice. I have to fight, at least until Ichijo's escaped. My enemy is unlike any I've ever faced or dared imagine, but so be it. The battle. Well, alright, here we go. A fight.
あれが村正か。
So that's Muramasa.
この倍率ではよくわからんな。もう少し精度の高いフィールドスコープはないのか？
It's a little hard to make out with this field scope. Don't you have anything with a higher magnification?
聞いているのだが。
I asked you a question.
ああ、はい。ありませんですよ。
Nope.
うちにある
nada.
中じゃ、そいつが最新式のやつなんで。
It's the best we've got.
これがか。なるほどな。確かに類人猿の産物にしては上等だ。
I see. I suppose it's acceptable for something made by savages.
褒めているのだが。
I'm praising you.
ああ、ありがとうございますだよ。お褒めに預かり、強烈地獄。
Why, thank you very much, sir. I'm inside myself with glee.
つまらない冗談だな、所長。全くセンスを感じない。
A poor pun indeed, Chief. Work on it.
荒幅機から通信です。所属不明の武者に対する処置を問うてきていますが。
Message from Arha Baki. The pilot wants to know how he should handle the unidentified Musha.
撃破せよ。
Destroy it.
おい、あれはまだ調整段階なんですけど。
Hey, hold your horses. It's still in the testing phase.
最悪、相打ちでも構わん。
If necessary, he's to sacrifice his own machine.
構うよ
It's not!
現在この研究所の指揮権は私が掌握している。
I
そ
believe
の
I'm
はず
currently
だ
in
が
charge of the facility, or do you object?
それとも何か異論があるか？
So I guess he knew where they were? Or something? The timing seems like very suspect. I guess he just assumes he's on the island and succeeds immediately the second they get to the edge of the clearing. Alright.
いえ。
No.
ああ、殺して。すっげえ殺して。止めどない願いから一つだけ選んで、この野
Man,
郎
I want
殺
to
して。
kill this guy so bad. If a genie granted me 3 wishes, I'd use all 3 to kill him.
損傷
Report.
左上腕に警備。性能に支障なし。
Minor damage to left arm, performance unaffected. Projectile weapons are not generally effective against Musha. They lack the precision and power necessary to down a Tsurugi in flight. However, a proponent of their use may make his case by asking a simple question. If 1 round isn't enough, how about 10 or perhaps 100? In large enough number, firearms can pose a threat to Musha. Take, for example, the forest of cannons sprouting from the giant Tsurugi's armor, which we can't see. I didn't see a lot of cannons. A threat, undeniably. Still,
かわしきれるつもりだったのだが、闇で間合いを見誤ったか。
I was sure I'd gotten clear. Is the darkness distorting my sense of range?
違う。こちらの動きが普段より鈍いのよ。
No, we aren't moving as fast as we should be.
先ほどの寒気か。
That chill just now.
そう、それ。あれは体内から熱を吸い取る風だった。
Yes, that wind sucked the
対武
heat
者用
right
の
out
武
of your
装として
body.
は恐ろしく有効ね。
Certainly an effective way of dealing with Musha. A Tsurugi requires thermal energy from its pilot to maintain its supernatural powers. A weapon able to drain that energy would indeed be a fast way to down enemy Musha.
あの風には捕まってはならないということだな。
Do we need to avoid getting caught by it again?
ええ。鋼鉄である程度は防げるでしょうけれど、過信は禁物よ。
Right, my armor should protect you somewhat, but don't bet your life on it.
承知した。
Understood. So it's got thermal control. Alright. I fly a wide circle around the target below, skirting its likely field of fire and take its back. The enemy does not sit still, of course. It turns with me, trying to keep me in sight, but it's much too slow. I take its back again, and then a third time as it turns once more. With each turn, I draw closer as though descending a spiral staircase. As the range shrinks, the enemy's bulk, imposing at a distance, takes on a truly monstrous proportions. I begin to feel like an ant challenging an elephant. My man's playing Armored Core 6 before release. It's not fair. The rest of us have to be content with 4 or 5. While the proverbial ant was able to fell his elephant with a single bite. I suppose.
いかんものだな。
I suppose that was too much to hope for.
見かけ通りの分厚い鋼鉄ね。
Great, so its armor is as thick as you'd expect from something of that size. Regret for the loss of Muramasa's Nodachi blooms fresh in my mind. This is precisely the sort of enemy that massive blade was designed to defeat.
堅牢な鋼鉄に鈍い足回り。拠点防衛用というところか。六原も妙な兵器を作ったもの。
Slow but exceedingly durable. Could it have been designed as a point defense platform? A rather bizarre project.
しかし、これで謎はあらかた解けた。
At least this solves the mystery.
謎？
Mystery?
これだけの大きさの剣だ。しかも研究とあっては、これ一つきりということもなかろう。
A Tsurugi that
失
size
敗
would have
作も
consumed
含めて、
a vast
膨
quantity
大な
of
量の
steel.
鋼鉄を鍛造するために、
There are
ど
likely
れ
test
ほどの
models
廃
that
材
came
が生ま
before.
れたか。
Wow, is he still talking? That was a really long sentence in Japanese. Damn.
周辺の海でその処理をしていたとすれば、局地的に気候が変わるほどの温度変化をもたらしたとしても不思議ではない。
Ah, okay. He says, if the waste from all the smelting was dumped into the sea, the resultant rise in temperature might well explain the region's dramatic climate shifts.
確かにそうね。昔も廃鉱の始末は鍛冶師の悩みの種だったから。
I see.
湖に捨てていたらやがて干上がってしまった。
Even in
な
my
ん
day,
て
we
伝
had
説もあ
trouble
るくらいよ。
dealing with the runoff. There were stories of whole lakes drying up because of the smiths dumping their waste.
そして生態系の破壊はあの風のためだろう。熱量剥奪兵器の実験に供されたとすれば、
And then there's this
島
heat
の無
draining
残極
wind.
まる荒廃ぶりも理解がつく。
Repeated testing of this
一部
weapon is
地域の
likely
繁栄については不明だが、
it's likely what devastated this island's ecosystem, though that doesn't explain the profusion of life near the inlet.
いずれにしろ新兵器のために自然環境を犠牲としたのなら、何とも割に合わぬ取引だというほかはないな。自然は有限の資産だが、
Whatever the
新
case,
兵器は数年も経てば旧
their
式に
research
落ちる。
isn't worth the cost. Weapons go obsolete in a matter of years, but it can take decades for nature to restore itself. And?
ええ。
I agree, however.
必ずしも新兵器ではないのかもしれない。
It may not be as new as you think.
とは
You mean?
外装は今の技術で作られたものね。もちろん。けれど中枢はおそらく古式のもの。
The exterior is of modern make, obviously, but the core is centuries old.
真打ちよ。巨大な。
It's a Shinuchi. A giant Shinuchi. I see. So during the war, Yamato's leaders were obsessed with building larger, more heavily armored warships. There was also talk of forging colossal Tsurugi, but they were unable to overcome the many technical difficulties before hostilities ended. It makes sense this giant predates that effort.
昔はああいうものがあったのか。
Have you ever heard of anything like it?
言い伝えに聞いたことくらいは。鹿島に眠るという普通の御霊とか
We have Golden Bear here. In legends, Futsu no Mitama, for example, said to be sealed on Kashima Island, or Karakuni's Heaven Reliant and Dragon Slayer.
あの風。私の感覚では、あれはしのぎよ。
And that wind, I'm pretty sure it's a shinogi. Only Tsurugi forged by ancient methods within those whose shinigane reside the soul of a smith are able to wield shinogi. If Muramasa is right, this must be a shinushi.
しかし
But if that's true,
だとすると
beneath this monster's thick hide is a second layer of armor, one infused with the wisdom of the ancients.
切り破れる見込みはないな。
I see no hope of breaking through.
残念だけど、鉄量が違いすぎる。
Unfortunately, I agree. We just don't have the steel. Muramasa's deflated tone echoes my thoughts. Not enough steel indeed. Each strike we've landed on the enemy thus far has done nothing but rattle my bones. The difference in mass is simply too great.
どうするつもり？
What do we do?
許されるなら撤退すべき局面ではある。
If possible, I'd prefer to withdraw. However,
許されないというの？
can't we?
時間稼ぎなら、もうそろそろいい頃合いじゃない？
I think you've bought enough time.
どうにも気にかかる。この怪物が俺たちを待ち構えていたとしか思えな
Something's
い。
bothering me. The enemy was clearly prepared for our arrival. The time it took for this behemoth to engage us was far too short for the encounter to have been a coincidence. And then there's the absence of other enemy forces. If we were unexpected, there would be dragoons swarming out to greet us. What does this mean?
今回の件、最初から実に臭い話だったが、どうやらやはり何者かが何らかの目的で仕掛けた管制にまんまとハマったようだ。
Seems the commissioner's fears were right on the mark. This entire scenario was designed to entrap us. Though why or by whom, I can't say.
これが罠なら、迂闊な闘争はさらなる窮地へつながる。
The running might put us in an even worse position.
その見込みが強い。
It's likely, and also,
それに失踪したという彼らのこともある。江ノ島近隣の行方不明事件は単なる夜逃げだろうとあの少年は言っていたが、よりにもよってそ
there are
の
the
少
vanished
年
children
一
to
家
think
が
about.
消えたとなる
Now that young Haya himself has disappeared, it's clear we're dealing with more than a spurt of runaways, as he believed.
と、夜逃げなどではなく島の異変の一環と見るべきだ。
The island must be involved somehow. We gotta free it from Rokuhara control if we're to have any hope of saving them.
救助するには迅速に事件
Okay,
を
he
解
wants
決
to
する
proceed
ほか
with
ない。
that mission, even if Ginseigo isn't here. I see.
この島の事件を解決するってこと
Free
は
the island. What, you know what that means, right? Step 1, beat
あ
the
れを
behemoth.
撃破するってことになりそう
Yeah,
だけど。
destroying that thing.
そうだな。それをもって
And it seems we
決
have
断
our
とする。
course. Got a plan? See any weak points? For all our reason and logic, we've arrived at the most absurd of propositions. It goes to show how desperate our situation truly is. But we're no strangers to desperate situations.
了解。
Understood.
なら、手は一つきり。
And there's only one thing to do.
ミド、流れを。
Use my own shinogi.
レールガンか。
Railgun?
ええ。私の終わりの太刀でなら、どんなものでも断ち切ってみせる。
Whether modern toy or ancient
あれ
treasure,
が今の凡行だろうと、寝台の遺産だろうと、どちらで
nothing
も
can
関係ない。
resist my
ど
ultimate
ちらだ
strike.
ろうと同じことよ。
You have my word, Mito. Though I imagine Muramasa's anxious to repair her wounded pride, I know better than to assume her confidence false. The speed and power of Muramasa's railgun are enough to shatter any defense, even the wall of steel looming before us. I mean, we can, we blew away like half a mountain, right? It'll be risky to use in my weakened state. A single lapse in concentration could see us torn apart by the very forces we've summoned, but then, that danger is always present. No need to fear it now. How long does the weakened state last? Surely only a short time, right? If there is something to fear, it's...
却下。
No.
なぜ？
Why?
あれは剣だ。中に人がいる。
The enemy is a Tsurugi? That means it's manned?
エンディングを行えば力の加減など効かない。中のしてごと切り立つことになる。
Railgun's too powerful? I can't guarantee the life of the pilot. What? Alright, dude. Fucking whatever, man. If I knew where in that massive frame the cockpit is located, I could work around it. As is, I'd be entrusting the pilot's fate to luck. It wouldn't be a problem if the target were an infected Musha. I decided years ago to kill them without hesitation or mercy. Simply because there's no other way to prevent Ginseigo from multiplying. Like, after all the people you've killed, you're like, someone's trying to kill me, and I'm going to beat them, and you're like, but I'm not going to kill them. Come on, my dude. Alright. Sure. Like, of all the people to leave alive, you kill your friends and you leave your enemies alive. That is the most backward logic I've ever seen. But alright, Muramasa. Alright, Kageaki. You do you, I guess. It's not the case now. I can't kill this enemy. Yes, he has his sins to pay for. That machine is likely responsible both for the environmental devastation and the disappearance of the local townspeople. So he killed like a ton of local townspeople, but you're like, he doesn't deserve to die. What is this inconsistency? But that is no reason to believe that I, of all people, have the right to punish him. The right belongs to the courts, as defined under the law. My role is to bring the offender to trial, nothing more. Interesting thought, okay. Didn't we let What's-Her-Face just walk free after she admitted to murder literally like 10 minutes ago? Like, literally our last major encounter, we let Misao go free after she admitted to murder right in front of us, and he's like, I need to deliver justice to this random guy. We can't kill him. Make up your mind, buddy. He's trying to kill you. Some might argue that vigilantism is necessary in order to punish those who are above the law, like Rokuhara, but I'm a police officer, if only a deputy, and not a terrorist. The police exist to serve the judiciary. For an officer to take the law into his own hands and commit murder would be unforgivable. What do we do? How do we defeat the monster without our ultimate weapon? Even if it's possible, my brain needs time to devise a solution. Time the enemy doesn't intend to give me. What is that? A new cannon swivels towards us like a hungry snake tracking its prey. Its barrel is short and slender, a far cry from the imposing bulk. Oh yeah, you can see these. You can see the turrets mounted here, yeah? We got like, how many is that? Like, on its hips alone, on its like hip joint alone, there's like 4 on each side. There's like 4 on the, at least 3 on the shoulders. A bunch more on the leg joints. Yeah. After he killed the older brother in the last chapter, did the sister steal the egg or did Kageaki take it? It was in the Tsurugi, which he was able to completely destroy without killing the person inside it, who promptly ran away and he just let them go. It was fucking weird. So obviously that means Tsurugi destroyed doesn't always cause an explosion. Especially when he... yeah, it was the race. It was in the racing crux. Yeah. The blue one? Not quite. When you encounter him, it's not actually in it. It's being carried by the old guy. Or the older brother. Which is why they couldn't identify which Tsurugi it was in / crux it was in, because it wasn't in one yet. But they put it in... I think they put it in towards the end. They put it in towards, like, the final moment of the scene. So is this the big-ass stomach laser? Yeah, they put it on the blue one. Alright, so a far cry from the imposing bulk of Gatling guns that have chased us across the sky. And yet... Is this Kinchojo? The moment it sets its sights upon us, my skin surges with terror. Evasive action! And that is?
所長、君の記憶能力では覚えきれないようだから改めて通告するが、君には私の質問に答える義務が。
Since you seem to have a poor memory, Chief, let me remind you, you have a duty to answer my...
竜気砲だよ。発信砲っていや、あんたらにもわかるか。
Dragon's breath, okay? You probably know it as the vibro cannon.
バイブロカノン。
Oh, yeah.
確かにその兵器構想は耳にしたことがある。
Yeah, I've heard the name.
クルスのメタルエコーを応用した兵器だとか。
As I recall correctly, it uses a Crux's metal echo as a weapon.
ああ、武者の緊張状を受けると体表が小刻みに振動するだろう。その現象を攻撃に利用できないかっつう愉快発想から研究が始まって。
Yeah. You know how your armor vibrates when you receive a transmission from another Musha? Well, someone had the bright idea to turn that into a weapon.
その結果、ごく程度の緊張状を収束して発信すると、標的を瞬間的に加熱、燃焼させることが可能だって判明したわけさね。うちでそいつを実用化したのが、あの隆起砲。
We proved that if you focus an ultra high frequency Kinchojo, metal echo, at the enemy, you can heat his armor until it literally melts. And that right there is the proof of concept.
ドラゴンブレスか。なるほどな。しかし
Not
大
bad, I
したも
gotta
のだ。
say.
あれは我が軍では機動兵器の決定力たる搭載武装として研究がなされたが、電力供給と小型化の問題が解決せず頓挫したと聞く。
Similar research is
広
being
大
conducted
運
by
用
Allied
では
forces.
コスト的に見合わんしな。
We determined the cannon would be too large and require too much energy to mount on a mobile weapons platform.
それを機動兵器の方を大型化することで解決するとは素晴らしく大雑把な手法だ。島国の未開人なればこそだな。
But you've
我
solved that
々
problem
文明人であれば
by enlarging
冗談の
the
種で
platform
済ませ
rather
て
than
し
by
まうところだ。
miniaturizing the weapon. A splendidly crude idea, the sort only a primitive mind could conceive. Making bigger guns? Okay. It would have been laughed off in civilized circles. Alright then.
感激するのは良いが、騒がしいのは困るな。
You try to refrain from public displays of gratitude.
そう見えんのかよ。
That sounded like a grateful scream.
万国の独特な風習に基づく感情表現などに興味はない。
Forgive my lack of concern for the
ところで
communicative
所長、
practices of savages. By the way,
お家帰って部屋にこもって殺害妄想にふけりて。あ、流れ星、神様お願い、こいつ殺して殺して殺して、届け僕の一途な願い。
I want to go home. Just zone out and pretend like I'm raping this guy's corpse. Oh, is that a shooting star? Please kill him for me. Come on, just do me this one little
あ
favor.
のデカブツは曲がりなりにも剣だろう。だが一体いかなる方法で誕生したのだ。あそこまで巨大なものを、正直なところ
That thing is
ま
a
るで
Tsurugi,
想
is
像
it
が
not?
つかない。
How did you forge something so absurdly massive? I've never heard of anything remotely like it.
そいつは俺も知らねえ。あれ兵装を整えたのは俺らだが、ベースは違うからな。
Can't help you there. We added the outer shell and slapped some guns on, but the original design wasn't ours.
ほう。
Uh-oh.
この島の南西の端に岩屋がある。富士山の風穴に通じてるだろう。遊行したまう神の道だろう。いろいろと曰くなる洞穴なんだが。
There's a cave at the southwest corner of the island. Legends say it'll take you all the way to Fuji, or that the gods used it to travel underground.
あれはその奥で発見されたもんだ。8年前、民族学の調査団にな。もっとも現地人の間じゃ相当昔から語り伝えられてたらしいけど。
About 8 years ago, some archaeologists or whatever found that Tsurugi deep inside. The local stories go back a lot further than that.
お見写しとか言ってたかな。意味はわかんねえ。島の連中が言うこともまちまちだ。
They call it Omiutsushi. Hell if I know what it means. Ask the locals and you'll get a million different answers. They just slap some armor on it.
で、そいつを調べてみたところ、数百年か下手すると1000年以上前に作られた武者に着せる剣だってことが判明したわけよ。まあみんな驚いたわ。
When we checked it out, we discovered it was hundreds, maybe even thousands of years old. Someone forged it for an armored musha to wear. Everyone shit their pants, let me tell you.
剣の上に剣を重ねるなんつう発想は前代未聞だったからな。ともかくそいつは六原の管轄に移って竜騎兵用強化外装の名で研究が始まって。
Yeah, no one even imagined you could layer Tsurugi one on top of another like that. Anyway, Rokuhara claimed the find and started research, hoping it'd lead to improvements in Dragoon armor.
けど結局製造法はわからんかった。しゃあねえからこの一機だけでも運用してみるかってんで、そっちの研究をした結果、あれができたと。
But
まあ、
no
そう
one
い
could
うわ
figure
けで
out
す
how it was
よ。
made. So they said, fuck it. we'll just use this one. And there you have it, the whole damn story.
なるほど。おおよそ理解した。
I see, you've explained it, huh?
そらようご存した。
Glad to hear it.
要するに、何もわからないということだな。内容のない説明を感謝する。大変に無駄な時間を過ごした気分だ。
In other words, you know absolutely nothing. Thank you, Chief. You've managed to waste a full minute of my time with your prattling.
うわーい、なんかだんだん楽しくなってきたよ俺。人間どこまで殺意を抱けるのか挑戦してる感じ。
This guy's a gift that keeps on giving. If there's a record for the most pissed off motherfucker on Earth, I'm about to break it. Doesn't like everyone hate the Rokuhara, and there's been like a rebellion like 5 minutes ago that you had to put down? Surely everyone in that rebellion was more angry than this guy is, because he's not willing to risk his life to slap this, Blondie.
今度は何をやるのだ?
What's it doing now?
ああ、拡散隆起砲だな。
Wide beam.
さっきのやつと同じね。損傷は軽微。けれど、ほぼ全身。
Same kind of attack as before. Damage is light, but every inch of armor got hit. My entire body is tingling where the enemy's wave scorched my skin. Though I couldn't evade the attack, the wider area seems to have diminished the effect. It was barely a hot shower compared to the last blast, which turned my left arm into useless char.
これはどういう兵器なのだ?
私にわかるわけないでしょ。ただ、緊張状を利用しているのは確かよ。
How should I know? All I can tell you is it's using Kinchojo somehow. It defies belief that the standard means of Musha to Musha communication could be employed in this manner. I've heard Rokuhara was attempting to develop anti-Musha weaponry such as a working railgun. The project failed. Could this be the one that succeeded? I've never heard of any making it to deployment. More incoming! I forced my pain-racked body to flee higher into the sky, narrowly avoiding a full assade of gunfire. Wait, gunfire?
さすがに連射は効かないようだな。
It seems that cannon takes time to recharge.
不幸中の幸いね。火炙りにされる罪人の顔へ巻く布かもしれないけれど。
Well, I suppose that's something. A bit like putting a cloth over the face of a man before you burn him at the stake. Well, just, you know, press everyone's favorite button, circle, and dodge. Like you're playing Dark Souls. Yeah, it's like putting cloth over the face of someone before you burn him at the stake.
それはどういう例えだ?
What comparison is that? It means absolutely nothing. That's what she means.
聞かない方が賢明よ。
Parry like Sekiro. It's a heat attack. I guess you need the umbrella then. Parry with the umbrella. Go for it. The flaming umbrella work. It's better not to ask. Oh, it'll just hurt morale. Anyway, what's the plan?
鋼鉄の脆弱な箇所を探
I was
して
hoping to
突く
find a
つ
weak
もりだ
point in the armor. How about blow up the laser cannon? Even the mightiest Tsurugi will necessarily have structural weaknesses. The joints, which must be soft and flexible to allow the pilot freedom of movement. Aiming for these is the fundamental of Musha combat. True, the beast before us is like no Tsurugi I've ever encountered, but surely it has one or two vulnerabilities to exploit. The problem is...
悠長に調べて回れる情勢ではないが。奴の向こうずねを見つけ出す前に、こち
We
ら
don't
は
have the
落とされ
luxury
る。
of trial and error. We'll be dead long before we find its Achilles heel.
不本意な予測ね。否定できないのはもっと不
I
本意
wish I
よ。
could argue, but I'm afraid you're right. Small though it may be, that cannon's capable of vaporizing us in one shot. Against such a weapon, we can't afford to waste time poking about. We need to end the battle quickly and decisively. Easier said than done.
威逆鋼鉄に被弾。深刻だけど、治癒を開始する。
Right leg hit, severe burns, beginning regen.
後にしろ。
That can wait.
今足を落とせばいい的だ。
I order, ignoring the sensation of 1,000 needles stabbing into my flesh. If we divert power from our wings, we're finished. Amusha can supply a Tsurugi only with so much energy. Expending it to heal my wounds will reduce our speed and mobility.
足には苦痛の感覚がある。何も感じない左腕に比べれば軽
Just
傷
my
という
legs
ことだ
reporting
ろう。
pain. It's better than my arm. I can't feel it at all.
ミド、終わりの執行。
It's my Shinogi already. No. The enemy pilot might die.
絶対すべきよ。
And we have to retreat. No. The children might
あな
die.
たが死ぬ。
It's gonna kill
お
you.
前が案ずることではない。
Not your concern. I deliver a single-handed blow. As expected, it fails to cleave through the armor, which has taken full power strikes with barely a scratch. You have a plan? I don't answer, choosing instead to spend the breath on another attack. I strike again to no effect, and again, and again. Now Muramasa understands. The giant's gunfire is growing scattered, proof the pilot's losing composure. I keep up the assault, knowing each strike exacts a further toll on his nerves. Is that what we're going for? We're gonna make him panic, or he's gonna run out of energy. Maybe the set chest cannon drains power like crazy. That might be what he's trying to do. I mean, honest, like, he might run out of bullets too, right? The cannons, either the cannons drain energy, and they're energy cannons, or they're actually firing shit tons of bullets, and he's gonna run out in like a minute or so, right? Like, maybe that's a possibility. He runs out of shells, and he just drains his mana like the first fight. Is that what he's going for? Or make the guy panic and expose himself to like some obvious counterattack that isn't presently visible? Yeah, we're just attacking, exacting a toll on his nerves. Okay. He must be tired of trying to track my swift, erratic movements. I no longer feel precise aim behind every shot. Rather, he seems to be adopting a spray-and-pray tactic, filling the air with volleys in hopes I'll place myself in front of one. This change of tactic evinces confidence in his machine's invulnerability. Why should he try so hard to down an enemy who can't even chip his armor? It's time. I spiral into the air, putting the silver monster's back right below me, and seat my blade, and dive. In the blink of an eye, I enter striking range, and swing to the enemy's front. Target point blank! I see it. Cannons track us as we slide past, no longer where we were a moment ago. I ignore them, setting my sights instead on their smaller but far more lethal counterpart. I'm certain the enemy pilot realizes his mistake instantly, too late. If this weapon poses the greatest threat, I'll silence it first. Here. What? We've stopped? No. Something has us.
はいはい、聞かれる前に言うよ。あれは AI フィールド。
Yeah, I'll tell you. We call that the anti-intrusion field.
電磁場の作用で敵機の動きを止めるっつ防御兼攻撃補助用の武装ですだ。
It traps the target in a strong electromagnetic field. Think of it as an active defense system. Happy?
聞いていない。
You're telling me this. Why?
ああ、そうかよ
And this is the fucking thanks I get?
これは磁気
This is a magnetic field.
そんなものまで。
It can even control magnetic fields? It's hard to believe, but the power holding us now is indeed that with which Muramasa is so familiar. An electromagnetic field, and one of considerable strength. Brute force won't break us free. Nito? We're staring down the barrel of the enemy's main weapon, the very weapon I intended to destroy. But the plan failed spectacularly, and now my head's on the chopping block. Unless we escape in the next few seconds, death is inevitable. But escape seems a distant hope. The field has my limbs in a grip of iron. How to break the magnetic... Enchant? I throw up a field of like polarity and nullify the binding force, breaking free a split second before the cannon fires. The torrent of energy grazes my side, filling my nostrils with the scent of death, and I run. Run and keep running, desperate to put as much distance as possible between us and that infernal weapon. The enemy's new defensive measure has rendered all my plans suicidal. I need range. Time to think of a new strategy. Continue the battle as is would be like playing poker with my hand face up on the table. And that, of course, is precisely what my enemy wants. Hit and run tactics are out of the question. Yeah, if it can just grab you at any time in an electromagnetic field that renders you completely immobile, pretty bad.
本当にね。しかも稚拙な芸に一杯食わされた屈辱の負けまでついてるし。
And all because of some paper thin shield? This is so embarrassing. Paper thin.
あの図体であの程度の時期でしょ
Of course, the
話に
barrier
は
is,
ならない。
barrier is nothing compared to its size.
あんなもの造作なく切り破ってみせる。物分かりの悪い視点が いらない手加減をやめてくれたらね。
I could cut through it in my sleep, that is, if my thick-headed pilot would let me. I sympathize with Muramasa's frustration, but I can't do as she asks. The enemy has no connection to Ginseigo. Killing him is not an option. There must be another solution, some method of getting past both the cannon and the barrier.
あの磁場に捕まらない方法はないか？
Is there any way to avoid getting cut? Okay, I have like the dumbest question for this guy. Has he ever considered just blowing one of its legs off? Because if this thing is actually like the size of a skyscraper, let's just think about this. This thing is the size of a skyscraper. Surely the pilot is not in the leg. Like the foot. Okay? He's not there. That wouldn't make sense to put the pilot there, right? I know he's like, I don't want to take risks, but I'm like, just don't aim to kill the machine. Just like disable it and be like, well, its leg's not working anymore, suck a dick, bye. Then it can't pursue you and you're set, right? Or like its wing, like the wings. Surely you can cut the wing off this thing so it can't fly and be like, well, guess I'm gone, bye. And that's how you do it. Like, come on, man. Surely there's places you can clearly identify there aren't, that he isn't. The wings are an obvious place. Right? The actual jets for taking off? Probably not. Ah, well.
それは難しいでしょうね。あの磁場の中で同極の磁気を発生させると、
As we just
外
proved,
側に
canceling
弾
the
かれるこ
field
とは今
with our
証明
own,
したわけだし、
it just got us ejected.
速力での突破も見込みがな
We
い。
can't break through with raw speed, so
あと
we just have to wait for him to run out of energy, I
磁
guess?
場を発生させている力が尽きるのを待つくらいじゃないかしら。
磁場を発生
Run
さ
out
せ
of
ている。
energy?
と言っても、あれはしのぎじゃないから、熱量は関係ないし。
It's not a shinogi though, so it's not fueled by the pilot's heat. Wait,
熱量？
heat? Energy. Something's powering the enemy's barrier. Electricity most likely, and I imagine the same for the damned cannon. But where is it coming from? Are there batteries in its colossal frame, or is it drawing power from an outside source somehow? If the former, its juice will eventually run out. Wait him out? Is that the answer? Mido. Muramasa breaks her silence just as I'm about to do the same. Judging by her tone, she too has reached the same conclusion. The same conclusion is that it might be plugged into a generator at or near its feet?
気づいたのだけど。
It's not moving, right? Isn't there something strange
おかしくない？
about how the enemy is fighting?
どういうことか。
It doesn't move, right?
最初のあの風を思い出して。
Remember the wind?
あれは熱量を奪うしのぎ。
The shinogi that drains heat?
さっきも言ったと思うけど、武者相手には極めて有効な攻撃よ。
It's the perfect weapon against
それを
Musha.
どうして
Why hasn't
一度きりしか使わずに置くの？
he used it since? A good point. With a weapon like that available to him, there's no need for the enemy to fill the air with lead. If I were him, I'd just drain our energy until he could barely fly, then blast us from the sky with concentrated fire. It's the obvious play, so why doesn't he?
しのぎは多大な熱量を消耗するからか。いや、だがあの巨体を曲がりなりにも寄港させるだけの熱量は保有しているのだ。
It's because shinogi require a large expenditure of calories, but no, the enemy is keeping that giant machine aloft. He has to have calories to spare. It's not all under his own power, right?
Yeah.
Right.
あのしのぎは武者には効かぬということか。鋼鉄の守りを破るだけの威力を欠くと。
So it doesn't work against Musha then. It can't drain the heat from an armored pilot.
そう考えるでしょ。
That's the only explanation that makes sense.
それでまた疑問に突き当たるの。そんなしのぎが何の役に立つわけ？
And then there's the question, what use is a shinogi that's powerless against Musha? Was it designed for use expressly against unarmored targets? A tsurugi that massive, with armor that thick? Surely not.
どう思う？ミド。
What do you think, Mito?
敵のあの巨体。
His tsurugi is of normal size.
単純に考えて、通常の剣より膨大な熱量を必要とするはずだな。
This seems an obvious question, but shouldn't it require a proportional supply of energy to function? What if it has multiple energy cores? Like it's so big, you could probably fit like 3 people in the torso. Why not have 3 people powering it? I'm just curious. Why not do that?
ええ、それはおそらく間違いない。よほどの名工の鍛造だとしても、
Yes, it
桁
must.
違いの熱量をしてから
No matter
奪
how
っていく
skilled the
代物になっ
smith,
てしまっている
it
は
has to be murder on the pilot.
ず。そこも
That's been bothering me
不思議な
too.
のだけど。
そこにしのぎを当てはめる。あれは足りぬ熱量を外部から補うための力なのではないか。
Consider the two things together. What if its Shinogi was designed as a solution to the demand? Okay, so the Shinogi's there to drain energy, to replenish it when it gets low. Okay, so it can keep functioning. Of course.
そういうこと。あの風は生物の熱を奪い取る。攻撃ではなく補給のためのしのぎ。
It drains the heat of living things not as an attack, but to replenish its own supply. So it never runs out of energy. It has infinite. And it can drain energy, which cripples you. Which cripples you if you're out of armor. And or kills you.
だとすれば方策は定まる。今、奴には補給源がない。
This island's already cold and dead. That leaves me and I'm protected.
手近にいるのは剣に守られた俺のみ。島の生命力はほぼ枯渇し
The
ている。
enemy has no source of resupply. We have our new course.
持久戦に持ち込めば熱量欠乏は避けられないというこ
If
と
we
ね。
wait long enough, he'll run out of heat and crash.
あの砲と磁場も持久戦には適さない。おそ
His
らく
cannon and magnetic field, they likely have similar restrictions.
なら
Which means
あの怪物を
we
引
keep
きず
running.
り回す。
Yes. And off we go.
戦い方を変えたな。
Muramasa seems to have changed tactics.
闘牛から闘牛士になった。力の勝負に見切りをつけたか。判断が早いな。
He's the
しかし
matador
妥
now,
当だ。
not the bull. He realized he can't win through brute force. A quick decision, but not a poor one.
もっともさっさと逃げ出す以上に妥当な手はないはずだが、いや、すでに自分が罠にはまり逃げ場を失ったと悟っているなら別
Of
か。
course, retreat would be a more attractive option. Unless he's sniffed out the nature of our trap. Ooh, this ape has a keen nose.
反町が手を焼くのもわからんではないな。これほど離れしたものを相手取るのは確かに難行だろう。
I can see why Sorimachi asked for a full
一個大隊
squadron.
などと吹いたのも
An enemy
あ
this
ながち
experience
空
would give
事
him
では
pause.
なかったか。
つうか結局何なのさあれ。この後に及んで俺ってば何の説明も受けてねえんですけど。
Speaking of which, what the fuck's going on here anyway? You still haven't told me who we're fighting.
所長、質問がある。
Question, Chief.
聞いてねえ。聞いてねえ顔だ。こいつマジで人のこと猿かなんかだと思ってますよ。
He's not listening. He's not fucking listening. The fucker's actually convinced we're just monkeys, like for real.
もしかしてあれ本当なんじゃねえかな。白人の女は黄色人種なんて人間だと思ってねえから。ペット同然だから大和人の男がいるところでも平気で着替えたりするっての。
Maybe that rumor about white chicks undressing in front of Yamato and men was true. You know, because they see us as pets, not humans.
なあ見てペット扱いされて。
That's awesome. Where do I sign up to be a pet?
敵は持久戦に方針を切り替えたようだ。これはあの兵器に対して有効か？
The enemy has turned this into a battle of endurance. Is that an effective tactic against your weapon?
はい持久戦。ああそりゃやべえわ。
Endurance? Yeah, that's not good.
説明を。
Explain.
説明ったって見ての通りだけどな。あれでかくて小回りが効かねえから敵が逃げにかかるとすぐカロリーがなくなっちまう。
What's to explain? You see how big and slow she is? If the enemy keeps running, the pilot's gonna freeze.
相手が雑魚ならそうなる前に捕まえられるだろうが、ありゃ無理だね。
Most
お
get
手上げ
fried
です。はい。
before that happens, but them's the breaks.
想像を絶する欠陥兵器だな。
I must commend you on developing such a defective weapon.
欠陥じゃねえよ。バッテリー交換してやりゃ済むわ。
Not defective, you just need to switch out the batteries.
バッテリー。
Batteries?
あのマッシブボディを飛ばすための熱源だよ。機体を停止させてそいつを新しいのに入れ替えりゃまたしばらくは動ける。
Yeah, the fuel packs that keep the hunk of burning love in the air. We set her down, stick new ones in, it's back to business.
では、それを手配したまえ。
See to it at once.
ところがあいにくとあのバッテリーは調達が難しくってね。
You know,
在庫
you
が
see,
少ねえの。そうそう景気よく使えるかってんだ。
these batteries are kind of hard to come by. Can't you go using them willy-nilly?
だが、あるのだな。
But you do have some in stock.
あのですね少佐殿、ここの研究はまだ終わってねえんですよ。これからも続けなきゃいかんのですよ。
I still have research to do here, you know.
簡単に補充の効かねえバッテリーをこんなわけのわかんねえ殴り合いなんぞで使い潰していいわけねえだろ。なあおい、わかれよこの程度の理屈。
Hey, if I use all my precious fuel in some fight that I still don't know the fucking point of, I'm kind of fucked. You see where I'm coming from here, right?
使え
Use them.
ああ、ざけろよてめえ、タガにしろやカズ。こちら我慢に我慢重ねて付き合ってきたけどな、俺の虚数空間的に寛大な心にだって限度が。
The fuck are you smoking? I've had just about enough of your shit, you lip-dick white boy cocksucker. Even this bottomless well of love and peace I call a heart's got a limit, you hear me?
所長試みに問うが
Chief, a simple question.
英雄と聖人と愚者だけが己の不死を信じるという
They say only heroes,
君は
saints,
そのうちのど
and
れなの
fools believe themselves immortal. Which are you?
アホですかあ
Hey,
ん
you
た。
stupid?
人生が終わらないなんて絶望、一度だって信じたことはねえよ。
Fuck wants to live forever.
所長
Chief,
その役職は今から君のものだ
that position's passed to you.
新たな所長として私の指示に従うように
I trust you'll be more cooperative than your predecessor. I break out of an upturn and dive to the right, then I roll and try to get as much range as possible before coming about. My bank takes me straight for the glittering beast, but as I feel its crosshairs upon me, I cut to the side and slide to its rear, pulling up for another pass. I can hear my bones squealing under the G's and know the slightest nudge in the wrong direction could reduce me to a sack of calcium jelly. My back is a sheet of frozen sweat. If you don't actually need to make any attacks, the nice thing is you could theoretically divert a tiny bit of power, like your arm power to repair? Don't know if that matters, or if he can actually do that. The enemy pilot's skill is far from average. The moment I think about pacing his tracer rounds, a wall of steel appears in my path, forcing me to shift trajectories, only to find a new volley blocking my path. Wherever I go, he's there. He's already managed to herd me into his main cannon's line of fire several times now, and each time I barely escaped with my life. I'm starting to feel like the Sanzu River ferryman is just tired of wondering whether I'll need his services tonight. If it isn't decided one way soon, he might come to claim me himself.
視線で踊る趣味はないのだが
I've never enjoyed these dances with
ま
death.
るで今時の刹那的な若者ね。歌でも歌ってみたらどう？
Maybe you should whistle a tune, aren't you young people all thrill seekers these days? The stream of burning metal grows in malice by the second. There's no trace of the boredom I sensed from my enemy earlier in the fight. In fact, he seems almost
こ
desperate.
ちらの狙いには気づいている様子だな
I think he knows what we're planning.
まあ、そうでしょうね。
So
反
he's
撃
not
はしないく
stupid.
せに、つかず離れず、周りをうろちょろしてるんだから。
We're not even trying to land hits of our own. Yes, the enemy is no fool. He's grasped our intent and this redoubled onslaught is his response. Is he grinding his teeth somewhere deep within that titan, or is he chuckling to himself knowing our efforts futile? No way to know if this path leads to victory or defeat. In which case I can only keep doing my utmost. Doubt, most of all, is the enemy to be feared. I assume he's using people as batteries, right? I assume that's what he's doing? Which is kind of funny because the whole goal of him not killing this guy and stalling him out was to stun him. And it's gonna be an ironic twist that all the people they captured are being used as batteries, and so by not killing this guy or attempting to kill the Tsurugi, he's basically killing an entire who knows how many people by doing nothing. Right? I assume that's what it was. And I mean, if it wasn't clear at the end of the last conversation, it should be the case, right? Like, everyone should be in the clear now. Like, they don't just randomly kidnap people. Either they're kidnapping them to, like, force them to pilot something, or they're the batteries. Makes sense. I've seen The Matrix, you've seen it. You know, not surprised. Either that or it's would that work? Either that or they're using them for, they wouldn't be, I don't think they would do like the Maiden Abyss thing where they'd like use them for processing and as the weapon itself. We'll see. Alright. Doubt is the enemy to be feared. Just keep doing your best, I guess.
リニアアクセル
Linear excel.
了解。
Engaging. The burst of speed kicks in, taking us through the narrow gap between a half-dozen interlacing streams of bullets. We wouldn't have made it without the electromagnetic boost. A flash of instinct obeyed without question has bought us a few more seconds. Ooh, that looks cool. That looks pretty fucking cool. We can see Muramasa's coming down this way. And presumably there's like shots firing in all directions around us. Looking good. How many more seconds can we afford? My enemy's not the only one with the time limit. Well, I don't imagine I'll freeze out before he does. The lower my fuel gets, the less power I can feed to my wings. Right now, I'm still capable of outmaneuvering everything he can dish out. But the instant I start lagging behind, this contest will end, and not in our favor.
敵の足が鈍ってきている。
It's slowing down.
確かか。
Are you certain?
もともと飛んだドンガメだから大した違いはないけどね。
It's not much since it
衰え
was
が見
slow
え
to
てき
begin
たのは
with,
間違いない。
but it's definitely losing speed. Finally, the gunfire is still as intense as before. Is that thing one giant magazine? But if the machine itself is flagging, it should soon cease to pose a threat. I just need to maintain this pace and not get overconfident.
何？
What? Suddenly, with no warning, the storm of bullets ceased. A moment later, the enemy fires a different kind of weapon. Is that some kind of cannonball? It fires a second, then a third, and a fourth. Large, deadly-looking projectiles, but all of them slow. Or slower than the bullets, at least. These I can wait to see before avoiding.
回避。
Evasive maneuver. Right. I roll to the left and pull out of the projectile's path. They whiz past harmlessly, seemingly no more than meets the eye.
妙な弾だった。あの怪物を縮小して頭に槍をつけたような。
They look like miniature versions of that monster, only with spikes stuck on their heads. Yes, they're...
戻ってきた。
They're coming back. The shells are coming back, turning towards as if they have wills of their own. What are they? I roll and once more their missiles pass us by, their speed no greater than before. While a direct hit would doubtless cause catastrophe, that means very little when avoiding contact is so simple. However, he's shooting again. That's what these weapons are for. Damage to lumbar armor, be careful, it's starting to add up. So armor damage is starting to pile up, it's not looking great. Especially because we have like one limb non-functional and one seriously injured. The lumbar region is where the Tsurugi has its wings. Enough damage to the wings will bring us crashing from the sky. Once more, death is in sight, his blasted skull grinning as he reached out to claim the prize that has eluded him thus far. Mito, 2 more of those things? How many of those does he have? Some kind of death ray, a cheap rip-off of my barrier, and now cannonballs that home in on you? That's quite the bag of tricks he has there. When did this become a magic show? I was wondering the same thing. The dancing projectiles box me in and a hail of bullets rise to meet me. This is dire. I'm standing at the river's edge. I hear the ferryman's shout. Direct hit, left leg, it's dead. Regeneration impossible under current circumstances. There's no pain. Even the cruelest agony would be preferable to the absence of sensation. I feel only a deep, deep cold, as if the limb were submerged in a pool of liquid darkness. Now my left leg is as much dead weight as my left arm. It'll take Muramasa days to fully repair the damage. Days I may well not have. The enemy is whittling away at our strength like a knife peeling an onion, and I only have one limb left. You have one limb left? You need to regenerate, and your opponent could just change pilots because it's an entire research facility? And you still can't go through the armor even if he shuts down. So if he shuts down, all you can do is run away, and then the, like, presumably 50 Tsurugi that they still have go murder you. Death is near. We're not done yet. We no longer have the agility to escape the storm of steel. Nito, there's only one way this can end? I know that. This is a shogi match in the endgame. With my king isolated and all my escape routes blocked, my opponent is only one move from victory.
Mido!
Must escape. No escape. I'm staring down the dragon's gullet with walls of lead and living missiles on all sides. Checkmate. Game, set, and match. This is it. The end. I can die. But can I truly allow that? Can I allow myself to die here?
まさかだろ?
A foolish question, no? From the pit of my stomach, I summon the power. I feed it through my organs and limbs and send it coursing down my spine into my loins, where it builds before returning to my stomach once more. With each cycle of this repetition of this cycle, the power grows swiftly, becoming a storm. I loose it upon the world. Enchant ending. But why? We're like horrifically injured, and we could have done this like any time in the whole fight. Alright. Railgun, my god. Alright. The beam misses us by a hair. Eat reserve critical. I try and fail to ignore the cold spreading through my body. No choice, we gotta land. Well, that was the most pointless fight I've read. Okay. Oh, sorry, I can't say that. I can't say that. Umi and Echo's fights were incredibly pointless because they never actually happened, and most of them were just wasting time. If entertaining. If somewhat entertaining. Most of them were just like flowery descriptions of stuff, which was mostly unnecessary because it didn't actually happen. This is definitively pointless because he ended up doing the same thing. He didn't even get new information. He just sat there and was like, well, I guess I'll use this. I didn't want to use it because it could kill him, but I did it anyway. So in the end, he did nothing. Other than severely injure himself and almost kill himself. Alright. No choice, we gotta land? Got it. Now you're trapped on the island. I land and immediately topple to the ground, unable to support myself on two dead legs. Weren't you like out? Weren't you like out for several days last time you were injured? Like a couple days last time you were injured? Oh well. Unless I can reestablish mobility, the next attack will bury us. What's his status? No movement. The enemy landed too. Looks like we're both at our limit. So we made it, if just barely. I breathe a long, slow sigh of relief. But there's no time to savor the reprieve. I have to recover my strength and finish off the enemy before he does the same. Otherwise, the next exchange will send me on that final voyage. Run a full diagnostic. Running. Oh. My Tsurugi's surprised exclamation coincides with the sound of footsteps approaching from behind, and I turn to face them, and there...
Minato-san!
Sir? Ichijo? What's she still doing here? As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. What I can see is you've got both feet in the grave. You mean he doesn't have any feet, right? Didn't he lose one of his legs? One or both of his legs entirely? He lost one of his arms and both of his legs, right? They're just gone? Cause he can't feel, or sorry, the arm is injured, right? Or like one leg was injured, the other one's, is it the other one gone and the other one arm gone? Yeah, he's missing an arm and a leg. And the other leg's in tons of pain. What I can see is you've got both feet in the grave. Then why did you ask? I bite back the retort. What purpose would it serve? Dangerous here. I'm still engaged with the enemy. Return to Katase. Wait for my orders. I can't leave you here by yourself. Are you out of here? I pause mid-shout as something occurs to me. This is a trap. The enemy has no intention of letting me escape. In which case, I'd be naive to assume they haven't found the boat. If I send Ichijo back there, she'd just walk into an ambush. Alright, find some place to hide on the island. I'll rendezvous with you after I eliminated the hostile.
問題ない。
I can handle it.
この匂い、
What's that smell?
匂い。
Smell?
焼けたような匂いがします。
You smell burnt.
港さんから。
Of course I'd smell. The stench of scorched flesh is a pungent one.
構うな。
Oh, don't worry about it.
戦う以前に動けるんですか？
We're about fighting. Can you even move?
問答の暇が惜しい。すでに指示は下した。
No time for discussion. You have your orders. Now go.
納得できないです。
You can't win.
お前の同意は必要ない。
I don't need your vote of confidence.
お前が納得しようとすまいと。俺は敵機を撃墜する。
I'll defeat the enemy whether you believe I can or not.
死んじゃいますよ。
How can he fight without an arm and a leg? Don't forget the other arm that. Don't forget the other leg that he also can't use. Because it's like, it's like badly mangled. He'll die?
笑えるようなことを
Don't be
言うな。
absurd. I try to dismiss the suggestion with a scornful laugh, but it comes out as a glob of blood-flecked spit.
どこの誰がこんなところで安穏と死ぬか。
You expect me to die here?
俺は死な
Lie
す。
down and rest?
俺は倒す。
I'll do no such thing. I'll face the enemy and defeat him.
それは正しいからですか？
Is it because you're right?
違う。もっとずっとくだらない話だ。
A far simpler reason,
死
a
を
fool's
許さ
reason.
れないなら
If death is
敵を
not
潰
permitted,
して生き残るしか
the
道は
only
ない。
option is victory.
ただそれだけの
That's
こ
all
と。
there is to it. He has one arm. He can use one arm. The problem is he literally can't deal damage to the enemy, so... I don't know what he's gonna do if it can't move. It's not like he can hurt it.
わかりました。
There must be something I could...
けど、それなら私。
ミド、敵機周辺に動き
Mito,
ない。
movement around the target. Muramasa's voice calls my attention away. I look towards our foe, who's landed on lower ground, giving me a clear view of its position. I see headlights. A truck is approaching the grounded Leviathan.
まずい。
Not good. They're just gonna replace the pilot, my dude. Or replace the batteries, as they suggested earlier.
どういうこと？
What is it?
弾薬の補給、あるいは登場する武者の交代を行うものと思われる。
They must be preparing to
Muramasa,
reload munitions.
現
Or
時
even
点を
swap
もっ
with
て
the
の行
pilot.
動再開は可能か。
Can we resume combat?
まだ現状態で飛び出しても
It's too soon. If we take off now, I don't think we'll even make it that far. There's nothing I can do. Facing a fully rearmed giant will be bad enough, but if I allow it to get a fresh pilot in that thing, I'll lose whatever slim chance of victory I had. Hey, you have a great chance of winning. Look, I don't know what you're complaining about. This is exactly what you wanted. You're in a situation where you can now know how they get out of the armor, if they get out of the armor at all, okay? You refuse to even try to win, and you consistently are massively overpowered because you don't try in most of your combats. So, here we are. Again. After the race, I'd like him to have to try, and he's not trying yet. So, I don't feel too bad for him. I mean, he wasn't trying in the race either. He's a world-class racer, despite having never raced. So, he's a world-class racer despite having never raced, so I think he'll be fine. If he's actually fighting. Because he still wasn't trying this whole fight. His basic attacks doesn't work, he hasn't tried his specials because he doesn't want to hurt them. So when he's like, oh no, I might die, I'm like, well, it seems like you wanted to die, like, I don't care. Like, he made his choice. He's made his choice. Yeah, there's some stress for you, but I'm just thinking, like, well, if you wanted to win, you actually could have won, like, ages ago when you had tons of energy and could conceivably just blast through his armor.
港さん。
What's going on?
大型車両が1台、敵機に近づいている。
A truck's approaching the enemy. I
推測
believe
するに、
they intend to
おそらくは
resupply and
補給
rearm.
活動のため。
But that means
それは。
Ichijo frowns. It doesn't take a trained soldier to understand the implications. Suppressing the urge to curse, I turn my thoughts to more constructive purposes. How to make the best of a bad situation. While allowing them to change pilots will indeed put me at an extreme disadvantage, it also affords me a chance to learn the location of the enemy cockpit. If I can just get my hands on that one piece of intel, then wielding my railgun against the opponent becomes an option. I don't know how much power I can bring to bear in my current state, but it's my only hope of survival. I focus all my attention on the enemy below.
やはり補給だな。
As I thought,
弾倉を交換している。
they're changing out magazines. I can't make it out.
よく見えないです。
視界の中央ではなく端で見ろ。中央は光源へ向ける。
Keep your eyes centered on the light and look with the corners.
何ですかそれ。
Where did she learn that?
うちに伝わる暗視法だ。
It's a technique passed down in my house.
なんか一姫ばあさんにも聞いたことあるような。
Sounds like something Grandma once told me. I think she said.
確か。
I see a human figure climb down from the monster and a similar figure take his place. The cockpit's visible as a dark portal in the machine's hull. I mark the location in my mind, and now I have a fighting chance. And that said, if my eyes did not deceive me, both pilots were Musha in full Dragoon armor, though I couldn't tell the make. Equipping one tsurugi on top of another, could that monster have been forged with that purpose in mind?
箱?
Is that a crate?
あれは何でしょう?
What's that for?
箱?
A crate? I turn my attention to where Ichijo points. A crate, but not an ordinary one. The sides appear to be interlocking bars, leaving the contents visible to the outside. The crate's being removed from a compartment in the Tsurugi's belly, and as I watch, workers toss it carelessly to the ground where it remains ignored thereafter. Whatever it contains must not be important. There's something inside.
はい。
Yeah, it stacks of
何
something.
か積み重なってますね。
村正、視覚強化。
Muramasa, enhance vision.
了解。
Enhancing. My vision becomes several times sharper, and the crate is steel, approximately 3 meters cubed. Inside are... energy. No matter how skilled the smith who forged it, a tsurugi of such size would consume vast quantities of thermal energy. More than any one man could provide. Hey look, it's not a surprise. The workers unload something from the truck. Another crate, the same as the other. Not the same. The contents of this crate are moving. Not crates, cages. Cages to hold the monster's prey.
あれ?
Is something
動いて
moving?
る? 港さん。
Are those?
人だ。
Yup, people. Congratulations, Kageaki. You managed to kill... How many people are in that crate? You managed to kill every single one of them by inaction. It actually would have been really funny if you got, like, Ichijo killed too. But anyway, we knew that was coming from, like, a mile away. Not surprised. He didn't make the connection between disappearing people and the super-powered mecha that has infinite energy, seemingly. It's cool. It's plot reasons.
人?
People?
子供だ。
Children.
あの怪
Fuel
物
for
を
the
動か
beast. A wave of biting cold hits me from the side, and I know that if I turned to look, I'd find Ichijo's face terrible to behold. I mean, if you're wondering why the population of Japan is so unbelievably low for the 1940s, yeah, I mean, if this is where their research projects all go to, it kind of makes sense, right? They go through like 50 people a day at this facility or something like that. It's like, that's some pretty high turnover, right? Is it hatred I sense from her? Rage or malice? No, it's not as flimsy as those. This is something innate, pure. The sort of thing that perhaps a wrecking ball might feel for a condemned building. A target to be destroyed, and that's all the Rokuhara Musha is to her now. But Ichijo, it's not that monster alone with whom your justice must condemn. I can make out the bodies in the discarded cages, dry, shriveled husks that were once men. But who's to blame for their pitiful state? The pilot of the Titan? Yes, actually, yes. No. Who led the beast on? Who forced it to exhaust its fuel supply? Also, yes. Look, 2 people sharing responsibility. Who ground their lives to nothing? I stand. Amazing the power that hate can bring. It's hate that moves me now, hate that lets me rise. My burned legs howl in pain, give me more. My cold metal armor demands heat and payment and sinks its fangs into my innards to plunder it. More pain, more agony. Suffer. I take a step and my legs buckle, my knees quiver, weak and fearful. Her, you still have legs to carry you. Suffer. The second step and my vision blurs, sight and sound dim as consciousness threatens to slip away. You still have eyes to see and hear, worm. Murderer. Think of those who will walk, hear, and see no more. Murderer. Think of what they lost and what you stole. Murderer. Ah, Minato Kageaki. May you writhe in misery for all eternity and never know the taste of peace.
港さん。
Sir?
どうするつもりですか?
What are you doing?
邪魔だ。
Get out of here.
どうするんです?
What will you do?
行く。あの怪物を切り、子供たちを助け出す。
Fight. I'll defeat the enemy and save those children. Alright, good luck, bud.
その体では無理です。
Impossible.
ならその無理を通す。
Then I'll do the impossible.
わかりました。
Okay.
私は何をすればいいですか？
How can I help?
俺一人でいい。
I don't need your help.
そうですか。
Then I know what I have to do.
わかりました。
何をしている？
Where are you going?
あの化け物を殴り倒して子供を助けます。
Beat that monster down and rescue those kids?
お前には無理だ。
Impossible.
その無理を通します。
Then I'll do the impossible. I spear Ichijo with my glare. There's violence in it, perhaps even true malice, but she meets it unflinching. Her glare is no less forceful than mine, and I know what her eyes are saying. If you try to stop me, I'll kill you. For the few moments we spend in silence, an observer would surely think us the bitterest of enemies.
何があっても俺はお前を助けない。
I won't go to your aid no matter what happens.
頼みません。
I won't ask you to.
足手まといになれば踏み潰していく。
If you get in my way, I'll go right through you.
はい。そうしてください。
勝手にしろ。
And go and die for all I care. I spit the words like a curse.
バカめが。
You're a fool.
はい。
I know. I draw up a simple plan. Now that I have a second pair of hands, a headlong charge into the enemy formation is no longer the only option.
時間を稼げ。
Buy me time.
時間を。
Time?
敵は無能ではない。もう間もなくこちらの所在は知れる。
The enemy's not stupid. They'll soon discover my position.
俺が戦闘態勢を整えるには
But I'm in no
今しば
condition
ら
to
くの
fight.
時がいる。
はい。
Right.
その間、お前が奴の相手をしろ。やり方は任せる。どうにでもして、あれの注意を引け。
Buy me time to recover. I thrust my finger at the steel giant. I don't care how you do it, but draw that thing's attention for as long as you can. The way you got into the Ichijo route was different than this? Really? So there's a different start to the Ichijo route? Like a different opening conflict? That's interesting. If this were a play, this would be where the audience bursts out with laughter. Apparently? Really? You said you played the uncensored version, right? So maybe there's that? That said, I don't actually see where they would have censored anything in this scene. Maybe there's like a general route that sort of leads in Ichijo's favor? I don't know how many routes there are. If this were a play, this is where the audience bursts out with laughter. Ichijo merely nods her
わか
assent.
りました。
You played with a 100% guide after your initial first route. Interesting. And you don't recognize this? Maybe... Surely you just forgot that, right? I've been there. I've forgotten half of or more of a route before. Got it.
その間に俺は回復を図り、同時に敵の弱点を探る。
Meanwhile, I'll repair my damage and attempt to pinpoint the enemy's weakness.
弱点ですか？
Weakness? Do you have any
何か見
ideas?
込みが？
ある。全国の補給作業中、電池らしきパーツの交換をしている様子がなか
I
った。
saw no sign of batteries during resupply.
敵の主兵装が電力式であることはほぼ疑いない。電池がないのならば、何か別の方法で電気を調達してい
Its
る
main
のだ。
weapons run off electricity. If it
その
doesn't use
方法を
batteries,
見極める
it。must be receiving power from an outside source. I'll attempt to locate the source.
それができれば。
And if you can do that,
あれを攻略する筋道
path
が
to
立
victory
つ。
opens.
今俺に考えう
It's
る
the
道
best
では、
plan I can think of.
これが最短、最善の方策だ。
That last sentence sounded more apologetic than confident. It's because I myself am stunned by the artlessness of this plan. There are far too many unknowns, too much that could go wrong. No one in their right mind would agree to such an undertaking.
了解です。
On it.
待て、
Wait,
はい。
どこへ行く？
where are you going?
早速。
To distract the enemies? You could... I'm starting to suspect this girl is quite mad.
あなたと同じよ。この子のこういうところ。ほんと、よく似てる。
She's behaving exactly like you would in her place. It's like you two were made for each other.
やり方を任せるとは言ったが、そのままで放り出すとは言っていない。
Not that I'd send you out there empty-handed.
最低限の武装くらいはしてゆけ。
You need arms.
武装？
Arms? It would be a lie to say that Rokuhara Musha is looking forward to this battle. Fighting's just a job to him, not a way to test his mettle or find meaning in life. His colleague, the pilot whose seat he now occupies, is a different sort. The one who enjoys battles, savoring it like wine. He doesn't understand. Where's all the fun in this? Coming under fire terrifies him, however thick his armor. Even after all these years, he can't shake the disgust he feels watching his bullets rip targets to shreds. He was watching as his colleague fought the Crimson Musha, and he understands enemies this worthy are few and far between. But only a born warrior would find this cause for joy, and a born warrior he's not. On the battlefield, he's driven by thoughts of his family, by the desire to return to his wife and children. Thus, when he spots his enemy, relief calms his racing heart. Even his fear runs icy fingers over his skin. Finally, let's finish this and go home. He sets his sights on the small crimson shape at the edge of his screen, and with a heavy sigh brings the silver giant to life. Good night, my friend. Have a good day at work. This is the man Minato Kageaki and Ayane Ichijo face tonight.
始まったようね。
It started.
Oh.
Yep. The misshapen titan of a Tsurugi turns and fires at the ground by its feet. Just in time. We aren't that far removed from the enemy's position. In another 10 seconds, he would have likely located us, immobile and helpless as we are. Which is no doubt the very reason she chose to make this moment her move. Alright.
悔いているの？
Do you regret letting her go?
いや、
No, I don't.
悔いてはいない。一条は危険を理解していた。その助力が必要でもあった。
She knew the dangers. I knew her help was necessary if we're to rescue the prisoners.
そう思えば唯一の選択だったのだ。この道の他には自分一人の意地を通して生産の低い作戦を強行し、
The choice was
敵機の
simple.
中の人々を余計に苦しめる道しかない。
It was this, or let the people trapped in that thing suffer while I deal with it myself. Yes, but
でも、
悔いてはいないが、恥じてはいる。
I may not regret my decision, but I'm ashamed of it.
一条の手を借りざるを得ない状況に陥ったのは、つまり俺の力が足りないからだ。
How did things get to this point? My incompetence? No. Impotence made her assistance necessary. How can I not feel shame? I disagree. He's feeling bad about it, but he's not feeling bad about it for the right reasons. He's not noticing that he's super arrogant and overconfident. He's arrogant and overconfident, and he doesn't recognize that. He thinks he's incompetent and impotent. And I'm like, this guy was holding back in the last 2 conflicts he's been in. Like, he was fighting, he was in a nationals. He was racing in what he stated was an objectively inferior suit that is at best 80% as good as a racing crux, and he was in like 15th while holding back. And we even did the math and said like he could easily be in 10th if he just didn't stop for repairs because he doesn't need to. And even then he wasn't trying his hardest. Like he could be even higher up. Like he's like, yeah, my 8 out of 10 Tsurugi for racing is actually like 10 out of 10. And he's like, yeah, but it's an 8 out of 10, so it doesn't count. Like what? He's clearly like leagues better than the racers. He's clearly leagues better at racing than the actual racers, who are like all professional because these are ludicrously expensive machines that you can't just like buy on the street and require like a dedicated company's support. And then we're here and he's like, yeah, I'm not going to try to break through his armor because I might kill him. So, oh man, I just can't kill him. It's too hard. Like, dude, you decided, you made your choice. You made your choice to not win the fight. What were you expecting?
一人で何もかも背負い込むな。気の利いた人なら、あなたにそう言うかもね。
It's clearly arrogant. It's clearly arrogance, right? And overconfidence. He believes that this guy couldn't possibly beat him, because otherwise, if he actually thought he was gonna die, as he clearly showed, he just immediately goes for his special, right? He'll just blindly go for it if he thinks he's actually in that bad a situation. So, you know, whatever, it's all good. We already said we think this guy's intentionally written to be a hypocrite, where he's like, or like not sufficiently he's somewhat self-aware, but he's not sufficiently self-aware of his own issues. He's just aware of like them on one level, but doesn't see them to complete, which kind of makes him like an interesting character, right? Right. That's what you're supposed to say in these situations, right? It's foolish to blame yourself for this. Will you? No. Doesn't apply to us. Exactly.
俺たちはこの程度の危難で力不足を訴えていてはならないのだ。 俺たちが打ち
You
破
have
るべ
no
き
right
も
to
ののこと
struggle
を
against an
思えば
opponent so plain. Not when our true enemy is infinitely greater. I know.
だから恥じる。恥を刻んで記憶する。
It'll be a brand on my soul. Another reminder of the weakness I must overcome. So are you gonna kill the pilot? The pilot did just like kill like, I don't know, let's say 5 people. The pilot just killed like 5 random civilians because you were like goofing off. Are you gonna try and kill the pilot? Or stop him at least? Cause like, you know these people aren't gonna live a nice life if you just disable the mech, right? They just build it up again and they go back to being batteries to be murdered by it. Like, you don't actually solve anything by just damaging the frame. And they could conceivably just make another one because he doesn't know if they were able to make it or if it's... I mean, he knows it's old, right? But he doesn't know if they're able to make a new one. Alright, a reminder of the weakness he must overcome. Yeah, that works. Be stronger.
私たちには力が足りない。まずは野立ちを取り戻しましょう。
First, we destroy the last 3 eggs and restore my Nodachi. Right. Even that won't be enough. I faced Ginseigo with full armament before and was beaten so easily I might as well have been naked. There was always a difference in strength between us, but surely it wasn't this astronomical. Me just sitting here asking myself, did he actually try to beat her or was he just talking to her and getting his ass beat the whole time? Given the way his perspective for several last fights have been, and how he hasn't gone all out from the start in the first fight either. Remember, if you remember his fight against the serial killer, he spent a long time giving that guy a tutorial to flex on him. So our guy consistently does not try to win when lives are on the line. And he'll only pull shit out when he thinks he might actually die. So, did Ginseigo actually beat the shit out of him? Or was he just like goofing off and Ginseigo just went hard right away and beat his ass? Right? It's like you're playing a fighting game, you sit down to play with someone and you just start mashing for giggles and your opponent turns out to be half decent, instantly punishes you for like 90% of your health or even does like a touch of death combo, and you're just like, wow, he's so good, he beat my ass. Like, yeah, you were randomly mashing instead of trying. Like, why? Right. What do I lack? What failing on my part has allowed the gap to widen so? We just went over that.
Mido.
Mido? I know. Think about that later. Ichijo's risking her life out there. I need to do my part and use the time she's buying me to find the enemy weakness. I already have a fair guess as to what it might be. I just need to pinpoint the location. You don't have to answer this. What? What are the chances she comes out of this alive? Or she's backed into a corner, what do you do? What do you mean? Will you go save her? No. If I do that, the plan falls apart. I'll do nothing. I warned her that was how it would be. She accepted it. I suppose you made your peace with that decision? It was hers, not mine. And our plan was founded on that decision. All I can do is act accordingly. Alright then. Her bones shriek beneath each impact. Though not one bullet's reached her flesh, her shield cannot fully protect her from the shock. She recalls the words that accompanied this gift. It's temporary armor made from Muramasa's thread. It won't increase your strength or speed as a Tsurugi would. But it shouldn't be an encumbrance either. How's it feel? It's pretty light. I won't have any trouble moving. It doesn't cover her fingers. Oh well. Doesn't seem very strong though.
実際強度を知れている。武者の太刀など浴びればひとた
It's
まり
not.
もないだろう。
Amusha's sword would go through it like paper.
機銃弾程度は防げるはずだが、それもいつまで持つか。
It should deflect bullets, but not forever. She has one gauntlet protecting her. Man, that's aggressive.
早い話が気休めだ。
Don't get
過信
overconfident.
するな。
Don't get any ideas.
こんなものしかやれない。最低限と言ったが、
That's all I
最
have
低
to
限で
give.
すらなかろう。
I said I wouldn't send you out empty-handed, but this isn't much better. However paltry his offering may be, it's exactly what she needed. Or what she wanted. What she needed. She's fighting. Ayane Ichijo is fighting his enemy. He's a rodent facing an elephant, powerless to do more than dart from cover to cover. Her only defense might fail at any moment, and yet this is what she's been waiting for. The means to fight at his side, however small. For Ayane Ichijo, the truest path to justice. Bring it. The force from the bullets carries through the makeshift shield. It bursts blood vessels and pools in the marrow of her bones. She hears the sound of cracks forming, widening, and knows that little protection she has will soon abandon her. But it means nothing to Ichijo. She cleaves to the plan, doing everything in her power to hold the enemy's focus. There's a form of torture where a man in armor is beaten with hammers, crushing bones and pulverizing organs. Ichijo is experiencing much the same thing, a slow mounting agony that the stoutest of men would find impossible to endure. How then does this girl of slight frame and delicate appearance endure it? The answer is simple. It's as Minato Kageaki suspected. Ayane Ichijo is utterly mad. Come over here. Justice is indeed the path that man is meant to follow, but that doesn't mean it coincides with man's natural instincts. If anything, the man with a healthy mind will use justice as a tool to serve his own ends. A distinctly abnormal individual is one who can do the opposite, enslave himself to justice, brand its edicts upon his soul, and execute them without pause. A great warrior once said no sane man ever accomplished anything of note. Another once exhorted his followers to love the fool, become the fool. These men knew the truth, that only by abandoning sanity can one achieve true selflessness and thereby true justice. Ayane Ichijo does not know this truth, but then she does not need to know, she already embodies their ideal. If these men could see her now, they'd gasp in awe at the purity, the madness, the passion, the virtue of her madness. That's it, come again. Come on. 3 things are required to unlock the power of madness: the will, the way, and the means. The will she always had, she carved it into herself long ago. The way came later, Minato Kageaki was her guide. And now the means. With this, the last flimsy thread binding Ayane Ichijo to the world of the sane has come undone. Now she's free. More. Even as she basks at long last in the fire of battle, Ayane Ichijo desires more. I need to fight. He knows there are far greater evils, battles to come that will flay her bones bare. She craves them, her soul cries out for release. And at the same time she knows it's not enough. I need something more, something that'll let me fight more. When at last she has the power she desires, she can truly fulfill her purpose. Justice, madness, all that fun stuff. And all that is evil will perish. That's what you've been looking for? Yes, the power cable. It was difficult, the target's thin and camouflaged, and the enemy's low altitude hasn't helped matters. But I finally found the cable trailing from the machine's bottom. Must be the source of power. The cable doesn't seem to extend or contract when the machine moves, which is odd. Unless it's sliding atop electrified rails buried in the ground. Perhaps that's what the grooves are for. In any case, we have our next move. Severing the cable will give us this advantage. What's the plan? Barrier presents the greatest obstacle. Fortunately, the cable is in the enemy's blind spot. We'll take it by surprise. First, we get behind. More than 10 minutes have passed since the battle began, and still the enemy has done nothing but run and hide. He must be exhausted from the previous battle, unable to fly, much less attack. So then, why is he still alive, the giant's pilot asks, nearing the end of his rope. Please just die already. He fires another burst from his gun, spraying this time the target will stay down. His aim is on the mark, but only a few sparks fly from the crimson shape before it slips his sights. Let me go home. As disgust and frustration burn inside him, he sends another barrage chasing after. But the enemies fled once more into the woods, and only the trees fall to his fire. Come on, come on! His stomach rebels, but he sets his teeth and gulps down the bile. At the same time, he turns his machine and lays a horizontal line of fire perpendicular to the previous two vertical lines. Make it stop, make it stop. The target is nowhere in sight, no hint of crimson in the arc of space cleared by his gunfire. He rotates one more time, his guns paving a final line in the dirt. Something leaps back in haste, startled by the curtain of bullets that suddenly appeared before it, and seeks cover inside the square of untouched trees that remain inside the square. The enemy's there in the killing field that he drew with his guns. Finally! He knew how difficult it would be to catch a target so small on the ground, so he waited and endured, and now the moment has arrived. He empties his stomach. It's over. Mustering the last of his strength, he activates Arahabaki's Shinogi, Heat Drain. Its effectiveness limited against armored targets, however. In the blink of an eye, it reduces the trees to dust. And there's his target, standing alone in the center of the now barren lot, and as he trains his main gun upon it, he thinks, now I can go home. He's a man who loathes battle and is therefore not ruled by it, a man who maintains calm and focus even as his gut churns. And that's why whenever he goes to war, however desperate he believes his misfortune, there's always someone on the battlefield less fortunate. His enemy, for no soldier is more fearsome than he.
Mido!
Mido? Am I supposed to save Ichijo? Clicking save things just causes them to die, right? Oh, I don't care. I'll follow the plan. Sure, fuck it. Who cares? I take off running. She'll figure it out. If she's gonna live, if she is gonna live through the story, she'd figure it out. That's all I can say. Based on the way the story works. Since they'll penalize you for focusing on doing positive things with the character, we wouldn't fall for that bait. I'm not gonna fall for that bait. I dash through the trees, circling to the enemy's back, all according to plan. You know? I promised to let her die. I swore to save the prisoners no matter what happens. I gave her my word. I gave her my word. I take the shortest path through the giant's blind spot, but I know I won't make it in time. Before I cut the cable, its cannon will fire on Ichijo. I tasted its power firsthand, and I have no illusions that her makeshift armor, the armor I gave her, will protect her from that thing. Ichijo will die. Through a gap in the trees, I catch a momentary glimpse of her, indomitable as she stares death in the face. Our eyes don't meet, she can't see me. Or rather, I'm all she sees. Her eyes shine with perfect trust. An absolute certainty I'll leave her to perish. She knows I'll scale her blasted corpse and free the prisoners from that beast. She'd have it no other way. I tear my eyes free and charge on, knowing that to stop and bear witness to the end would itself be a betrayal of her faith. Forward I run, and forward each step, driving the truth deeper into my heart that once again I've sacrificed an innocent. Ichijo. Smoke? A smoke grenade? Who? I don't know. My ears don't work on the ground. Let me... Wait, there's no time for that. Right. I have no idea where that grenade came from, but this is a 1 in a million chance. The enemy's sight is obscured by the smoke. If I can finish this now, no more need for cover. I burst from the trees and make a beeline for my target. There, the enemy's power cable. Got it. Bravo, bravo. The nastier the curse, the sharper the blade. And now it's time for the main event. Muramasa! That voice! How did I get more points with her? I selectively avoided that. Whatever, game. Alright. Feels like my choices don't actually matter. I made a choice very specifically that was just like, well, I do what I said I would do. And it still penalized me. That's lame. Alright. Like, that's a thing, I guess. Sure. Is it because I did something she actually wanted? I don't fucking know. What's going on? I'll just selectively choose whatever choice ignores her, because that seems to be the only way that works. But I guess she's a little too used to us being harsh now. I don't fucking know. Reinforcements, that means. Alright then. Enemy unit 7 o'clock low. He's coming about.
村正、あまりフォローを広げるな。こちらの窮状が知れる。安定性の犠牲を飲む。
Don't spread your wings too wide, Muramasa. The enemy will know we're hurt. Better to sacrifice stability. Got it. You missed? He parried my strike. It's a sly sword he wields. There are by and large 4 factors that decide the outcome of Musha aerial combat. Weight, speed, acceleration, and turning speed. The importance of the first should be obvious. Weight is what determines how high and how quickly you can climb, and therefore who has the advantage at the start of the battle. While weight decides the advantage in the first exchange, it's maximum speed that determines how well you can put that advantage to use. To be faster than your enemy is to have a heavier strike that will land first. That's not how speed works. After the first exchange, acceleration and turning speed hold the key. Acceleration allows you to recover speed you lost in the attack, and the faster you come about, the easier it is to take the high ground. There's no way to achieve a perfection in all 4 categories, and in pursuing one, a smith must sacrifice another. If you gain in wingspan, if you increase wingspan, you gain maneuverability at the cost of reduced acceleration. Thicken them instead, and trade lift for maximum speed. The relationship is absolute. No Tsurugi can be all-powerful, and a smith must accept the limitations of reality and work within them as best he can. Although there may be a gap in overall quality between 2 given Shinichi, the gap is rarely insurmountable. Even the lesser work necessarily leads in one of the 4 categories. By that advantage alone, they may carry the battle in its favor. The only time this gap is truly insurmountable is when a Kazushi has the misfortune to face a Shinichi in the sky. Come on, this is insulting. If I were in top condition, I could eat this piece of junk for breakfast. Calm down, you're not to blame. Even damage, your abilities are superior to the enemies. Mine are simply inferior. In my right forearm, I feel the lingering sensation of our last exchange. My strike should have ended the fight, but my enemy deflected it as though it were nothing. A fearsome opponent this Sorimachi Ichizo. To think he could overcome the disparity in power with swordsmanship alone. Didn't we have the opportunity to also kill this guy too? Remember when we almost killed this guy and left him to go hand information over to his bosses? After he basically, like, set up the last 2 scenarios? Yeah, I remember that. I don't know if our character was paying attention, because he seems to have forgotten that. While the Type 90 surely deserves its place in the annals of history, it's still a Kazushi and nearly a decade out of date. Muramasa is superior in every way, and yet Sorimachi's skill is enough to render that advantage meaningless. Compared to a purely average Musha such as myself, he may as well be a hero out of legend. You're wounded too. If you were in top condition, I wouldn't be so sure. Either way, such poor excuses will make a poor epitaph for my gravestone. Maybe we should shave our heads and join a monastery. Tempting, apparently. I come about. Let's get one hit in before we go. Why stop at one? Our banter serves one purpose at least, to keep my attention focused on this enemy. Though every second, I feel it slipping, pulled back towards the duty that remains undone. The giant is still active, and if I don't finish it now while it's vulnerable, what will happen to the people trapped inside? To Ichijo risking her life to give me this chance. Damn, he got below me. Our swords are both in the standard Jodan, which gives him the advantage. There's no time to reset my blade, which leaves...
Yeah.
You're a bit more flexible than expected. His tone is jovial. It's impossible to gauge whether the praise is mocking or genuine.
Yoshino Onryu wa ichige, kasumi gaishi. Hokoru hodo no waza de wa nai.
Yoshino Onryu,
gijutsu nara sochira ni mo aru da.
Kasumi Gaishi, not a technique of note. I'm sure you know one or two just like it.
Ittoryu no Sorimachi Ichizo.
Sorimachi Ichizo of the Ito Ryu. Why, a fine eye you have there, sir. Three encounters is enough to get a sense of one's sword, especially when his school is as famous as yours. Smart guy. Maybe you can clear something up for me. What's that? That last strike, if you'd pushed a little harder, I'd be going headfirst into the ocean right now. Why didn't you do that, Mr. Deputy? I could ask the same question. What are your intentions? Sorry? Someone stop that beast from firing. It was you, wasn't it, Sorimachi Ichizo? Sorry, wrong man. Was I mistaken? It wouldn't make sense for him to help us. I'll ask a different question. Why are you deliberately prolonging this engagement? You had more than ample opportunity to finish me? It's nothing really. Nobody's trying 100% tonight. Just want to make sure of something. What? Why are you even here, Sorimachi? Why'd you attack me? Rokuhara wouldn't assign a mere Yakuza to guard a research facility. Is it revenge for your defeat in the forest? Good reason as ever. Do I really seem like a guy who pays his debts to you? Then this is part of your mission for GHQ. Did you come to dispose of me? Because I'm a threat to GHQ's plans? Can't say I follow, buddy. Suzukawa Ryobu. Fuma Kotaro. They weren't in the shogunate's service. How did they get their hands on Shinichi of such caliber? Because you delivered them from the garrison stores, was it not? Damn, I guess old Kotaro ran his mouth before he kicked the bucket. And why would GHQ permit that? Because your actions are in line with their objective. GHQ's objective is the total domination of Yamato. It was by considering Sorimachi's actions in light of this truth the Commissioner reached the conclusion. A damnably simple and all too plausible portrait of doom. I fling it at my opponent like a javelin. You're trying to incite Yamato and Musha to slaughter Yamatoans. It's the first step to convincing Yamato to accept GHQ rule. I'm completely lost. This plan is like literally F tier. They literally, like, it's the first step to convincing Yamato to accept GHQ rule. We need to have Yamatoans slaughtering Yamatoans. Okay, I'm on board with this plan. That sounds good on the surface, right? And since we're like actually going with this plot, I'm going to talk about it now instead of when it was brought up earlier. This sounds good on the surface. And then you read the history of like literally the last 2 chapters and you realize that they just put down a rebellion purging the entire city. It is known that they purged all of Osaka, which, since we checked the statistics for like the 40s and 50s, is like 3 million people. Like, what do you mean they don't slaughter people already? They've killed millions of people. The entire country is depopulated like crazy. But apparently, they need to do another massacre because the massacre they literally just finished having the same day we finished chapter 1 wasn't good enough. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, they're slaughtering whole cities. The government's already slaughtering whole cities. What do you need more for? Like, they already just purged an entire city of people. Like, what do you mean we need to convince Yamato to accept GHQ rule by doing more? It doesn't really make sense if you follow that through. It's like, yeah, everyone in Yamato already knows that being slaughtered could happen at any point if the Rokuhara decide they don't like you. It doesn't change anything. It makes you the worst kind of traitor. His mad laughter is as clear an affirmation as can be. Now we're going back to the old dialogue. Okay, GHQ's mission is in effect to transform the nation into a forward base against Russia. Yep. Support of the Yamatoan people is essential. If they take the country by force, entrenched resistance will prevent them from focusing on their true enemy. Okay.
だからこそ、六原の圧政を黙認する。暴虐なる支配者に大和の国民から救いを求める声が上がり、進駐軍はそれに応えて立ち上がる。理想的なシナリオだ。
If Kamakura is the most populated city in all of Japan at this point in the timeline, that means that they basically killed everyone in every other major city, right? So the rest of Tokyo, all dead. The rest of Tokyo, either mostly or entirely dead. Like, up north, like Kobe, like Sapporo, Kobe, all dead. Like, there isn't any major city left that hasn't been killed by the Rokuhara. I'm kind of lost as to how, like, another massacre would ever help anything. It's not like Kamakura is, like, the most populated city in Japan. The Kamakura, region? Like, okay. Maybe they meant, like, Kamakura is now the name of Tokyo? Even then, at 100,000, that's, like, really low for the timeline. So, there's a ton of dead people. There's a mountain of dead cities worth of people. There's like half dozen cities of dead people, and they're just like, yeah, another couple townsfolk dying will change the balance. Like, whatever. This is why they enable Rokuhara's tyranny. For them, the ideal role is that of savior, answering Yamato's desperate cry for liberation. I guess their philosophy is there isn't enough people dying, but I'm sitting here like, I don't understand. There's, like, literally not enough people in the fucking country to keep dying for, like, another 2 years. There won't be anyone left in 5 at the rate they're going. Like, 100,000 is a very low number for a city at this point. That means every city with more people is dead. Everyone in that city is dead. Just axe every city that had more than 100,000 people inside it. In, like, I think the census data that's easy to find starts at, like, the 50s. So if they have, like, maybe 200,000, just, like, subtract 30% and just assume that they're dead. If they're bigger than 100,000, they're dead. Like, that's not hard. Like, Japan's population is probably, like, really low million here. It's probably like 1 million right now. It's like, that's horrendously depopulated, like video game levels of depopulating a region. Alright.
しかし
That alone
そ
isn't
れだ
enough?
けでは足りない。六原に対する増悪を煽っても大和の民がまず頼りにするのは六原以外の大和武者かもしれない。
Even if hatred towards Rokuhara reaches critical mass, the people will first look to other Yamatoan Musha, not the West.
その目を摘むため剣狩りを行って幕軍以外の武者を根絶し、その剣をわざわざ危険人物に提供して強行に走らせているのではないか。
They first confiscate all tsurugi outside Rokuharan hands, then deliberately gave those tsurugi to men who would use them to sow death and terror.
大和国民の大和武者に対する信頼を
All to crush the last vestige of hope in our hearts.
失わせる
I
べ
guess
く。
that's... sure.
さあれば俺を襲うのも特進ゆく。別に意図してのことではなかったが、結果的に GHQ の目論見を潰した俺は邪魔者に見られて当然だ。
My actions have indeed interfered with GHQ's plans.
あの連中を切っただけならともかくねえ、あんたの行動が世間で噂になりかけてるってのがまずいんだよ。
It wasn't just killing Suzukawa and Kotaro. The real problem is that the rumors that have started up about you.
あんたが英雄になっちゃ困るんですよ。英雄は進駐軍だけでいい。だそうだね。
I can't have you turning into a hero. You see, GHQ is the only hero Yamato shall have, is what my boss said. Alright.
それで今回の運びとなったわけで。
And that's what all the fuss is about.
何？
What? His wording implies he isn't talking about his own attack.
いやね、大した工作をしたわけじゃありませんよ。
Was it nothing special, really?
幕府がここで兵器研究をしてるってネタをいくらか脚色してそちらに流しただけで、銀色うんぬんってのを強調しときゃ餌になるんじゃないかってね。
They sent you some dirt we'd already dug up about the research being done here. Spiced it up a bit. Of course, I figured if we emphasized the silver monster part, you wouldn't be able to resist, and well, here you are. Torimachi was in close contact with Fuma Kotaro. No surprise he'd know of my search for Ginseigo, nor that he'd use the knowledge to lure me here.
島の警備力が俺を殺せばよし。俺が六原の兵器研究を潰しても、それはそれで万々歳。
If I destroy Rukuhara's weapon, that's one problem solved. If they kill me, that's another.
どちらに転んでも、高みの見物の GHQ、濡れて
If
であろう
whatever
丸
happens,
儲け。
GHQ reaps all the benefit with none of the risk. I assume that's the idea, right? Yeah.
ならばなぜ出てきた？
Why are you attacking me?
俺があの怪物と決着をつけるまで、
Why not
見
wait
物
until
を
the
決め
battle's
込ま
over?
なかったのはなぜだ？
Something dawns on me. Might there not be room to negotiate?
その方がそちらにとっても都合がよかろう。この場を引け。
Surely that would be in your best interest.
一度
Stand aside, Sorimachi.
はい。
Sorry?
逃げはせぬ。あの怪物を仕留めた後、お前の相手をすると約束しよう。
I'll neither run nor hide. You have my word. Once I've destroyed the monster, I'll accept your challenge.
あるいは、俺の方があの怪物に潰されるか
Or
もし
maybe
れ
it
ない。
does your work for you. In which
それ
case,
で
you
も
have no
お前
reason to
は何
complain.
も困るまい。
Right now, my priority is to finish off the giant. I can deal with Sorimachi after. This arrangement should suit both our goals.
まあそうかもしれませんが、そちらさんにとっちゃ別に私が先でも構わないんじゃないですか
I
ね。
see your point, though. Fight me now or later. Ain't it all the same to you?
いや、あの怪物は体内に監禁した人々を燃料にして動いている。
No. As long as it's active, the beast consumes prisoners for fuel.
彼らを急
I must
ぐ、助
rescue
け出
them
さ
at
ねば
once.
ならない。
大した正義感ぶりで。
You're a real hero.
どう解釈しようと構わない。
Think what you like. Itorio Ryu is one of the big sword school styles in Japan, is the foundation of many other sword styles. The rival school style of Munanori. Interesting. Well, think what you like.
いやいや、そうとしか解釈できませんね。
Beg your pardon, sir, but what am I supposed to think?
ってなると、 私は悪玉の用心棒ってわけだ。
You're a hero plain as day, and that makes me the villain's henchman. Torimachi.
助けに行きたいなら私をどうにかしないといけませんね。
Well, if you want to save those kids, you're gonna have to go through me. What is this man thinking? Why? Isn't he here to finish this mission? Can't there be some other reason for his attack? Whatever the case.
決裂よ。余計なことは忘れて。
Negotiations are over. Focus on the battle. I unseat my blade. Unfortunately, Muramasa is right.
旦那に私が殺せますかね。
I wonder, can you really kill me?
聞かぬならば
I won't hesitate to cut you down. Will you, though? I don't understand. Why would you kill him? Please explain why we'll kill him. It doesn't fit with your philosophy. He isn't carrying Ginseigo's egg. So you don't kill him, right? That's the rule? Well, we kill randoms. We don't kill this guy, right? We kill randoms and people infected with Ginseigo's egg. We don't touch the villains. That would be wrong or something like. We don't touch this guy who's literally using people as ammunition. We wouldn't want to do that. Because that would be wrong. We wouldn't want to stop him from doing that. We just want to, like, you know, mess with his mech a bit so he doesn't do that.
旦那、私は殺せるか
I said you're not
って言
listening.
ってるんですよ。
I said, can you kill me?
今のところ、旦那の切っ先にはちーとも殺気が乗っちゃおりませんが。
Maybe it's just me, but I'm not feeling a lick of malice from that blade of yours. Oh. It's true, I have no intention of killing him. There's no egg present in his armor, therefore no reason to take his life. But still, how could he see through me so quickly? He commented that literally as like the first line of dialogue. He's like, why are you not trying to kill me?
無用の殺生は戒めるべきこと。当然の心得だ。
One must never take a life except in the direst need.
そうですか。けど、今はそうも言ってられないんじゃないですかね。
A fine sentiment, but is this really the time? Yeah, it's always the time.
殺す気でやらなけりゃ、いつまでもここに釘付けですよ。
If you don't get serious, we're gonna be dancing all night.
私を殺しますか。
You gonna kill me?
他に手がないならば、万やむなす。
If there's no other choice,
切
then
り
yes.
殺して、
I will kill you, Sorimachi Ichizo. An empty threat, but he doesn't know that. I mustn't let him have the upper hand.
それでこそ英雄ってもんで。
How you're talking like a hero. Sorimachi turns. I pull up to meet his charge, placing his Tsurugi roughly in the center of my field of vision. Why am I wasting time here against an enemy whose objective is cloaked in shadow? I need to finish this. I assume the flying Chudan, blade point forward and parallel to the body. Sorimachi answers with the right Jodan. As Sorimachi moves to take my bottom, I drop pitch to cut him off. He answers in kind, I try to preempt. And fail. Takes the bottom and the advantage is his, and at that moment, I shift to Gadan and strike. The battle for position was a feint, a ruse to disguise my true attack. My slash from below meets Sorimachi at precisely the optimal angle. It will land first and cut deep into the shoulder armor and immobilize his arm. My blade nears on course for Sorimachi's neck. In what can only be a fit of delirium, Sorimachi turned his body just enough to place his neck in the path of my blade. Ordinarily, Amusha's helmet protects him from such strikes, but with his neck exposed like this, he might as well not be wearing it. My sword will enter through the joint, slice through flesh and bone, and Sorimachi will die. I'll kill him. This guy is fun. At the last moment, I managed to force my sword off course. The razor-sharp tip brushes his neck and continues into empty air, taking only a few flakes of skin with it. Pain shoots up my arms from the unnatural twisting of my wrists. I cover my groan with an enraged roar.
何の真似だ。
Are you mad?
ダメだ。殺せねえ殺せねえ殺せな。
You can't. I knew it. I fucking knew it. He answered with a howl of unbridled contempt.
やっぱあんたは英雄の器じゃねえよ。覚悟が足りねえよ。ダメだダメだ。
I knew it. You're no hero, Copper. You don't have what it takes. No way, no how. Toramashi pulls away, cackling through the night. Even his tapering exhaust seems to deride my failure. How did he know? He can't be so detached from the world that he'd risk his life on a meaningless gamble. He knew, as if having peered into my soul, I can't simply kill as I please.
宣告口にしていたな。
You spoke of confirming
確かめ
something.
たと。俺の何を確かめたという。
What do you think you've
それも
learned?
事実だ。
いや何あんたがねくだらねえ半端者だってことですよ。
No, nothing. Just that you're a worthless, half-assed piece of shit is all.
嫌なんだろう。私を殺すのが嫌なんだろ
You're afraid, aren't you? The thought of killing me turns your gut?
う。だってね私を殺したらもう一人罪もない人を殺さにゃならんもの。
I mean, if you do, then another poor little soul has to die.
なあ
Don't they? Sparks fly as he smashes my hasty parry aside, but the shock that explodes in my wrist is nothing compared to what seized my heart.
なぜお前がそれを。
How do you know about that?
見たんだよ。
I saw you. You saw me?
あの世あの村あの山の一軒家で
I was there that night in the hut on the mountain.
てめえがエミシの子供を二人泣きわめきながら殺すのをな。
I watched as you killed those Amishi girls, tears streaming down your face.
なんでてめえみてえな野郎があんな真似をしたんだかわけがわかんなかった。
It doesn't make
だから
sense.
調べたんだよ。
Why is a straight-laced cop like you decide to do something so cruel? I decided to do a little digging of my own.
村正って剣のことをさ。そっちの方の文献を集めてる坊さんが知り合いにいたんだね。
Muramasa.
そしたら
I know a monk who's a bit of a history buff, so I had a look through his personal library, and what did I find?
一個だけてめえにはまる伝承が見つかってな。
An old legend that explains everything.
あるんだろ
The Sarugi's cursed,
そ
isn't
の
it?
剣にはよ。
I'm Muramasa. Where there are demons, I slay them, and where there are saints, I slay them. Good is not my nature. Justice not my purpose. The righteous path not mine to walk. Good and evil alike shall perish beneath my blade. I'm a weapon, a tool of murder. You who would call yourself my master, have, though, the strength to become what I am. If nay, then be gone. If yea, then stand forth and speak the covenant.
南北朝時代の争いが泥沼のどん底になっちまったのは村正がその呪いを広めたからだって言うじゃないか。
They say the carnage of the non-Boku...
大したもんだね。
The carnage of the non-Bokucho War happened because Muramasa spread its curse. Would have liked to see that myself. Electromagnetic corruption disabled. Imperial edict. Absolute prohibition.
なああんた。なんで山奥にでもこもっちまわねえんだ。
Tell me something. Why don't you hole up in a cave somewhere? Hmm?
そんな厄介な呪いを抱えてなんで世間をおろす気もあるんだよ。
What are you doing running around with a curse like that, making trouble for everyone? I can't tell the villain what I'm after. That would be useful. The cursed warrior, defender of justice.
悪代官を成敗した後で可愛い村娘も殺しちまう。
For every bad guy he punishes, a little girl loses her life.
あんた一体何がしてんだよ。
Just what the hell are you trying to accomplish here? Enough, Damien. Look, I just want to say, if he just like randomly axed all the prisoners and killed the big mecha, that he'd be so far up in the good people dead department that he wouldn't have to kill anyone for like a fucking age. Like, all those people in the battery that are currently dying because he's fucking around, if he just killed all of them and said, like, fuck it, they were dead anyway, he'd be set. He'd be set for, like, 10 at plus bad guys already. Like, he should be regretting not just playing more aggressively, like, you know, someone takes a hostage and you're just like, fuck it, I'll kill the hostage myself, collect on the day. If that's actually how it goes, just be like, oh, someone takes a hostage. Yeah, or just burn down like one village and then not give a fuck. And be like, I had to do it, but I'm so far in the negative on karma with Muramasa, I'm fucking set. Now Muramasa wants me to kill like 100 bad guys, so I'll go kill 100 bad guys. Wouldn't that totally work? Like he's just making it way worse for himself. Be like Kiritsugu, smaller sacrifice for the greater good. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of how it works. Although Kiritsugu's result doesn't end well. This guy is like a 1-for-1. You don't get what I'm saying? Okay, if he's saying that the armor demands he kill a good person for every bad person he kills, then I'm saying kill a bunch, like, accept that some good people are gonna die and just kill them yourself. Like, hey, think of it this way, like, you know when you get those standoffs in movies when it's like, oh no, the bad guy has a good like the innocent lady hostage that you don't really care about, and you're like, oh, I can't shoot him because then she might die, or if I attack the bad guy, he'll shoot her. Like, I can't, what can I do? Just fucking shoot him. Just pull the trigger and shoot him. Because you're gonna have to kill someone anyway. Just fucking shoot them both. Or in this case, like, cut them both in half, you know? And be like, sorry, I was gonna have to kill you anyway. You're just, like, wasting time. Or in the case of this specific human battery-powered mech, if he just straight up axed everyone in the mech, it would have been the same result as him draining them. So if he runs up to the mech, now that he knows that, just kills him outright and then just kills one of the random people in the cages instead of letting the guy drain like all 10 of them to death like he's currently doing. You'd have to kill more people? That wouldn't make sense. In that situation where he kills both a good and a bad person at the same time, he should be net neutral, not net good. Like, if he knows he needs to kill innocent people, if he knows he needs to kill innocent people to use his ability, then he's again being like, the guy is totally right. I know that. Yeah, kill the pilot and one of the caged humans. Wow, we're in balance now. Like, easy. It's so easy now. You're just like, okay, so if I don't kill them, all of them die, and I don't know how much time I need, because they might have been long dead and he was just running on his own juice. They swapped out the pilot too. Like, who the fuck knows? It's got some of its weapons powered by the generator. Like, for all we know, the only thing that the people powered were the fucking missiles that were firing at the end. Like, for all you know, it was those seeking missiles that are people powered. Everything else is the generator and the guy. Like, we don't know that. But if he has, like, no limits on what he can do, then he should go, instead of letting 10 more people die, like, I don't know how many it is. He said people. Let's assume like 3 people, okay? That's a decent crowd in the cage. Instead of letting 3 people potentially fucking die while you're goofing off, just like kill one and then kill the other one. Like, considering you're gonna be killing people anyway. In the village that got destroyed in the chapter, he could have looked for survivors that were. I don't know if that would have counted. And he also didn't know that they were survivors. He thought they were all dead, even though there was one guy that walked up to him and was like, I'm dying, and then died. I don't know if Muramasa would have counted that as a positive kill. Like, you might have to go out of your way to kill them. He cared about the Amishi girls. If he just has to go out of his way to kill them, like, that's fine. Because I'm assuming this is why he's killing everyone, right? That's why he killed, like, our people, not because he's trying to hide his identity, but because Muramasa demands that he kills someone who he sees as good. He views them as saints. Sure, whatever. Alright. Just seems more efficient to just kill people who are good at the same time. Alright. Especially when you're in a situation like this, where all those people are presumably good. I mean, presumably there's like, Presumably there's like the kid who just disappeared is one of those batteries, okay? The kid who's like, just kill that kid. Enough, damn you.
悪党どもとやり合うためにとにかく強い剣が欲しかったのか
You sell your
たく
soul
さん
to
の
rid the
人を
world of
救うため
evil?
なら少しの犠牲はやむなしかい
Tell yourself a few sacrifices were necessary for the greater good?
いいねそいつは正義の英雄だ
Yeah, makes you
で
a
も英雄
hero.
だったんならもっと堂々としてなきゃいけねえな
Because I assume that the like mayor seemed like a decent person to him too. Could have killed the mayor, who was like lying there dying. To balance out your karma or whatever. Because he kills exactly the same amount of people that he kills, right? Like, he kills equal numbers of good people to bad people. He didn't kill all 3 of the school children. He killed one of them because he killed one bad guy. And he did the same thing for the villains. He killed two bad guys. He killed the monkey. He killed the monkey guy and the prefect. So he went and killed 2 girls. So presumably it's like a numbered thing where he has to kill a balanced amount. And not the people based on who he likes. Because otherwise he would have killed Ichijo already because he likes Ichijo. And he would have killed Otori already as well because he likes Otori. He would have killed both of them because there's no reason he wouldn't kill both of them. Right? If he's obligated to kill every single one of the people he sees like that, then he would have killed them both already. You gotta act the part. It makes you a hero. A hero should be more proud of his achievements. Yeah, but he hasn't killed Ichijo yet.
それとも人殺しが好きなだけか
Or what? You like killing?
いいね
Cool, that makes
そ
you a
いつ
demon.
はアッキってやつだ
He should have killed both of them because he already likes them both.
でもアッキだったらもっと嬉しそうに殺さなきゃな
If you're a demon, you need to smile when you run your victims through. Else, what's the point? Also, he killed Otori and her aide, which is that's strange. Or presumably the aide's gone as well. Enough, I said.
どっちでもねえ半端野郎だおめえは半端野郎だよ
You're no hero, you're no demon, you're just a worthless motherfucker who doesn't know what he is. At least Sorimachi is fun, right? Sorry, not at least. This is entertaining, but Sorimachi is quite fun. Not another word, the salt. Damn you, damn you, damn you to hell. You know nothing, you presume to judge my feelings, my motives? Kill with pride, kill with joy. The man who can't is nothing, worthless. How dare you? A man with no will, a man with no identity would never do what I've done. He's the man who'd plug his ears, shut his eyes, and hide from the world in a mountain cave. Because if the rule was just kill everyone everyone who he thinks is like a good person, and everyone he thinks is evil, he would have killed this Yakuza guy fucking ages ago with no thought to it, right? The reason he's holding back is when he's out of balance, he has to do something. I think that's what it is. He has to maintain balance, because otherwise he'd have no problem with killing these guys. He's like, Rokuhara bad, therefore we kill bad guys. Why would I ever stop killing people who are bad? Right? Like, okay. It's like, or he like why doesn't he just go for the pilot immediately now that he knows where he is for the big mecha? Because he knows this guy's clearly evil. He's using people as ammunition and murdering them left, right, and center. He's capturing people. They're capturing people from the village, turning them into ammo, killing them. And he's like enabling them. Clearly, gotta kill this guy. He's super evil. Or like this Yakuza guy. Like, he's not killing them because it's about like a balance of kills or some shit. I don't know. He says he killed Otori. He didn't say he killed the maid. I don't know where she went. But since it seems to be like a numerical balance value, it seems like it should be fairly easy to work with or around at times. Damn you. If only I could be that man. What peace that would bring. What salvation. And here you come along armed with only a fragment of understanding and claim to know me. You know me? Sorimachi Ichizo! They still fighting. My strike smashes Sorimachi's sword aside and cleaves into his shoulder. It's shallow, but my blade has already reached him. As well it should. Not only does Muramasa outperform his Type 90 in every way, but I also have altitude advantage. 2 arms or 1, there's no reason I shouldn't overpower him.
半端者が半端者呼ばわりされると一丁前に腹を立てるらしい。
Something I said must have hit home. Even a loser like you knows shame.
剣筋がちったマシになってきたぜ。
Now there's a little bite to your blade. He's still mocked.
黙らせてくれる。
I'll wipe that grin off your face. Eat up. Enoshima is so far. I ignore Muramasa's alarmed cry and ready my blade once more above my shoulder. Sorimachi answers with get on. He tends to skip the struggle for position, letting me take bottom while he takes top. For an Ito Ryu practitioner, this can only mean one thing. He's going for Kiri Otoshi. You think that's enough? Victory. Our blades cross in the space between us. Mine knocks his aside and plows into his shoulder with a sharp clang. The hefty feedback tells me I may have cracked his collarbone. That's a nice face. Alright. Who's laughing now? Sorimachi? The Ito Ryu's Kiri Otoshi is a technique whereby you answer your opponent's strike with the opposite. Your intent to cut through his attack and into his body. When both combatants attempt Kiri Otoshi, they strike with greater precision and power will prevail, as mine has in this exchange. His damage can't be light. The tables have turned. I'll finish him on the next pass, render him unable to fly, and that'll be the end of this absurd dalliance. I'll be able to return to my true objective, the rescue of those children from the metal beast. I wasted enough time on you, Yakuza. Mito, enemy unit holding course. Sorimachi hasn't changed pitch or heading since our pass. He's still climbing higher into the sky when he should be diving to recover speed in preparation for the next exchange. Is he running? No, even if he wanted to flee the battlefield, he'd still need to dive for speed. Could this be an attempt to take the high ground? Surely not. Climbing like that's far too slow. By the time he reaches altitude and turns to meet me, I'll be within striking range. Of course he knows that. My priority is to defeat the Rokuhara giant. Maybe he assumes if he shows his back, I'll return to my real objective. At which point he'll swoop down and take me by surprise, as he did before. It's exactly the sort of trick he'd employ. It won't work. I pull up, chasing after Sorimachi's retreating form. Closing the distance proves simple, as gravity's already stripped his machine of most of his speed. Yet he climbs, even going so far as to raise his pitch. Is he just trying to stall his machine out to make us save him? Speed's precious commodity in aerial combat, and he throws it away for a little more altitude, striking for the summit of heaven for the unreachable silver disk of the moon. What is he thinking? He should have abandoned his plan the moment I gave chase. I'm also losing speed, but I started my climb only after accelerating through my dive. Compared to him, who's been climbing since our last exchange, I have the advantage. It's only a matter of time before I get within striking range. Even if he turns to face me, I can be upon him before he can act. Surely he must know defeat's approaching, and yet he continues climbing, and for a moment, I find myself wondering if the moonlight hasn't bewitched him. Though his actions defy credulity, his techniques inspire only awe. Most pilots would have tumbled from the sky by now, but he's maintaining perfect control, well below stall speed. Even among Rokuhara's elite corps of Dragoon, I can't imagine there's more than a handful who could mimic this astonishing feat. He draws near. My speed, too, is in the danger zone. If I lose focus, gravity will pluck me from the sky in a heartbeat. It's not going to happen. I've shouldered enough disgrace for one day. The difference in speed is close to nothing now, but I still have a slight advantage. I won't let it go to waste. A little more, and I'll have him. Just a little more. Our course is but a few degrees from absolute vertical. Maintaining flight will soon be impossible for either of us. But as I watch, Sorimachi comes to a stop. He's lost all speed. Next will be the fall. There's the laughter. And Sorimachi does not fall. At the apex of his turn, at the exact moment his speed reaches 0, he applies full rudder and embraces the pull of the earth. In the blink of an eye, with terrible liquid grace, his machine spins to face the ground. To face me. And suddenly it comes to me, a moment of understanding beyond reason or knowledge. It can only be described as a revelation. My one true enemy is Sorimachi Ichizo. Time starts and gravity takes hold. Now the speed advantage is all Sorimachi's. Gravity will pull him straight down into his target, while I must fight against it to reach mine. I watch entranced as victory is torn from my grasp, yet a part of me is still able to dissect my opponent's handiwork. What I know is this: of the 5 ultimate techniques passed down to Itosai, founder of Ito Ryu, from his master, Kanamaki Jisai, there were the Myoken, Zetsu Myoken, Jinken, Yokumyoken, and finally the Konichijo Ken, otherwise known as the Immelmann turn. And I think here's where we're gonna have to leave it. The battle's still going on, but it took way too long. And I need to go to bed. So unfortunately, we're gonna stop with this anecdote about the Great War and continue this next time.